With Phil stumbling drunkenly out of his bed, appearing in his head all the things he's wanting to be said. 90 minutes of Phil to Phil, with so much time to kill. He promised chill, but all he does instead is beg and show. The stream's online and straight away begins to whine, but all is fine as long as Shaz's benign and doesn't step out of line. His content's immature for all to endure like fresh manure. I feel sure he ran shooter feeling so insecure. The money earned on yesterday was withdrawn and long gone, as Phil's spending impulse is always had to stay on. If supports are also slow and stays so low and fails to grow, you never know, the show may turn into an easy bingo. One ticked off across the board with charge toward because his code can't be ignored. Just how much DSP makes us feel so bored to help us fight or sleep and try to keep alert to watch a creep who play bingo, but Phil will bitch and why his sheep are also cheap. While DSP is chasing green, we're seeing green across the screen as Phil's routine predictability rivals are so machine. Snorting, burping, leaning, ban. It matters not if battery fun is child can't see if powers make him feel less of a man. Takes a drink and starts his like before lunching into a big pretending there for bills when truth is there to buy a wrestling JPEG. Talks about his shitty life of college cat and fatty life and all his strife for forgetting that it's done well and they were rife. With drama he will react but isn't act as a fact as he rehearsed to be exact in how he felt he was attacked. Teaches nearly over and awareness in sight with what to white despite Phil to the light that tips were not white. We'll say alright it is okay and now it's time for Phil to play, but first he'll say that tips will help from being off the other day. And with those words we win again. It's never if but always when the game is won. Thanks to that we made it to the very end. Hey guys, King Jat here, and why the fuck is this not showing? For God's sake, there we go. Hey guys, King Jat here, and welcome to DSP Bingo for what is today, Sunday the 12th of November 2023. I hope you're all doing very well indeed. Just want to give a quick shout out to that being said, who have redirected their viewers from their stream to my stream here. We're doing a special DSP Bingo today because we're covering not live DSP for once, but we're covering instead the documentary. And shout out to Almighty Gauki or whatever, who's saying, where the hell am I? You are on DSP Bingo. If you're scared, feel free to run like the wind, but we do bingo antics. To help endure Phil's content, we usually do bingo. Instead, I'm doing a special where we're actually going to go through the entire documentary thing which has been made. So, I've never heard of Turkey Tom before. Full disclosure, I don't know who they are. But they have 1 million subscribers, congratulations for that. And they made a documentary, a 2-hour-long one, on DSP. And it's called Dark Side Phil, A Decade of Failure. Now, I've not seen a second of this, but Steve O'Dead, I think, was the first person that suggested on Twitter this could be a good idea to do as a bingo, and I thought, okay, that's a good shout, why not? Let's fucking do that as a bingo then. There we go. So that was the whole plan for today. So ever since yesterday I've been trying to come up with a special unique bingo card based on what this documentary could have, but also to not spoil myself, I've not seen any of the documentary, so I've been trying to guess what things could be covered in this documentary. And I've actually come up with this, I've got 50 different things on the card. So we actually have a chance to randomise it, you know, so I'm just picked random 25 things and stuck it there. We still have a chance to fucking randomise the whole thing, and I'll show you that, guys, in a second. First of all, though, DSP actually did talk about this documentary yesterday. DSP tries it, Memology 101 has clipped this, and I'll link it in the chat if people are interested. But yeah, DSP actually talked about the documentary yesterday, which kind of surprised me, and he actually wasn't too salty about it for some strange reason. But this is what he said.
I don't even have enough for tax stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I'm barely getting by paying bills, and I know I'm going to have more problems later this year with taxes and stuff. It's like an endless cycle. How do I like Modern Warfare so far? Well, I played it 6 hours. I think it's a mixed bag for sure. Sometimes, like, things are going well and getting going nicely, and then other times it's just horse shit. And I think it really is the connections. And as usual, I don't think that the game's ping, like it says, 28 milliseconds. It's not representative of the real connection you're getting. How is it that I'll play 2 matches and both matches claim that they're around 30 millisecond connections, but one match I go on a tear and I'm killing everyone and I'm on kill streak after kill streak, mowing everyone down, and the next match, every time I shoot someone, they get hit by 14 bullets and no one ever dies, and they barely lift their gun and I'm instantly dead. And it just happens over and over. And that happened today, I'd say Half the time, really good connection, and half the time, pretty shitty connection. But that's par for the course for Call of Duty. Like, it's been like that for a long time. So what's funny to me is that they never improve it, but people still buy it every year, right? And then people ask me, what do you think? Well, when it works, it's good. When it doesn't work, it's shit. It's always a mix. This kind of shit needs to come out. This kind of shit needs to be exposed for what it is. Now, what about now? You can't touch the floor or ceiling with the star? What? What's the purpose of the star if it doesn't make you invincible? What is that? I'm sorry, but I have to call complete nonsense on that. That's, if you have the star, you should be fine. If you don't want people to be invincible, don't give them the star, and then change the rules. Because that's exactly what they did. They changed the rules there. Someone says, yes, I just saw the new documentary. Aren't people ever going to get tired of just making documentaries about it? It's like I said this morning, because someone brought it up, and I was like, listen. The funny part about it is apparently it has a really clickbaity title, but a couple people who I know have watched it, and they're like, it's actually not that bad. It's pretty factual, although, yes, it covers all the detractor stuff that people say about me. It's not necessarily like a 2-hour hate fest on me. It is meant to be more of like a documentary of all the crap I've been through, and it actually covers things like the SOK and people who betrayed me over the years and been really nasty. So it's not all bad. You know what I'm saying? It's not like a really nasty, destroying Phil's character kind of documentary. But then why is the title of it A Decade of Failure? Because it's not even true. If you actually watch it, apparently it's not even like that. He made a clickbait title. Whatever. It's gross. It's for this. It's not because they love what they're doing. You know what I would have called it? And this is true. And this would have been more catchy too. A Decade of Decline. That's what I would have called it. Because you could argue that my narrative is that I started at the top inadvertently. Like, it's not like I tried, but I started at the top of the YouTube gaming landscape, and literally for the last 10 years, it's been all decline. Absolutely, I would agree with that wholeheartedly, and I think that's a better title, and it rings better. Decade of Decline versus Decade of Failure? You know, there's a difference between failure and just a giant downward spiral of decline for various reasons, and maybe the documentary explores those reasons, right? But that's not clickbaity enough, right? We have to have the clickbait title. So, okay then. Clickbait title away. I get it. That's how YouTube works, right? No one else can. What, are you out of your fucking mind? You're a fucking scumbag. Take the paycheck, take the bag, be a fucking loser shill, and have no credibility whatsoever to anything you say or do. So you say that's depressing? No, it's not. Literally, it's not depressing to me, and here's why. Pops up and happens and says it's gonna fuck you over. She says, no, don't let that come overtake your mind. You have to focus on the positive. You have to focus on being here with me. You have to focus on being here on the positivity when you get to stream and you have fun on stream and stuff. And having that positivity and having that support means the world, and it changes things. You know, it does. And it doesn't have to be a significant other. Like I said, it could be a friend, it could be a relative, it could be a family member. All right? When I started on YouTube, I didn't know what I was getting into, nor did I sign up for it. I wasn't signing up to be one of the biggest gaming YouTubers. I didn't really care. To me, it was a joke. Literally, I've said this over the years. To me, it was a complete joke. I never took it seriously. It wasn't until many, many years later that I started to take this. I would argue that until like the year 2016, I was always treating it like a joke. And it wasn't until 2017 that I actually made an honest effort to actually make good content. Before then, it was just fuck around and everyone watches it and I make money. Like, seriously, that's what it was. But to me, that's not sad, because I like who I am today better than I was back then. It doesn't matter if you argue that, oh, there's 10 years of failure, 10 years of decline. Yeah, but I'm better now than I ever was. My content's better. It's positive, doesn't hurt anyone. It's not toxic. I get to enjoy time with my viewers. Is that and be able to make the payment that I owe, or the payments that I owe. I'm basically in a situation where everything I've worked for this year is probably not going to be able to happen, in which case that's it. Like, there's nothing else to fall back on, and more than likely the next step would be people will try to start suing me for money, and I will more than likely lose the house, rather than just put out content for money purposes. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand why you would think that that's a bad thing. I'm okay where I am. Unlike these other guys coming out with documentaries about how miserable they are with their lives and everything's fucked up and everything's falling apart. That's literally not happening to me. You get it? Like, I'm happier now and doing better now than I was before. So it's not a decade of failure if you're better off now than you were. How could it be failure? It's actually completely the opposite. Yeah, I don't have as much money, but money is not the determining factor of success in life. If I'm happily married and I like the content now better than I used to do and everything, how the hell is that failure? But that's what I mean, like, they want clickbait. They would just want to believe the negative rather than anything positive. Even though I've been saying ever since, 2017, 2018, I'm happier now than I've ever been. No one wants to believe that. They want to say that's like cope or something. It's not. It's true. I actually love my life now more than ever before. I'm having a better time with my life now, And I'm doing my best to try to actively improve. And I admit I'm not perfect. I make mistakes all the time. I don't even know what else to say. Like, listen to me. I'm going to try to come through as honest as I can here. I love streaming. I love games. But I'm trying to be a better guy, and I'm trying to be a better content creator. And how is that not better off than all the contemporary lolcows who everyone hates their life? Oh, I'm so depressed, and I don't want to do this, and blah, blah, blah. I'm the opposite. I'm literally can't wait every day to come to work. I have so much fun with you guys every day. Why the hell wouldn't I want to do that? And I get to spend time with my wife and my family. I'm having a great time with my life. So how is that failure, right? I don't get it. But again, these people also have the same criteria of judgment. Is that because I'm not making the money I used to, and I'm not as popular on YouTube, and people don't know me as well, that's failure, I guess. Okay, if you say so. If that's your judgment criteria, I guess by those criteria you're correct, and I can't really dispute that, right? So you know what? And I know someone will send this to Turkey Tom. So that's what I will have to ask him. If he really is serious about making a serious documentary, right? What's the decade of failure? If I'm better off today than I was before, if I'm healthier, if I'm happier, if I'm more successful when it comes to having a following of people who actually like me for who I am, as opposed to drama or being an idiot on the internet, right? If everything is better now, right? Besides my level of popularity, my views are down, and yes, my income is less than it used to be. But literally, if that's it, if that's all that's different, right? Then how can you say it's a decade of failure?
I need to fucking stop him right fucking there, because Phil has fucking alluded to several fucking things happening behind the scenes which he has not fucking told his audience about. Several fucking health issues happening, for example, and also apparently he's still got depression. Phil is... It's bizarre how the fucking narrative changes based on what Phil wants to... How the kind of fucking mood that Phil was in. Some days Phil fucking go on the stream and says, I'm fucking happier than I've ever been in my entire life. The next day he'll fucking say, hey stupid, I have depression. And it's just, it doesn't make sense, Phil. Your arguments never seem to make fucking sense because you're always contradicting yourself on a regular fucking basis. It just does not add up. It does not correlate whatsoever. It's hard. So who knows what Phil was lying? Was it Phil that says he's the happiest he's ever been? Was that one lying? Or is it Phil saying that he has depression? Is that the Phil lying? Which one's a liar? There's got to be one that's fucking lying. He went on side scrollers and told everyone he's got serious health issues, which he doesn't want to disclose to his audience because he doesn't want to fucking use that, apparently, as a fucking means of getting, like, pity donations or whatever, So, but he actually fucking told everyone that. So he didn't tell them what was wrong with him, but he said he has health issues which he is not willing to disclose to his audience. Now, apparently, he's in a far better place with his health than he's ever been in his life before, and everything else. It doesn't make sense. It just does not correlate. He's either lying then, or he's lying now. Or perhaps he was lying both fucking times, and he's never told the fucking truth ever.
Again, I hate to be a broken fucking record. Again, if you were saying a decade of decline, a decade on the downward slope, that all makes sense to me. Your criteria is based on views and popularity. You're correct. You're absolutely correct. But I'm not sad. I'm not unhappy. So how am I as a failure? Everything that I'm doing today is what I've wanted to do. Like, it's intentional of how I wanted things to go and what I wanted to do. So how is that failure? That's what I really don't get. It'd be one thing if, like, I was trying to be a top gaming YouTuber and I was failing, and I was trying all the things. I was putting out all the stops. I was using the thumbnails. I was doing the clickbait. I was trying to follow all the trends, and I just couldn't do it. Then that's a failure. I literally am not doing that, nor have I ever tried to do that. So how is that failure? I would love an answer, a legit answer. Action with me every single day on stream. I love it, and you know, it's that stuff's positive, and there's other stuff that's positive behind the scenes, but the fact that I might lose my fucking house over something that I have nothing whatsoever control over or to do with. So there you go. That's what I would ask Turkey Tom. Someone asked him that question, and that's a legit question. I'm not hating on his documentary. I've heard good things about it. I just don't like the title. They call it the decade of on the downward slope, the decade of decline, the has been. All that's correct. Literally all those statements are correct, and they're equally as negative. But when you say a decade of failure, I disagree. That I think is bullshit. But everything else, seems fine to me. I haven't heard anything too overly ridiculous, exaggerated, or negative about his documentary. So, anyway. They're so angry. I know they are. They're so fucking angry about how things went very positively for me this week that they can't stand it. So now they gotta try to be here and ruin my fucking chill stream tonight. Normally, Morrowind, I'm really able to just relax. Remember last week, all we did was level magic, and it went really well. We relaxed for 2 hours. My magic stats went way up. And now instead, they're so fucking butthurt and so angry that something would actually go right for me in my life, that now they've got to be here to just shit on everything,
And that's how that video ends. Once again, that was the DSP Tries It Memology 101 video of Phil's reaction during a night stream they had on Wednesday night. Say about the documentary, which we're about to watch together now. Before we start watching it, a quick little update by Keemstar on Twitter. Keemstar has made an interesting tweet earlier on. He says DSP will not like what we have planned for him on at LolCow Live. I spoke to her and she's coming on, Phil. Now, most detractors have hit back at this and said, if it's Jenna, then big fucking deal. And I'm kind of the same mindset. If it's fucking Jenna, which is Kat... Who's Jenna, you might be wondering? Jenna is Kat's sister. Oh, that's kind of interesting, you might think to yourself. A member of the fucking family being on to talk about DSP. Jenna has never met DSP in her entire life. As far as we're aware anyway. I mean, she's not alluded to fucking meeting him. And as far as we're aware as well, Kat has not talked to her sister in several years. They are quite estranged, And Jenna herself she's quite an interesting character to say the least. Like, if she was online more often, she'd be a lol cow. That's my impression I get from fucking Jenna. So if Keemstar has reached out and contacted Jenna for this fucking thing, then it's shit. I mean, I don't think Phil's going to care. I don't think Phil gives a shit at all about fucking Kat's family. Doesn't care about her fucking mother, doesn't care about her fucking sister, clearly. He just has no fucking interest whatsoever in her side of the fucking family. Clear. Otherwise, I mean, I heard, so Jenna was going through rough times, and as well as that, the mother was going through rough times. The important thing, DSP has stressed a lot of times that family is the most important thing to him in the world. Technically, Jenna's part of his family. And so is Kat and Jenna's mother. And yet, the times we're going through, the tough times we're fucking going through, Phil's like, I don't fucking care, I'm not going to pay attention, I'm not going to bother my arse to do a thing about that. But my advice for people, this Keemstar tweet, treat it with low expectations. Just don't expect anything substantial to come of it. And then in that way, if it is actually something better than fucking Jenna being on, then that's a positive, So just treat it with low expectations, that's all I'm going to say about that. Anyway, I think it's time for us to get prepared and set up for bingo. Now, how's this going to work? Usually we do bingo by, we do a live podcast, the we can cover the podcast. I am still going to treat this like a normal bingo in some capacity. For example, if we hear 10 burps from Phil during this, that's a free space. If we hear 20 different snorts from DSP, that's a free space. So yeah, I'm still counting burps and snorts, but I don't know if they're going to feature as much on this because it's like a documentary which has edited made by somebody else. I don't know why they'd include all the snorts and burps, but there we go. We'll also have a special unique bingo card for this, as you can see here. I'm going to actually, so let me just remove the centre square here. I think it's this one and this one. So if we reset that and shuffle, there we go. So we have a random 25 out of 25 card, which is a very unique card. I have 50 different unique things, but it's still a 5x5 card, but for the sake of, randomising things, I have all these things that are on there.
Money, yeah, yeah. Money, money. Oh, money, money. Yeah, yeah. Money, money.
Anonymous tipped £5, Jenna or Panda, as long as we can penetrate his stupid ego and hit him with it to panic is good for me. Seriously, this is awesome. I'm excited. Keep in mind no one makes Phil look bad worse than Phil. He truly is his own detractor. Arrogant AF.
Thank you very much, Anonymous, for the tip, and I agree with most of what you're saying. You know what I mean? I still maintain I don't think Phil's going to even care if Jenna goes on some podcast and talks a bunch of shit. I don't think he's going to care. I've never, it's like, because who's Jenna to him? He doesn't care about her family. But I agree with most of what you say. I'm glad you're hyped for it. You know what I mean? I'm glad you're looking forward to it. And I wouldn't mind that if Keemstar surprised me by delivering something that was actually worth seeing and catching on to. And of course, if it pisses off Phil as well, all the fucking better. But you're right as well in what you're saying. Phil is his own worst detractor, for sure. He's his own worst enemy. No one can hurt Phil like Phil can hurt Phil. So I do agree with you there on that regard. But thank you very much for the tip. I do appreciate it. I appreciate it, Anonymous. So there we go. As I said, for the bingo card, we have 50 different possible things that can be on the card. So, of course, as usual, I'm going to ask you guys to give me a number. Just any number. So the first number in chat I see with a number I use to enter this randomizer, and we'll use that number. Steve from Latvia was the first one I saw in chat, and he said 26, so I'm going to type in 26. And that will be the bingo card we have for today's Bingo Fun and Games. And there we go, this is our bingo card that we will have to see. So this is what we're going to have to hopefully carry us to a full house today. So, first of all, we have Gout, Butt TV, DoorDash, King of Hate, and FGC. Now with the Vestreak, Discord, This Is How You Don't Play, Chargebacks, and Lolcow Podcast. The third row is Cat, Derek, his parents, WWE Supercard, and Machinima. The fourth row is The Incident, RTU, Snorts, Depression, and Moderators. And the fifth and final row is PayPal, Credit Cards, WWE Champions, Taxes, and finally, Viewer Abuse. So that's the card we have for today's bingo, and as I said, I've not seen any of this documentary. So hopefully, I was trying to think of good things for the card. Keep in mind, there's a lot of things. This is a randomised card. And so, for example, so all the things that are on the card, so the SOK could have been on this card. Panda Lee, what else was there? I mean, I had like 50 different things altogether. Like, him getting booted from Twitch, hateful slurs, things like that, racism, I had things like that could have been on the card. This is a card I've been dealt with. This is what our randomised card has dealt us today. And will it be a full house? It could be, it might not be. I've seen none of us remember, but going by the reaction in chat anyway, there's a couple of uncomfortable opinions about whether this is a good card or not based on what this documentary is. Because some of you guys have seen this, of course, already, and I'm not entirely sure. But yeah. Anyway, but this is what we've got for today, and also, as I said, I try my best to make it as unique a bingo card as possible. And remember, there's a variety of ways we can get free spaces for this bingo card. For example, if we have Phil snorting 20 times or burping 10 times during this fucking documentary, that will be a free space. If we get 100 likes before I finish playing, that too will be a free space. Of course, there's no 100 like thing from Phil's end, but he never fucking gets 100 likes anyway, usually for fucking bingo. So I don't think I'm missing fucking Phil's live stream 100 likes thing, because he never does get 100 likes anyway, usually during the fucking podcast. But yeah, variety of ways we can get free spaces, one of which you guys are in direct control of. And of course, if we do get a full house 25 out of 25, one of you guys can potentially win a prize on the bingo. But to make sure you're eligible to win a prize on the bingo, you've got to make sure you have left a comment on the community post, which is linked in the description of this live stream. If you look in the description right now, you'll see a link to my community post, and if you've not left a comment yet on that community post, then fucking get it done before the end of bingo, because you could be in with a chance of winning. But of course, we have a very unique way of picking bingo winners these days. It involves marbles, put it that way. So we'll deal with that when we come to it, of course. I've got one final thing before we begin. I'll give a big shout out to D-Dog. So D-Dog made a whole bunch of new emojis. as well as a chat crown badge, which the chat crown badge could only be one fucking thing.
Fucking inflatable fucking crown!
What else could we fucking have as a chat crown badge other than a fucking inflatable fucking crown? Of course it had to be a fucking inflatable fucking crown. It was the only possible alternative we could have for a goddamn chat crown badge. But yeah, thank you very much to D-Dog for making the emojis as well that I've added to for members to use. And of course, thank you for members as well for being members. Whether they chose to be a member of their own volition or they accepted a gift membership from a very kind person that donated memberships, gifted them. Thank you regardless. And obviously, I'm trying my best to try and think of ways to make the content as fun and robust as possible for members. So there we go. So on that front, this is a 2 hour and 10 minute documentary. Let's just crack on with the thing. Here we fucking go. Good luck, everyone. And yes, I'll probably will pause sometimes and blah, talk about certain things. But I'm going to try and let the thing play out itself for the most part. And remember, tag me in the chat if I miss anything in the card. I don't try and miss things in the card, but it's possible I will miss things. So please, by all means, if I miss something, tag me in the fucking chat. Let me know. You harass the crap out of me if I miss something. I don't mind reminding and going back and making sure and all that shit. So okay, there we go. So with all that being said, let's see what this fucking thing's all about. Here we fucking go.
Alright, we got the man of all hate, the one and only DSP.
Darkside Phil is proof that you can make a living as a professional gamer, even if you're awful at gaming. But that's far from the only thing he's awful at. From constantly failing to deliver on promises made to his audience, to outright treating them like trash.
So I've had enough excuses. It just seems to me like people are fucking lazy and don't want to come out to the streams.
All while begging them to pay his bills.
With the taxes coming up in April and everything, there's going to probably be times where I'm going to have to appeal to you guys again to try to save my butt.
If spitting on a plate you ate from was an Olympic sport, Phil would be a gold medalist, though he would probably sell the gold medal to finance his tax problems and feed his mobile game addiction. This is the 2-decade spanning story of the self-proclaimed king of hate, Darkside Phil.
I know I said mobile game addiction, okay? But we have WWE Supercard as well as Champions. Unless he says, unless both games are covered, I'm not going to just count that as both of them. He needs to actually talk about Supercard and Champions separately for me to tick off both of them. Because, that was actually a big part of Phil's life as well. This is a documentary on his entire fucking life, essentially, on YouTube. And he spent a good few fucking months blowing thousands of fucking dollars on a mobile game, WWE Supercard, back in the fucking day. Like, he would legitimately fucking take breaks so he could fucking whale in the fucking game. I'm convinced he missed a stream one time, back in the fucking day. I believe he missed a fucking stream one day, simply to focus his attention on playing the fucking event in that game. It was mental how much he was fucking playing the game. Maxi Moose is asking me, can I help him find a doctor? Doctor Who? You see what I did there? You see what I fucking did there, Doctor Who? You get it? It's a fucking lame joke. There you go. But yeah, I got who the fuck's a doctor? I don't know.
Born on April 6, 1982, Philip Paul Burnell grew up on the outskirts of Bridgeport, Connecticut. Quite opposite to his life after becoming an online personality, very little of his early years have been documented. One of the very few stories that has stood the test of time is that of a young Phil going to a comic book store with his parents and asking them for a rare $25 Wolverine toy for his birthday, claiming that he never asked them for stuff, which, given the behavior pattern we later come to know as Phil's MO, it's very unlikely this is the case. When they take too long to buy it and the store runs out of stock for that particular toy, he berates them, and seeing how amped he still gets when retelling the story, it seems he still resents them for this.
So my birthday came and passed, and guess what? My parents go, we're very sorry, Philip, but we couldn't find the action figure. I said, I told you to buy the figure. Why don't you listen to me?
If we can take his word for it, he graduated from Catholic school, St. Ambrose, in 2000 as the valedictorian of his class before going on to study business at Fairfield University. But before studying business, DSP was already getting busy in the competitive fighting game scene, with a particular interest in Capcom's Street Fighter series. In the 90s, he actually traveled across the United States to attend tournaments. Mind you, this is at a time when gaming was still seen as somewhat of a loser thing to be engaged in, so to be dedicated to it as much as he was pretty rare. However, this dedication didn't manifest in exclusively positive ways. Phil often lost his temper and was a generally toxic player, which turned many of the other attendees of the tournaments he participated in against him.
Now when I go to these tournaments, I say, hey, guess what?
Boom.
Such and such.
Member
I've known you for 10
bomb.
years.
My biggest fans are idiots.
Oh my. Thank you, D-Dog, for the member bomb. So yeah, you've got 10 memberships. Fantastic. Big ups to... who the fucking got us become a member there? So we got... oh my. So we have Cadence, the Anime Girl, Major Detractor, Phil Burnells, Hogan Pools, Purple Aki. Who else do we have here? Nugs Medallion, Parbs. We have the Jeffrey Epstein Files, Yin Fetty Free, Toss Salad, and finally Shabba Dabba. Shabba Dabba, what a final fucking name that is. Oh, thank you very much, D-Dogs, for gifting memberships, and congratulations to people that became members themselves. There you fucking go. I know Phil, the documentary was talking about him competing in fighting games, but it's not actually mentioned the FGC yet. So because it's not mentioned the FGC, I have not felt compelled to tick it off yet. I'm waiting for Phil or the fucking Turkey Tom to mention the FGC specifically, because you know I just feel like it's a bit too vague unless they fucking say FGC. I know we're close to it, but it's not been mentioned yet. Well, hurry up and play, you fucking dick YouTube.
Which turned many of the other attendees of the tournaments he participated in against him.
Now, when I go to these tournaments, I say, hey, guess what? Such and such, I've known you for 10 years, get the fuck off this station because I want to play the game. And usually, when you threaten them like that, they get the fuck up because none of them want to fight. None of them want to step outside and get their ass beat.
What's worse is that for many years, despite his dedication to the point of toxicity, he consistently lost every single tournament he was in.
For a while, that was true. I was one of the biggest shit talkers in the Street Fighter community. And I would go to tournaments and I would lose. And that's embarrassing.
As he tells the story, when he finally turned this around and started winning, it was to the general chagrin of everyone involved, which earned him the title of the King of Hate, because everyone hated him. The competitive fighting game community by 2005 had largely made the transition from the use of arcade cabinets to console ports. EVO 2005, however, proved to be a bump in the middle of that transition. A PlayStation port of Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo was particularly divisive in the fighting game community, with various bugs and technical details that would mar its reputation. The port fell so far short of minimum expectations due to the differences in this particular port that, as a result, various high-level players would end up boycotting the event in protest to its use. While they went high, however, Phil went low. On his credit score, to be more specific, in perhaps the earliest manifestation of his ability to handle his finances in anything resembling a mature way, a 23-year-old Phil was living in a 3-bedroom apartment he knew he was going to move out of within half a year. In the meantime, he had no idea how he was going to pay his bills, let alone find and pay for another place to live in. With his only job prospect being an entry-level position at a Best Buy, Phil applied his business diploma to the best of his abilities. Instead of buckling up and being frugal, hoping to scrape by until his conditions improved, he decided to take cash advances on every single one of his credit cards, which ended up being about $3,000, so that he could travel to and attend EVO. This decision mangled him financially so bad that he spent the next 5 years only managing to pay off the interest. Was it worth it? Well, he placed not third, not second, not first, but fourth in the tournament. However, since the top 3 players were all Japanese, Phil rearranged this win to mean he was the best American player, exclusively because it has a nicer ring to it, since there's no real reason to separate players based on their nationality. This gets even sillier when you consider that he's acting like this tournament somehow represented the entire country, which instantly falls on its face when you take into account the fact that many American players didn't participate due to their issues with the port. Other people in the community picked up on DSP, and they didn't take his comments about this event very kindly.
That's the answer I was looking for. You got some idiot named DSP who's a total piece of shit, by the way. I like to get that on YouTube, but this guy thought he was hot because he beat me and Choi in a game that was like, it's like fucking Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap, dude.
This may seem like a minor issue, but it's less about the tournament itself and more about how Phil himself behaved afterwards. In later videos, he belittles the other players' issues with the port, saying that they shouldn't have expected arcade-like gameplay from a console, and instead should have practiced more.
Instead of about it, which is what it seemed all the OGs were doing, we'll just play the game and learn the differences so we know for the tournament.
Being a sore loser is bad, but not content with just that, Phil managed to also be a sore winner, because even after he started winning tournaments here and there, he continued to make everyone around him dislike him by behaving like a buffoon for no reason. While there is a video of Phil doing things like loudly and obnoxiously talking over people he was playing with, it seems he was self-conscious enough to keep the more egregious displays of his lack of self-control and respect for others to behind the scenes. In one instance in 2002, he pushed the limits so much that, while he was leaving the place he was playing at, him and his friends were followed by the friend group of someone he'd recently lost to, who proceeded to compel him to pay a nominal amount of money for being a general nuisance. According to Justin Wong, another avid Street Fighter player whom DSP had beat before, he had the tendency of being nice to him in person and saying terrible things about him when he wasn't around. However, the most detailed account of why exactly DSP had such a terrible reputation in the community came from another fellow Street Fighter player, Viscant. His Reddit post reads as follows. This would have been either EVO 2005 or EVO 2006. Phil had been talking trash for weeks/months before I finally got sick of it. I'm pretty sure I challenged him to a money match and knew he wasn't going to accept and was going to be like, lol, fight me IRL at EVO, and I accepted. From here, it turns into what sounds like a total farce, except I can assure you that it was 100% serious, which makes us both look like total, complete idiots. So first, Phil was like, okay, well you have to sign some document because if I kill you, I don't want to be responsible. And I was like, whatever. Then there was an actual serious negotiation over who the ref was going to be, but I don't remember this part either. Then there was an honest to God negotiation over weight and that we were going to have to weigh in and everything. Again, I'm not making any of this up. As dumb as this sounds, this absolutely happened. Finally, it was agreed that he wouldn't have to go on a diet to fight me, and it was settled that we were going to fight. It was going to have MMA rules. It would have a referee and we'd sign waivers. I was dumb in the mid-2000s. Anyway, so we agreed upon this early in the year, and from here on is where the story gets weird. So apparently Phil was under the impression that this wasn't going to happen and that this was just internet shit talk, but a few people from the West Coast went out to one of the East Coast tournaments and told him that I was taking this seriously and was going to fight him, and had probably been in more gym fights in the past 2 months than he'd been in his life. So one day, Phil instant messages me on AIM and tries to back out. He was like, hey, so how about this? How about we pretend like we're going to fight, and then when a whole crowd is around us, we both do DX cross chops to the crowd. It'll be such a goof. This really happened, and I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? I honestly couldn't believe he was pulling this, and I was still mad about the whole thing, and actually wanted to fight him. I told him I wasn't going to do any of that trolling, but if you want to drop it, then fine, I'll drop it. We can both be adults about this. And that's pretty much what happened. I'm not going to jump him from behind in the parking lot or get in his face and threaten him. From that point on, there never really was any problem between him and I. In fact, the next year when EVO West was in San Diego, I let him stay at my place that year, and when Mike Watson and Jaha were about to kill him in a parking garage, I stepped between them and defused that situation. He later would go on to have more serious problems with Watson and Jaha, but I made sure it wasn't going to happen when he was staying with me. I generally don't hold grudges, so even though I remember being really pissed off at the time, by the time the parking garage thing happened a year later, I was over it. The parking garage situation Viskin is referring to is the aforementioned shakedown, but enemies weren't the only thing Phil made in his time as a competitive Street Fighter player. He also made some friends, however unlikely that may seem, and they went on to collaborate with him in the future. One such acquaintance was Mr. John Rambo, who sought Phil out after his victory at EVO because he wanted to get better at Super Street Fighter Turbo. He'll come up again later, so keep that guy in your mind. Despite his infamy in localized gaming communities IRL, Phil found a way to circumvent this by tapping into the realm of online gaming. Even if word got around about his excesses at the competitions, it wouldn't be enough to prevent him from making a name for himself based exclusively on what he chose to put up online. He created a YouTube channel in 2007 where he uploaded random vlogs related to his interest in competitive gaming. But in 2008, he slowly transitioned the channel into a rudimentary proto Let's Play channel, though instead of having the screen captured directly while he played it, he recorded it with a separate device, meaning he pointed the camera at the TV basically. At the time, Phil lived with his parents and saw content creation as a pastime rather than a job. Not that content creation was much of a job option in the Jurassic period, which was YouTube prior to the 2010s, but even still, he was somewhat realistic about his expectations. Still, that didn't stop Phil from taking inspiration from one of the early internet's most adored legends, Angry Video Game Nerd.
Now, as I was a Street Fighter player, I used to travel with a group of friends, and it was actually in a hotel room at a Street Fighter tournament where we were just hanging out and having fun, and one of my friends said, "Did you ever see this guy called the Angry Video Game Nerd?" I was like, "No, I don't know who that is." And and they showed me a video of this guy who looked like very much dressed up like a nerd, right? He had a button-down white kind of shirt, thick glasses, right? Even talked kind of a little bit high-pitched or whatever. And here he is, ranting at a video game, making funny lines, talking over the top, swearing like a sailor. Hilarious. No production values, no budget to it, just him and a camera making fun of a video game.
Though I get what he's saying, there is a kind of purity and earnestness to early YouTube Kino, and I use that word loosely because I'm pretty sure AVGN was on another site before he was on YouTube, but I digress. I think Phil took the no production value part a little too seriously. He took pride in posting playthroughs in bulk, with several hours of video dedicated to each game with absolutely no editing involved. On this decrepit, old, and abandoned channel, there are over 7,000 videos, because back then, you couldn't upload very long videos, compelling Phil to split them up into dozens, if not hundreds of individual 10-minute clips. Again, I should remind you, we're not talking about Bandicam or unregistered Hypercam here. We're talking about actual camera footage with built-in microphone audio capturing all of it, completely raw, untreated, unedited whatsoever. Unsurprisingly, the channel didn't exactly blow up overnight. Somewhat surprisingly, Phil is proud that he spent 3 years of his life doing this for no money and actively derided other content creators who only started doing gaming videos after they began being monetized on the platform. Mind you, this man is 28 years old and living with his parents, and somehow he thinks it's a merit that he makes no money out of playing video games alone with no one watching. On top of that, he brags about the passion and effort he put into the videos and his larger upload volume compared to these other, much more successful creators, when in reality, he just has the most videos precisely because of how awfully low effort they are. It's a perfect example of quantity over quality. Once again,
I'm going to stop it right there, because remember, Phil was reliably informed by people he trusts that his documentary is, for the most part, quite factual, and even though it covers detractor things, is actually quite an accurate, to a degree, document. I can guarantee you, if Phil watched his documentary himself, he'd be losing his fucking mind right now. He wouldn't think this is fair at all. He would think this is fucking ridiculous slander and all that shit. There's no way that Phil would think this is a fair documentary. So whoever he fucking trusts to tell him otherwise, I think are really just blowing smoke up his ass, because there's no fucking way that I can imagine DSP sitting at this point in time after like fucking 11 minutes, 12 minutes of documentary and thinking to himself, this is fair. A lot of us would piss off Phil, I'm pretty sure of it.
Again, it's not what DSP is doing that's the issue, it's that he brags about it in a really grating way while putting others down. Oddly enough, Phil's first conflict with someone else to be documented online wasn't a result of him disrespecting other YouTubers who were trying to make money off of their content. Instead, it was during a recording of his playthrough of Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions when he was making too much of a racket.
Oh my god, it's actually going to cover a fucking neighbour fucking telling him to shut the fuck up.
And his neighbor decided to interject. Being the good Samaritan he is, Phil took his neighbor's advice. As it turns out, however, his neighbor wasn't the only person getting annoyed at Phil. The running jokes surrounding DSP's online presence actually had a running start, as they were already going on before he had enough detractors, and people in general, seeing his content in order to pick up on it. Though if you are to go back and look at these older uploads, you can catch them in the wild.
Hold on. D-Dog says that Phil's talking about this right now. Has he retconned this fucking story from Wednesday? When Phil said it was a fucking fair thing, is he bitching and whining and moaning about the documentary now? Oh, I'm half tempted to check out. I'm half tempted to see what he's got to fucking say about the documentary right now. Oh, I mean, it is tempting just to fucking derail ourselves a little bit to see what current day DSP is saying right fucking now about this documentary. Oh, it's so tempting. Hold on, let me find. Hold on, let's just see what current day, DSP. Here he is. Here's a motherfucker right here. Here we fucking go. Okay, man, this is not part of bingo. This particular thing right here is not part of bingo. It's only for the documentary. But I want to see what Phil's fucking flapping his gums about, in particular about his fucking documentary. So, D-Dog says he's trying to debunk it. Oh my god. How far should I rewind? Like, let's go like 5 minutes behind and see what he's saying.
Across the world. And perhaps for you it is not autumn. Well, for me it is. And I'm really enjoying...
Nah, 5 minutes is probably too much.
Which held me back. And being held back sucked, but what could you do? But finally, we're playing catch-up. Alright? Excuse me.
No, I won't excuse you. Where the fuck's this rant?
I'm on the mend, and hopefully we'll be fully recovered soon.
He's still talking about his fucking illness. He's still fucking going on about him being ill. Oh my god, 1.25 here.
Today I woke up and I was like, oh, the nasal drip is not that bad.
Oh, the drip's gone. I'll be back, don't worry.
Briefly talk about the game playthroughs I'm in.
Nah, let's keep going. Where is it? Where's the rant? Where's the angry man ranting about fucking being made fun of on the internet by people?
And I want to give everyone an idea of what you can expect schedule-wise, for the week, what's starting when. In general, I'm just enjoying myself. I'm enjoying myself during this very busy fall season, and I hope that you guys are as well. Yeah, so, there you go. Now, before we get to anything,
here we go.
Alright? let's address the elephant in the room very, very briefly.
Here we go.
All right? I've already told you guys this. I'm going to say it again. I'm not involving myself in any drama whatsoever.
And yet you make it a very specific point to bring it up on your podcast so you can blather about it. So, way to not involve yourself in it by directly addressing it.
At all. All right? It's sad that I have to keep reiterating this, because every day I get people who keep bringing up drama, whether it's in my stream chat, whether it's they're sending me emails or video.
I can kind of understand why people are bringing it up. In one day, this has had like almost 375,000 views. Look at that shit right there. 372k views in one day. And this is like maybe an hour, maybe. If I refresh this fucking thing, so we're at 12 minutes and 35. Let me refresh this to see if the views are going up. 385,000! In the space of an hour, the person's gained about fucking like 13,000 views. It's almost at 400k views already. It just keeps going up and up and up. Everyone's watching this. This is really being very well watched here by a lot of people. This is like, you know, this is definitely going. I mean, this could easily get to like 500,000 views in the space of another day or so, easily. Not even another day, but at the end of this fucking stream, this might be at 500,000 views. Because there's still a lot of people watching this right now, as you can see. On you go, Phil. Address the elephant in the room. Go on, discuss it.
Comments or tweeting me and saying drama. Hey Phil, drama. Okay? It just seems like more and more people, all right, want to pull me into their drama for various reasons. And in reality, I am someone who, for the majority of the time that I made content on the internet, 15 years, I've tried to stay out of other people's drama. I don't go on giant slam-based content shows. I don't do giant React specials making fun of people. You know what I'm saying? Even the React stuff that I've done has been way more level-headed than most people. I'm not just sitting there laughing at someone's misfortunes. I'm trying to analyze what's going on and compare it to my own situation and maybe give some insight and advice. It's a little different than what a lot of other people do, right? Now, recently, there's been drama that people are trying to pull me into, all right? You guys don't even know, because here's the thing. I don't tell you guys, because you don't need to know. But there is people out there who are constantly trying to pull me into the drama on purpose because they feel that they can benefit from it, right? If Phil leaves a soundbite on his show, or if he brings something up, or, you know, just you know, what was it, yesterday? Someone and talked about this, a new documentary about me. And I'm like, well, I haven't seen it. I have no desire to see it, you know? And then someone says, well, the title of it is very negative. And I'm like, well, then, obviously, I'm not interested. It's the difference between someone trying to do, like, a neutral documentary or someone trying to get clickbait, right? So, I don't know. I haven't seen it. I don't really care, right? I just don't. And actually, last night I was playing Mario, okay? And someone said to me, you know, that they had seen the documentary, and they actually felt like, although there was a lot of making fun of me and stuff in it, that it was more level-headed and it was kind of fair. And I'm like, you know, that's nice that that's the case, that it's not someone just slamming me for 2 hours. At the same time, why does the title have to be clickbait, right? Because it's drama. Because that's what sells on YouTube. You need the clickbait drama to bring people to watch crap. I'm sorry, it's just the case. It's the reason why you have entire channels on YouTube based on negative documentaries, and you have absolutely no YouTube channels based on 100% positive content. Did you notice that? Did you ever notice that there's no flip side of that there's tons of drama, tons of negative stuff? There's no all positive stuff, because humans love drama, right? And it's sad, but that's just the case. So make it sound dramatic. Use clickbait. Say all negative things, emphasize the negative. You know, that's what people do on YouTube, correct? And I've been around for 15 years, I get it. But that doesn't mean that I have to involve myself in it. Okay? Especially when, as I've told you guys, and the people out there who want to pull me into their drama spheres, okay, will not believe the statement I'm about to say. Okay? And that's fine, because they don't have to. Because I'm not saying it for them. I'm saying it for me. I am happier right now, at this moment in my life, than I have ever been before. Okay? And I mean that. Alright? Just because I used to be much bigger on YouTube, because I used to be synonymous with YouTube gaming and one of the biggest gamers on YouTube, and you would search for a new video game playthrough and DSP or DSP gaming would pop up. Just because that doesn't happen anymore doesn't mean I'm unhappy, because I wasn't happy being popular. That wasn't what I actually wanted. You understand? When I was making YouTube videos back in the day, all right, the reason I was doing it is because I had passion and I wanted to share that passion with an audience, but I didn't take it seriously. You know, I made YouTube videos for 2.5 to 3 years before I ever monetized them. Why? Because it was a fun hobby for me. I had passion for video games. I wanted people to see that. I liked seeing people enjoy me enjoying games and sharing their own experiences and sharing their own passion for them as well. I liked that positive community that YouTube had when I started. Now, what I saw over the years, that community went away. That positivity on YouTube turned into a toxic community of people who are just there to tear you down, people who are there to laugh at you rather than laugh with you. YouTube changed over the last 15 years. Those first 3 to 5 years were very positive, and the last 10 have just been a downhill climb, or I should say a downhill slope of a lot of toxic people flooding to the site. Now, during that time period, all right, I lost pretty much all of my popularity. But was it because I failed? Was it because I horribly screwed up?
Yes, 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 and yes. You arsed things up. Phil was in a position to be a massively successful YouTuber. He had the world at his fucking feet, and he fumbled the opportunity. He fucking screwed up the possibility for him to fucking capitalise on the fucking red hot. Phil was popular back in the day. I know a lot of people find it hard to imagine this, but he actually was quite fucking popular. Back in the fucking day, when I'm talking like, 10, 11, 12 years ago, he was quite fucking popular on YouTube. He was regularly fucking trending on YouTube, not shit for gaming and not shit for different things or whatever, because he was, people actually fucking, liked, seeing, like, Phil was often the first person to show a new game, for example. Phil's idea, it worked for him. Basically, his business model worked for him then. It was all about quantity and not quality, and he was the first one there because he had recorded with a camcorder. Didn't have to worry about direct capture and getting things set up that way. No, just immediately record with a camcorder straight away and just upload that shit raw to your channel, so it's the first one up there. And as well, so he was popular, but he had a possibility of growing himself and his channel and just curating that and making that content work for everyone else. He didn't bother to do anything different to try and evolve and grow. He stagnated. He basically just fucking dug his heels into the ground and says, I'm fine with this, why would I want to do anything else? This is working for me. Even Machinima were like, how about we try and do like some commentary for esports, because you commentate on like fighting game tournaments or whatever, Phil suggested to him, and Phil thought it was the dumbest suggestion ever, because he was happy making content for YouTube and he thought it's all he had to fucking do. He never thought to expand, he never fucking thought to, no business savvy whatsoever, no fucking, reaching out to other fucking content creators. It was all about him. Just set in his fucking ways, set in his, so yeah, Phil, it is entirely your fault. Because you never evolved or grew when you had the chance to fucking make yourself a bigger channel, to grow and evolve and have that audience that liked that shit, what you did, whatever. You let it go. You lost them because you didn't even bother your arse to try and grow yourself. It alludes to the fucking earlier, the tip I got earlier on, the message. Phil is his own worst enemy. Phil was in a position he is in right now because he chose himself not to fucking try and grow and evolve. He stagnated, he fucking was set in his ways, he was happy with what he was fucking doing, and before he fucking knew it, he wasn't that fucking popular anymore. And Phil's like, what did I do wrong? I did nothing different. And that's exactly why he fucking fell by the wayside and fell out of popularity. Precisely because I didn't fucking try and adapt and grow and fucking just improve anything. He just set his fucking ways and thinking everyone's gonna fucking love his shit forever because he loved it a year ago.
Or was it because I stayed true to myself, and by design, I kept making the kind of content that I liked, and because of that, I fell out of prominence with what YouTube wanted? That's what happened. In the last 10 years, alright, I went from the guy who was top of the rung when it came to gaming to who's Darkside Phil? Oh, he's that guy who sucks at games, let's all make fun of him. And then an obsessed community of people who just want to completely try to ruin my life to get lols out of it, hence the lol cow community. As much as they like to call me a lol cow, they're the community of messed up people that are far more messed up than anything that I've ever said or done in my career, okay? Just the fact of the things that they do, and they think that that's justifiable, right? So here's the thing. Am I much less popular today than I was 10 years ago? Absolutely. No, I don't even get not even close to 1 million views a month anymore across all my channels. I don't even get 1 million views. I'm at like 600,000 views, something like that. I mean, I don't look at it that often, but it doesn't really matter to me either. You know what I mean? Like, for me, it's not a measure of popularity. It's a measure of enjoyment, and if what I'm doing has meaning for my audience, and being okay with what I'm doing. You know what I mean? Like, for example, the content that I put out 10, 15 years ago, I would not like today. You know, the stuff I used to do, the kind of commentary I used to do, all that stuff, I hated it. Now, I look at it and I cringe. But that's what was popular 10, 15 years ago. People wanted that immature, over-the-top, sexualized, generalized racist stuff. You know what I'm saying?
So it's the audience's fault you are a racist piece of shit. It wasn't your fault. Phil didn't want to be racist. Phil didn't want to be sexist, but his audience wanted it, so Phil had no choice but to be true to himself and do it. I mean, not be true to himself and do it. It doesn't make sense, Phil. You're just bragging about being true to yourself the entire time you're on YouTube. And then you're saying it's a fucking audience's fault for you, for them wanting you to be racist and them wanting you to be acting sexist. Phil's basically just admitting to everyone right here that him being true to himself was him being a racist, sexist, homophobic piece of shit. And he can't do it much anymore these days, and it fucking pisses him off because that's not him being true to himself.
Not to say that you would consider it racist, but just even making a joke about race. Back then it was accepted, today it's not, right?
Racism was never acceptable in 2010, Phil. You are delusional.
So, when you take a look at everything in perspective, alright? Today, I'm much smaller, I make way less money. This is all true. And the majority of people who know me on the internet know me for negative memes that people have made fun of me with over the last 5 to 10 years. All of those statements are true. So if you wanted to say, Dark Side Phil is in a state of decline, you're correct. That is a factual statement. But if you want to say Dark Side Phil is a failure, there's no factual justification to make that statement. I am happy. I am healthier now than I ever was, outside of maybe having a more receding hairline here, as you can see, because I'm getting older and there's nothing I can really do about that. Outside of that, I weigh less, right? I have less health problems, right? I told you guys, I used to be depressed. I used to drink all the time and treat my body.
Oh, so now it's a former thing. No, it's not. I used to be depressed. I used to be depressed. It's no longer a current thing anymore. Now it's a past thing. Hold the fuck on. Wait a fucking second here, because he fucking claimed last month, hey stupid, I have depression. He fucking said that to his own audience member, I have depression. But apparently that's all in the past now. Because he used a form of fucking tense right there. Listen again.
Problems, right? I told you guys, I used to be depressed. I used to drink all the time and treat my body like a terrible way. I don't do that anymore, right? I eat way better. I'm happily married. I have a great home life, which I wish I could spend more time with my wife and my cat. You know, and on top of all of that, all right, I am happier today with the content that I put out than I ever was before. When I sit down with you guys every day and we have this fun podcast and we have a react show and we have gameplay streams of various different kinds. One could be an action-based gameplay stream of multiplayer. One could be a chill stream where we interact and we talk a ton and we're playing a different style of game. No matter what content I'm putting out, I'm happy doing it. I'm actually having a great time. And people tell me there's a meaning behind that despite the fact that I'm not Mr. Popular on YouTube anymore, and I never will be again, because the kind of content that I put out is not in line with what YouTube wants. YouTube wants the drama, the clickbait, the viral stuff, play the hot new game, jump.
Yeah, yeah. Money, money.
Hey, make Phil dance. Ah, stop making him dance. There we go.
Yeah, yeah. Money, money.
Thank you very much to Black Mage for the super chat, who says Isaac Himmler was a creation of the audience, dude. Oh my fucking god. It was Isaac Himmler's. It wasn't Isaac Himmler's fault. It was a population, I guess. What the fuck? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can't believe he has this fucking. He's literally blaming his audience from back in the fucking day for him fucking acting all sexist and racist. That's what they wanted, so I fucking gave it to them. And right, like fucking seconds before it, I was true and honest and genuine and all that shit. You know what I mean? I was myself. I was being true to myself. Was his words? His words, true to myself. The whole entire time on YouTube, true to myself, were his words. And then he's fucking saying it was the audience that was fucking making me say all those sexist and racist things. It doesn't correlate. It doesn't add up. Right, Phil, wrap this up so we can get back to the fucking documentary, please.
YouTube wants the drama, the clickbait, the viral stuff, play the hot new game, jump in with other streamers and do silly, nonsensical, immature content and pranks and all this crap. Just keep talking nonsense about people and you will be popular, right? I don't want to do any of that. I never wanted to, because for me, it never was about being YouTube popular. I stumbled accidentally upon YouTube popularity. It wasn't intentional. It wasn't by design. It just kind of happened. And then after doing that for about 5 years, I got tired of it. I wanted to change. I told you, by like 2016.
Oh, shut the fuck up, you pathetic dork. Let's go 1.5 speed, because I'm getting bored of your ass.
Dude, I was burnt out. I didn't even want to do the kind of content anymore, which is why I started a whole new channel called KO Gaming, and I tried to do something different for a whole year. And then in 2017, I became an interactive streamer, and I've never looked back, right? The last 6 years of content I put out, like I said, at this point, almost 7 years, has been way more meaningful, in my opinion, than anything I did beforehand. And that's the God's honest truth. So, for me, I'm enjoying everything, and I have a viewer base that likes what I do. Sure, they may be much, much, much smaller than what I used to do, correct? But at least people are happy with me. They like the content, they watch the content, and they support the content, correct? So, that's the truth, and that's all that matters. It doesn't matter if you have 1,000 people who really like your stuff, or 1 million people who kind of like your stuff because you're popular and they just casually watch it. It's all the same. As long as you're happy with what you're doing, you feel there's meaning to it, and hey, you make a living doing it, you're a success. All right? I'm not striving to be a giant YouTube success or anything like that. I never was. All right? And
But you don't really make a fucking living from it, Phil, because fucking every month, without fail, when you got to fucking turn to your audience and remind them that you've got bills coming up, and remind them that you fucking got grocery shopping to do, remind them that you fucking get pet treats, remind them that times that your streams have been slow. When you're every month reminding your audience on a regular fucking basis that support has fucking been slow for particular fucking games and you're not sure if you should keep playing the fucking game, I wouldn't call that a success. I would call it a success, Phil, when you don't have to remind your audience on a daily, often hourly basis that support has been slow. When you can fucking stream games and have fun streaming them and get through them all and then bitch and whine and moan about the fucking gameplay, but if you can get through all that without telling your audience about support being slow, then I'll consider that a bit more fucking successful. But until you shut the fuck up about support being slow, no, you are not a goddamn success, you're a fucking failure, because you need to fucking tell your audience on a regular fucking basis, hey guys, give me fucking money, because you guys have not been fucking stepping up lately.
Understand that. Now, earlier this year, with all this toxic nonsense about me all over the internet, I chose to do an interview, all right? And I shouldn't have, because I told you guys I'd actually decided not to do it. And then I kind of got goaded into one, which that's my fault, all right?
That's not what happened. You had every opportunity to fucking back out of that. You had, even during the interview itself, you had every fucking opportunity to say, Phil, are you okay with this? Do you want to continue? Do you want to carry on? They gave you the opportunity to back out several fucking times, and you fucking went on, mate, because you said you wanted to fucking do it. So don't bullshit us all with that fucking crap.
And although the interview served its purpose, which was, if you ever want to hear about any of that nonsense and my answers to the nonsense, watch the interview. My answers are never going to change, because those are my answers. That's my truth. I spoke it during the interview. And if you don't believe it, you don't have to. But that's what I had to say about those nonsensical topics. And I'm done talking about it. And in truth, it worked. Because since that interview, although a lot of people didn't believe it and or just made slander content out of it, at least the interview exists and it's done. Right? And we moved on. This year, I was able to move on and say, I'm not bringing that shit up anymore. We're going to be able to relax. We're going to be able to enjoy gameplay. You know what I'm saying? And we had a good year. A lot of that drama stuff went away. Now, there was more drama as more people tried to pull me into their vortexes of shit. You know, I tried to branch out a little bit. People have been telling me for years, why don't you do like a podcast with other YouTubers and stuff? And I had an opportunity where I was contacted by other YouTubers. I didn't reach out to them. They reached out to me to say, hey, would you like to do a podcast show? And I said, yeah, I'd be interested in it. And we never really talked specifics or anything about it. And then what happens? It blows up in my face. Somehow I get to be made out to be like a villain or something, when in reality, I was just in talks about possibly doing a show. And they decided to go a different way because they wanted to make money, right?
What does it have to do with Turkey Tom's documentary? I didn't realise Phil was going to talk about this for so goddamn long, going in circles. What does this have to do with the documentary? We're still going to get through the fucking documentary. That's the bingo. That's why the bingo's not about DSP doing his podcast today. The bingo's about this documentary. God damn it, Phil, get to the point.
I didn't make that decision. They did, you know? So that had nothing to do with me, but yet constantly being tried to pull into the vortex, constantly talking about me, constantly trying to say shit about me, right? To goad me to say things. This is what these people do because they have nothing else to do. They have no content. They have no validity to anything they do. They're only pertinent when they're causing drama. You get it? So they don't have a fan base of people who actually like find meaning. It's just, well, what's the next drama today that you're creating so we can laugh at it, right? It really is the lolcow culture of how do we cause problems for people so we can laugh at the problems we cause, right? I don't know how that's valid. I don't know why that's allowed on YouTube, but it is. It seems to me like pretty toxic, damaging, very harmful content. But it's allowed constantly for some reason. And I hate to say it, but you know, people keep trying to pull me in, and I this year have done my absolute best to resist, right? After that interview, I was like, that's it. I'm not going to involve myself or my audience with this. Why? Because I don't.
Yeah, money.
He's kind of dancing.
Yeah.
He's not really dancing.
Money.
YouTube, thank you very much to Black Major Super Chat, who says, if this is your proof of success, put a bang bang in your mouth and dump the clip. I'm sure he means in Minecraft. I'm sure Black Mage meant in Minecraft. It could include the words in Minecraft at the end of that message because, you know, YouTube Super Chats are a bit weird sometimes. But yes, Phil, if that is your proof of success, put a bang bang in your mouth and dump the clip. in Minecraft. So there we go. Thank you very much, Black Mage. Thank you, Black Mage, for the super chat. And yeah, Phil's idea of success. I mean, he is delusional. Who's he trying to convince you that he's fucking successful? Himself or his audience? Because we're not buying it, that's for damn sure. I don't think his audience are either. I think he's actually trying to think to himself and convince himself he's actually successful. If he says that enough times, he'll fucking start believing it or some pish.
That's it. I'm not going to involve myself or my audience with this. Why? Because I don't want to bring people into this anymore. After that interview, I got so much feedback from my audience telling me, please don't do this stuff anymore. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to have anything to do with this because we like watching your positive content. We like watching fun stuff, right? That's what we want.
Phil, can you show me evidence that they all said that? Because I don't buy that fucking shit for a second. They told you that that interview went terribly. I remember that decompression session stream you had. You kept fucking telling your audience that interview was great. What are you talking about? And your audience like, nope. That audience of yours was like, Phil, that did not go well whatsoever. You look terrible. This is not a good look for you. Damage control, please. And Phil's like, no, what are you talking about, guys? It was great. I mean, the interview went as expected. It was fantastic. And also the following day, Phil lost his goddamn fucking mind because even though Phil was allowed a decompression session, side-scrollers apparently weren't. And side-scrollers also weren't allowed to have their own personal opinions about how the interview went and their own takes on what Phil said during it.
We want gameplay. We want you reacting to fun clips from the internet. We want, chill streams. We don't want to hear about how the next person is insulting you and now you have to insult them back and this personal insult about behind.
Hold on, D-Dog. Do you mean that, hold on, so I'm behind Phil by about 10 minutes. Are you trying to tell me that Phil is still talking about his 10 minutes from now? Because if that is the case, I'm fucking leaving this fucking thing right now and I'm going straight back to the documentary. He apparently is. Phil is going to spend the next 10 minutes fucking ranting and raving about his fucking shit. Guys, I think we can cover that another day. Maybe tomorrow's bingo, look up fucking DSP memology clip on Phil's rant about this fucking documentary. We have a 2-hour documentary to get through and enjoy for bingo. As fun as it is to see Phil melt down and try and justify why he's not a fucking failure or a piece of shit human being, that's not what today's all about. Let's just get back to the documentary, which time win bingo. In case people are late to the fucking stream and wondering what's going on, this is a bingo about the documentary that Turkey Tom made. And I've got a special card for it. It's a very unique card for this documentary. I've not seen it yet. I want to see it. But Phil fucking ranting and raving and fucking going off his tiny little fucking head about the fucking a documentary and his reputation. Fuck off. Let's just get back to this.
Being the good Samaritan he is, Phil took his neighbor's advice. As it turns out, however, his neighbor wasn't the only person getting annoyed at Phil. The running jokes surrounding DSP's online presence actually had a running start, as they were already going on before he had enough detractors, and people in general, seeing his content in order to pick up on it. Though if you are to go back and look at these older uploads, you can catch them in the wild. For example, Phil claimed he suffered from a chronic nasal drip, and because of this, he also chronically snorted loudly into the microphone. Later on, in part due to his tendency to ask for money, this take of Phil's got him compared to pigs many times. Another focal point for his haters was his loudness, which his neighbor can corroborate, but specifically his laugh, lovingly dubbed the seal laugh due to its ASMR tier exquisite sound design. But let's be fair here, regardless of how entertaining or irritating these may be, they're most likely done unconsciously by Phil. This is just how he is, he had no choice. However, what he has chosen is to be the real-life incarnation of a character from South Park, as he made a series of videos dedicated exclusively to cataloging his funniest...
It's fantastic. Okay, this documentary's been quite good so far. I'm quite happy with what they've covered. And yes, Phil is trying his best to fucking hide this part of his fucking content and not have it be visible anymore, but the internet does not forget. Phil himself made these fucking racist moments on his own channel. He celebrated his racism.
Racist remarks while gaming. Many people's careers get decimated when they have one racist remark revealed to their audience, but Phil is such an absolute based unit that he himself compiles and posts his own expose material. Around the same time he started putting more effort into uploading to his YouTube channel, he was also hired into a job as a customer service phone operator for a company called Aftermarket Support for Helicopters, though sometimes he refers to it as HSI, which means Helicopter Support Incorporated. According to Phil's retelling, he constantly worked extra hours and was paid paid less than other people who did the same job as him, despite the company's actual vice president telling them he was better than his customer service position and that he was to undergo extensive training for a promotion into what sounds like a general managerial role. He supposedly did all of this training while remaining a customer service employee, which he described as equivalent to working 2 jobs simultaneously. After 2 years of this, he was temporarily taken out of his customer service position and placed into that managerial position. And if his word is to be trusted, he revamped the entire company and started saving them a lot of money. And his work was so excellent that they gave him an award. The only problem was his work was so excellent, in fact, they no longer had any use for him, and within 2 months of giving him this award, they laid him off.
Plus, his daddy was the one that fucking handed out the awards. He got an award from his fucking daddy just to fucking appease him.
Does this sound fishy to you at all? Because it sounds like the Pacific Ocean to me, and to many other people as well. Well, though we only have Phil's side of the story, it's not that difficult to glean a very different one from simply looking into it. For starters, his last job was at Best Buy, and the story with it is also very interesting. Phil claims that he was the leader of a business team and was paid better than everyone else, and that the leadership at Best Buy hated him because he made too much money. Again, this story is basically that he was so good at his job, there was no reason for the business team, which he was the leader of, to exist, and because they couldn't just fire him, they framed him for violating Best Buy's discount policy. That, or he did indeed get fired for violating Best Buy's discount policy, but I'll let you decide which is more likely. If only they reduced his pay instead of framing him, they would have found out that Phil is willing to be underpaid and work multiple jobs at the same time. Anyway, this is just a segue to the question, how did he get a job at a helicopter support company? The answer is deceptively simple. His dad. As a former logistics coordinator for HSI put it, there was a significant culture of being rewarded in accordance to who you know rather than what your work affects. Presumably, Phil heard these kinds of complaints from his more blue-collar workers and decided to pretend he was one of them, but the truth was precisely the opposite. His father, David, worked at the company as a customer support manager from 2005 to 2007, later being promoted to logistics manager and finally continuous improvement leader, which is noteworthy since this is the exact phrase Phil uses when describing his job and training at the company. It instantly becomes clear that David, having achieved a reputable position in the company, had his son hired as the position he used to occupy. The highest likelihood is that Phil simply transplanted his dad's achievements onto himself. Unlike Phil, his dad is an extremely experienced and highly skilled person, a former Marine with GPAs north of 3.7, along with a bachelor's, 2 masters, and 1 PhD, all related to quality management. His stint managing HSI was just an extension of his already decades-long business relationship with its parent company, Sikorsky Aircraft, having begun as a mere shop technician and being promoted all the way up to an elite position before becoming his own boss and opening a company of his own. The job he passed down to his son wasn't an entry position, it was something he worked up to for 3 decades. So it's no wonder Phil couldn't fill his shoes even a little bit. All of this becomes particularly egregious when later on in his career, Phil punctuates this story with his complaints and grievances about how corporate America is mean and exploitative to poor little blue-collar workers like him, when he was literally a nepotism hire. The whole being thoroughly trained for an elite position story also disintegrates once Phil makes the mistake of showing the award he got during a stream. As it turns out, the award for his amazing work was in fact simply a certificate that he had completed something called ACE certification program, which by doing cursory research into the company is something that tens of thousands of people go through at HSI and not a special program he was assigned to by the vice president himself. In any case, his delusion about his job at HSI is so great that he actually believes that him being laid off caused the company to go out of business.
At that helicopter company I worked for, within a few years of...
Okay, I'm going to say this right now. I'm actually pleasantly surprised how much research has gone into the fucking backstory of DSP. I thought this was going to be basically about the YouTube career itself. I didn't expect it to cover Phil's prior life on before YouTube. That's kind of why we don't actually have a huge amount of things ticked off in the card yet. I was focusing mainly on things that happened to Phil, mainly on YouTube. You know, I'll say during that time, basically everything you see in this fucking card is like covering his YouTube time. There's not a lot of stuff on that kind of prior to YouTube. But yeah, it was so pleasantly surprised, yeah. And it makes me wonder as well, I'll try to do some quick math in my head there. About 20 minutes into the fucking documentary, and this is going to go quite detailed with it, you could very easily have like a 10-hour documentary with this kind of detail for the rest of Phil's time on YouTube, and it wouldn't cover all the bases. So as happy as I am to see this kind of detail being looked at for his early days, I am a little bit concerned how he's going to try and squeeze everything in for the rest of the video. But maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised, who knows, we'll see.
company to go out of business.
At that helicopter company I worked for, within a few years of me getting laid off, they went out of business.
Another very conveniently underexplained wrinkle in this story is the detail about him buying a condo so that he could live closer to the job. And I paraphrase, be the guy that shows up during a snowstorm when everyone else doesn't. The problem with his Hustler's University tier motivational grind begins with the fact that he bought a condo while being supposedly severely underpaid. However, the real crux of the condo story comes when you find out that based on the intentional self-docs Phil gave out in a video tour of his condo and the public records of his dad's address, which are not going to be specified for privacy reasons, it was less than a 10-minute drive from his parents' house. He already lived near his job. All his move did was shave off a mere 5 minutes from the total commute, meaning he bought a $130,000 condo because he wanted to buy one. More avid followers of DSP have added to the in-depth analysis of his condo shenanigans, saying that part of Phil's motivations for buying property so close to his parents was so he could just go back to their house to get meals and his clothes washed, due to him being too much of a man-child to do those things himself. And to be honest, I actually agree with that lifestyle choice because I am a man baby and I refuse to do anything. Last but not least, it's claimed he at one point admitted to buying the condo from a girl he worked with in hopes of getting with her, only to be notified she had a boyfriend after the deal was closed. However, a lot of the original Dark Side Phil uploads have been privated or otherwise unavailable through regular means, so these footnotes have yet to be verified. But regardless of the whys and hows, despite his father's best efforts,
I mean, I can confirm it if you want. I mean, it's true. I guess, you know, he done his research and he fucking found out that kind of thing. But yeah, that's definitely true. Phil has told a story before about if fucking wanted to try. Well, actually, did Phil tell that story? I'm trying to remember it now. Fuck it, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's quite true. D-Dog is telling us all that after 40 minutes on the fucking podcast today, live DSP is still going on about how he's a fucking success and he's not a failure and everything else. I am so glad we bailed from that. I generally thought it was going to be like fucking 5-10 minutes of DSP basically just talking about the documentary. Nah, he's trying his best to fucking make sure his audience are brainwashed into believing that Phil's a big successful boy and he's so fucking great at things and he's not a failure whatsoever, but he still needs your fucking money. He really does, to pay his bills.
Phil once again found himself unemployed, and it was during this period that he decided to pursue content creation full-time, and his hobby turned into his profession. There was only one pesky little issue with this plan. Phil had his AdSense account preemptively disabled for directly begging for his audience to click on the ads that appeared on his videos, something that went against the terms and conditions of the standard AdSense contract.
Please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos there, because hopefully, you know, fingers crossed.
Phil would later try and distract people from this fact by saying that the real reason his AdSense was suspended was due to a video of his being so successful, YouTube thought he was cheating.
I made this video of me in the shower topless, scrubbing my body, basically slurring my words because I had drank so much, alright? It went viral. Within a day, the thing had something like 30,000 views, if not more. And honestly, because I was making so much, you know, there were ads on it and people were going crazy for the ads. I made like $1,000 in a day on that video, which is out of control, right? But that video got so much attention. Guess what? That was the video that triggered YouTube 7+ years ago to think that I was cheating with the AdSense program, and they contacted me and said, "We're kicking you out of the AdSense program on this channel because we suspect that you're sitting there clicking on the video to get ad revenue because you made so much in one day." And I was like, I didn't. It was the viewers. The viewers went nuts for this crazy video and probably went over and went, "Oh, I want to support Phil, the underdog. He just lost his job. Let's all click on the ads or whatever," which you're not supposed to do. You're not supposed to do that on YouTube. No, you're not supposed to ever try to have someone click on ads or anything. It's supposed to be of their own free will. So YouTube falsely accused me of doing this myself.
That sounds very, very real. In the very same breath, he lets it slip that he asked for people to click on the ads, confirming that this was the violation in question before proceeding to haphazardly justify it. This wasn't the only blow Phil suffered, as a series of playthroughs he was in the process of completing were being uploaded to his channel for the game Splinter Cell Conviction. He got copyright striked, which made the original Dark Side Phil channel screech to a halt. In response to this, he created DSP Gaming, his longest running and currently still active main channel, even after the original channel was reactivated when YouTube decided the copyright claims were indeed false. Since his AdSense account was still not working, the prospect of being a professional gaming content creator on YouTube was still squarely outside of Phil's purview, so he went to another website, which at the time was one of YouTube's main competitors, Blip.tv. Blip was considered laxer on copyright issues, hence why creators like nostalgia critics Doug Walker also re-uploaded their content there. However, Phil's time on Blip was very short, as the more relaxed terms of service made him a little too comfortable. How comfortable Uncomfortable? Well, he decided to roleplay as the last remaining Nazi during a playthrough of the game Dead Space 2, saying that every enemy he killed in game was Jewish.
This is what happens when you let the Jews do whatever they want. You've let the Jews overrun space, and now look at this. Their greed has had the artifact turn everyone into necromorphs.
Despite being the second biggest creator on it at the time, this probably lost him his partnership with Blip, leaving him bereft and upset that he wasn't given a chance to redeem himself by the platform. Just in the nick of time, however, came Machinima, who offered him a chance to bypass his AdSense troubles by having the money come into their account. For the sake of full disclosure, an often forgotten about fact is that this wasn't the first opportunity he had to partner with Machinima. The first time a contract was being negotiated was back in 2010, but Phil ruined it by first demanding his videos be featured once a week on Machinima's channel, and when his demands were rejected, he made a video trashing the company for unrelated, and according to Hutch, made-up reasons. But a year later, Machinima overlooked it and foolishly decided to take him on anyway. On top of that, they would also protect him from any potential copyright issues he may face. Just like that, DSP was back to brute forcing his YouTube success by uploading a massive volume of videos until one of them happened to get a lot of views, much like he used to do on the original DSP account. Alongside the gameplay videos, he had other segments such as Ask the King Q&A, the Weekend Preview, which I suppose covered DSP-related news, and the most notorious DSP Tries It, where Phil would, as the name suggests, try new things of all varieties. Eventually, it was canceled, however, due to the negative effects it was having on his health, due to how often the trying involved eating extremely unhealthy fast food. Despite the very rocky road he took to get to this point, Phil finally approached something resembling stability, and even a fan base who tolerated his attempts at humor and the incessant burping and snorting straight into the microphone. Okay, that's a little facetious. The Dead Space thing was honestly pretty funny. If you were to scroll through the comments on his condo tours from 2011, people were genuinely happy for Phil, many even living vicariously through him, wishing they had an entire condo to be their man cave full of gaming memorabilia. For every person annoyed by Phil, there were many more that enjoyed watching him. There was a moment in time in which it could be said the general audience wanted to like him, and there was a reason to be optimistic for the future of Darkside Phil, but nobody could predict how fast this reputation would sour.
Hate worthless humans? If you worked on this part of the game, you're a worthless human.
In the early 2010s, Google reformed its AdSense system, and now it rewarded viewer retention instead of sheer numbers of views. Essentially, the longer someone watches your video, the better. Just getting a click is not enough to make as much money as someone who gets people to stick around on their video for an hour. This was an issue for Phil since he had a penchant for splitting his videos up into dozens of little tidbits, rarely cracking 10 minutes, often being as short as 2. He also refused to improve the technical aspects of his content despite how much money he had already made out of it and how many of his actual legitimate fans were begging him. By 2011, PewDiePie was already soaring to insane heights of popularity with relatively good quality, a decent mic, and even a face cam, setting a new standard for gaming content, while Phil was still languishing with his busted camera filming his screen, with little to no editing to speak of. The problem became more and more inflamed as time went on, and Phil's viewers let him know that if he wasn't interested in evolving his format, they would move on to newer and better channels than his, to which he either responded with derision, a ban from his channel comments, or both. In short, DSP made it clear he didn't want to treat YouTube like it was, his job and his only source of income.
2 years ago, it was about me, waking up, putting my camera down whenever the hell I felt like it, recording for a few hours and uploading the footage to YouTube. Now, it's about having a schedule. Every day, getting up, whether I feel good or not, plopping down on the couch, setting up, live streaming on a schedule so you guys can watch live, then trying to figure out how to schedule out uploads. It actually, I'd say this, it's actually more work at this point doing what I'm doing because it is more like having a regular job. Every day I'm trying to do 2 streams because that's the kind of dedication that I put towards this effort. So, sitting down, streaming for several hours, uploading videos, streaming a second stream, babysitting the videos, setting them up for uploads, putting them into playlists, tweeting, keeping you guys in the know. It's a lot of work versus what I used to do.
Very rarely do you get this clear of an admission of laziness. He often bragged about how much money he made off of his channel, but clearly it wasn't enough for him to hire an editor, get a capture card, or basically anything that would improve the experience for the viewer. The viewer being the reason he gets any money in the first place. And if that weren't enough, even in hindsight he sees nothing wrong with his attitude, and actually blamed the negative responses he was getting on people being envious of how much money he was making. Due to his plummeting popularity, and concomitantly, his depleting AdSense revenue, Machinima sought to reevaluate his contract, renegotiating various areas of their partnership. Particularly, the amount Phil was paid for pumping out his content slop was under heavy scrutiny, since Machinima was receiving a lot less from advertisers. It seems that this renegotiation talk finally lit an ember under Phil's ass and got him to at least try and do different things than his usual stick. One of these things was a series called Project 7, which was purportedly made based on suggestions from Machinima and his fanbase. I know this era of YouTube, and particularly content adjacent to AVGN and Nostalgia Critic, which this definitely was, is typically cringy and corny, and that's part of the appeal, but I think this was cutting it a little bit close.
That's right, and you'll never escape my clutches.
That's just me being a hater though, because alongside with his panel at MagFest 2012, Project 7 was one of the very few instances of genuine positivity surrounding Phil's come-up, and for a very brief period, it was almost as if he wasn't completely phoning it in for the money. However, despite Project 7 looking good on Phil's resume, and giving his channel the appearance that he was indeed putting in an effort, the stories surrounding it behind the scenes were dismal. In an hour-and-a-half long video that eventually came out in 2015, only to be taken down by Phil due to it being a PR nightmare for him, his friends John Rambo and Howard, with whom he did Project 7, told the truth about how it was made. Mind you, this wasn't initiated by John and Howard, but by Phil himself, who, when asked about the rumors of the two no longer being friends with him, said that real men discussed their problems and suggested that the only feasible explanation for their falling out is that they were jealous of him, as Phil tends to do. All of the videos of Project 7, which heavily relied on editing and storyboarding, were produced by two childhood friends of Howard's, Andre and Paul, who ran the YouTube channel Respect the Pact. As a matter of fact, they were the ones who had the idea for Project 7, and only brought Phil in, presumably because he was looking for ways to branch out with his content. Initially, Phil being the face of it meant that their work would get more eyes on it than usual, which is a good thing. However, they quickly realized Phil wasn't exactly someone who exhibited good faith. For starters, the editing and special effects, which again were the brunt of the series, was taking up a lot of Andre and Paul's time, especially since Andre was about to become a father. This prompted John to tell Phil to pay them for their efforts, to which Phil replied he had already offered to do so, and they'd turned it down. This turned out to be a bold-faced lie.
Yeah, I think Phil's wording, according to Rambo, Phil had said, they don't want paid. You know, and people are like, what? As if, you know what I mean? But I believe what Rambo described, that they had fucking, Phil responded by saying they didn't want paid. They're happy not to be fucking paid, which is just obviously fucking bullshit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the original fucking thing it said about it.
Phil replied he had already offered to do so, and they'd turned it down. This turned out to be a bold-faced lie, which was instantly revealed once John mentioned it to them. Apparently, Phil had every intention of keeping every proceed from Project 7 to himself, and wanted to share it with absolutely no one. And before you think this is because of Machinima renegotiations or what have you, during the production and publishing of the show, Howard noticed that Phil bought a plethora of expensive man-baby gamer toys, which he's known for decking his house out with. And if that isn't enough to invoke a sense of injustice, a BMW. Not with
the BMW was not bought, it was a lease. But still, Phil fucking basically showing off all this, you know, expensive new shit while he's not paying anyone is a dick move, absolutely.
Standing, everyone involved in the series contributed out of their own pocket to produce and sell merchandise for it, but only Phil ever saw any of the resulting revenue. The pettiness on Phil's part was so extensive that he didn't even tolerate positive comments about the other participants in Project 7. Upon seeing John Rambo's contributions to the show be considered funnier and better performed than his, Phil rushed to claim that everything, including their lines, was his idea, when they were not. They confronted him about it, and he apologized, but according to John in particular, Phil's apologies meant very little. Over the course of their friendship, Phil tended to either make a slight or tell a lie about John, apologize when confronted, only to do it again a while after. Ultimately, this is why their friendship broke down. They simply lost all faith that Phil could listen and care about what actions of his made his pretty much only friends uncomfortable or upset, and gave up on interacting with him altogether. Eventually, in 2022, Phil claimed that the reason no payment was made to them for their work on the project was due to the fact that, indeed, the project was losing money. Even if this was the case, and who knows, there's a fair chance it was, he could could have just communicated that to them. The fact that he didn't talk about the project failing until 10 years later is at least a little bit suspicious, I guess. Just a little. While the seeds were being sown for the disintegration of Phil's relationship with his friends, he was beginning a new relationship with someone else. Leanna, also known as Panda Lee Games or just Panda Lee. Immediately, people took issue with the fact that Phil was 30 years old while Leanna was born in 1993, meaning in 2012 she would have been 19 turning 20. Since Phil's life was indistinguishable from his content at this point, since he would spend most of his waking hours doing something or other to contribute to the pumping out of more content, Leanna coming into his life meant that she was bound to show up on the videos as well. However, some viewers took issues with this, as her presence was sometimes considered disruptive to the regular flow of content. Personally, I don't get this very much because as far as I can tell, she was basically the female version of Phil and close to being as obnoxious and insensitive as he was.
But anyway, yeah, you gotta like expose the Illuminati. They know everything, but I know more.
Viewers attempted to negotiate with Phil regarding her presence in the videos, but Phil, like he always does, took this constructive criticism as abject hatred and responded exactly how you'd expect him to. When a commenter said, "Don't mind her doing playthrough with you, but these type of vlogs should just be you," he replied with a very gracious, "You're a f***ing idiot." The Leanna situation went on for a while despite the consistent grumbling of some members of the audience. Until one day, it scabbed over during a stream in which Phil was playing Kingdom Hearts. Panda Lee began provoking the chat by making a series of remarks about the game's quality. Kingdom Hearts is boring. All fanboys, please cry into jars so I can moisturize in your sadness and rage. Due to this somewhat inflammatory comment towards a beloved franchise, people fell to her goading and began arguing with her in chat. This is hardly a shock, since when people are watching Phil play a game, it tends to be because they like the game. This went on until the crushing majority of chat turned against her, not just because they liked Kingdom Hearts, but because she was actively drawing negative attention to herself for no reason. All of it culminated in her appealing to Phil to do something about people being mean to her in chat, and so Phil conceded.
Alright, and now I'm going to tell everyone in the chat I had enough of your bullshit tonight. I see everyone arguing with my girlfriend instead of talking about the game, and I've had enough. So we're going to put it in sub-only mode, and now none of you can fucking talk, since you can't act your age or act mature, and you all want to argue with my girlfriend. Now you can just have no chat. How about that? So, fuck all of you who are acting immature. This is what you get now. We're putting it into sub-only mode. Idiots.
If people had found her to be a slight, even if infrequent, annoyance before, now she had been seen as a bully and a coward who was prone to instigating conflicts with her boyfriend's audience, only to run back under his umbrella of safety when people treated her how she treated others. She also took on Phil's tendencies regarding participating in flame wars in the comment sections, saying things like, "I get paid for trolls to watch and whine, so I don't see the harm in letting me get paid for them to cry more. Yeah, you clearly aren't getting any, but Phil is and has for over a year now. And let's be honest, do you think Phil and I care about what you or anyone else thinks? Because we don't. If you were in front of me face to face, you'd get a nice helping of my fist punching you right in the balls." Perhaps the most ironic moment out of the whole situation was that years later, Phil actually threw her under the bus and described her as someone who was confrontational and always wanted to get the one up on everyone else. I mentioned it before, but that's exactly the same trait that made Phil so unlikable early on. So he's not even projecting it onto her, he's accurately noticing why they got along with each other so well. They were similar people. But Leanna did serve a purpose in the larger narrative of DSP. Her presence led to much more concrete displays of disrespect from Phil to his audience. Indirectly, she was the reason many of Phil's fans noticed how comfortable he was, disregarding their opinions and just doing whatever he wanted at their behest. Besides the beginning of Leanna's presence in his life and content, 2012 was also marked by even more examples of Phil being terrible at gaming, despite it being the core of his job. The most glaring instance was during a video of Half-Life Black Mesa, in which he failed to pay attention to the game's tutorial instructions, proceeded to struggle for 30 minutes in an area of the game because he didn't know how to crouch jump, and then claimed that this core mechanic of the game's movement was actually bugged.
That's a classic. That is incredible. Yeah, Phil had no idea how to crouch jump, and he thought it was a fucking glitch to fucking get through the fucking thing. Legitimately, he had no fucking clue about the fucking crouch jump mechanic in the fucking game. You know, it told him. It told him in the fucking game how to fucking do it, and he didn't. He was too busy just running his goddamn mouth to pay attention to what the fucking game was telling him. So he missed it, and he had no idea what to do, and yeah, that's yeah. For people that weren't aware of that, yeah, that was mental.
Up until this moment, Phil's haters were disorganized and disaffected, believing that no matter how poignant their criticisms of Phil and his content were, they'd just fall on deaf ears. But as 2013 began, this was fated to change. A YouTube account called Evil AJ 2010 uploaded the very first entry to a sprawling series of videos that would ultimately spell Phil's downfall as a content creator. This series was called This Is How You Don't Play, and it compiled DSP's playthroughs while highlighting the funniest examples of him being awful at a game. The first one contained clips of Phil playing Metal Gear, a stealth game, like it was a regular action game, and dying a lot in the process. Phil addressed this during one of his long-winded rant videos, and though he made an effort to claim that they were the dumb ones for bringing attention to DSP's playthroughs and indirectly making him money, it was clear that for whatever reason, being called bad at a game bugged him, even if just a little. At face value, it's just a video highlighting how much he sucks at Metal Gear Solid. It's not that big of a deal, right? Like, somebody could make a whole channel on how bad I am at video games. They could make billions. But for Phil, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. The dam was cracking, and many of Phil's detractors, as he came to notoriously call them, saw it as a sign that they could also speak about their grievances with DSP in general. Slowly, the spark created by this video turned into a wildfire, and to an extent it was more popular than Phil himself. Due to Phil's focus on quantity over quality, the views his videos got weren't really attached to him or his brand, nor on how good the videos were. Hence why they oscillated so much depending on what game he played or what the video's topic was. Meanwhile, the How You Don't Play video catered to a very specific audience, people who didn't like Phil, and there was definitely an audience for that. It seemed like Phil felt the shift to his public image happen in real time, prompting him to make 2 videos to address the negativity, though he acted as if people actually hated him just because he was bad at the games. The thing is, many people have marketed their gaming videos on them sucking at it and dying a lot, but DSP was the opposite. He had a history of branding himself as a pro player and of blaming the game whenever he sucked. Part of his ego, part of his persona, was that he was good at games. Furthermore, he also had a history of putting other people down for not being good at games. Case in point, Tobuscus. Back in mid-2012, he made a video.
I was thinking of adding him to the fucking list as well. I wasn't sure if I was going to get mentioned. Like, my entire list, okay? I'll share. Hold on. Let me share with you guys right now. Like, I'll change my wee. Like, hold on. Can I do this? What's the best way of doing this? Give me a second here. I gotta fucking share. Hold on. I'll just go fucking full screen for a second, and I'll just change this fucking source to have it be this instead. Right. This was my entire list I had for this fucking particular bingo. Keep in mind, it's a random bingo card. I had 50 possible things that could go in it. And one of the things I was thinking of adding was Tobuscus, but I didn't do it. SOK, Panda Lee, Incident, FGC, 4 for Evil, Machinima, WWE Champions, Bankruptcy, Taxes, Parents, Jasper, Cat, Gout, Twitch, Bootin, Hateful Slurs, Side Scores, Backbleats, DoorDash, Red Street, Derek, Keemstar, Lockout Podcast, Blip TV, Snorts, Does I Don't Play, Copyright Strikes, Racism, Viewer Abuse. Then you got fucking fake apologies, beg videos, fundraisers, alcohol, Discord, King of Hate, moderators, PayPal, chargebacks, algorithm, RTU, LTG, depression, Devon, Rambo, Project 7, WWE Supercard, Patreon, AdSense, catfishing, direct capturing, credit cards. So there's plenty of choice I went and had for this bingo in particular. And I was, as I said, I was on the fence with adding Tobuscus, but I wasn't sure if that was going to be a big enough thing to get added to this documentary. I wasn't sure if it was going to get mentioned. But lo and behold, it looks like it made the cut, so there we go. And by the way, my impression so far of this documentary, I am quite impressed. You know, I'm like 36 minutes into it, you know what I mean? So just over a quarter of the way in. Very impressive stuff so far from Turkey Tom. So yeah, quite good so far. I'm quite pleased with it. Hopefully we'll be able to cover all the things left in the card. There's still a lot of things left in the card, so I'm a little bit concerned that we won't hit everything. But then again, you know, who knows? We can only hope.
Called Get Competitors Ads Off My Videos that supposedly was just him being upset that other channels were being advertised for in his videos. Putting aside the issue that he was still pocketing the money for these ads, in actuality, the video was a lot more malicious than Phil let on. For a significant portion of it, he did nothing but bash Tobuscus gratuitously.
That being said, please understand, disclaimer, this video is not intended to be a direct attack on anyone.
A few moments later.
Your videos suck, you're not funny, and you're not good at gaming. Watch your own videos. You're horrible. When it comes to gaming, he's not funny. He's not funny.
For starters, this was a straight up stupid move, since if you were into one gaming YouTuber back then, likelihood is you were into a lot of the other ones. So all Phil was doing was angering the parts of his audience that he shared with Toby. But Phil also specifically and seriously attacked him for not being funny and sucking at games, both of which
it's not Phil and Seam, so we'll make him dance. Make Tobuscus dance. There we go.
Anonymous tipped £5. We need a new host for this podcast. This one makes me wanna quit drinking me radiator fluid. Quick, throw a tomato at the Scotsman. You need more ye head juice.
Yeah, cheeky bastard. Thank you, Anonymous, for that tip. We need a new host for this podcast. Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, to be fair, I've actually held my tongue quite a bit. Oh my god, there's actually fucking tomatoes in the fucking chat. Unsalted skies was the first. B followed up quickly afterwards. Fucking hold on to your fucking tomatoes. Oh my god, anyway. Thank you very much for the tip, Anonymous. And yeah, I know, I mean, on a serious note, I know I'm not everyone's cup of tea. I know sometimes it's kind of, it's the way it goes with all detractors. I know some people have their own kind of favourites or whatever as well. Whatever, you know what I mean? But yeah, if people are happy and enjoy themselves, of course, that's the main thing. If people aren't, then I'm not going to get offended like DSP would, you know what I mean? I know I'm not everyone's cup of tea or whatever, but as long as people are having fun and we're having a good time playing bingo, that's the main thing. Right now, I feel like I'm covered in fucking tomatoes. I feel like a big fucking Scottish pizza. Where's the cheese?
But Phil also specifically and seriously attacked him for not being funny and sucking at games, both of which are DSP's whole brand, whether he knew it or not. Additionally, he suggested that Tobuscus, along with other gaming channels he chose not to name here, have found different ways to abuse the YouTube system to get big. This is coming from the man who purposely split his playthroughs into hundreds of different parts so that his total view count would go up, and asked for people to click on his ads so that he made more money from a video. Anyone with a cursory knowledge of DSP recognized he was throwing giant rocks from a extremely thin glass house. Last but not least, he says other gaming YouTubers don't put as much effort into their gameplays as he does, despite the fact that as of May 2012, he was still refusing to buy a capture card to properly record his playthroughs instead of pointing a camera at his screen. In his mind, his decision to not pay anyone to edit and improve his SEO by making decent thumbnails for him is justified due to how stellar his commentary is, so much so that he describes it as non-stop improv comedy. I'm not going to sit here and act like popular early 2010s gaming content was all comedy gold, but Phil's brand of comedy definitely managed to be even more obnoxious. All in all, it was very clear that Phil was simply seething because there was someone being more professional than he was and making more money than he did because of it.
Okay? And then they hired Toby Turner to be the guy backstage. He's acting like an asshole. He acts like he's a goofball. He's self-deprecating. Complete utter flop.
This entire commotion was particularly rich due to how many times Phil accused other people of disliking him out of jealousy, including the creator of the How You Don't Play series. The wave of hate towards DSP coalesced into a decentralized group called Kojima.
Snow Yosef tipped £5. Common man, it's a joke, we all love your content and your accent, it gives the insults and criticism weight. Stop being insecure, I just love to troll you and others. I hate being serious, so thanks for this. Stay frosty.
Well, first of all, thank you for the tip, Snow Yosef. Second of all, we know who the fucking tipper was last time. The last tipper was anonymous and now they've revealed themselves to be Snow Yosef. We're caught in the fucking act. Thank you, Snow Yosef, for the tip. I do appreciate it. I don't know, it's kind of weird, like, I don't actually think it, I mean, maybe it came across as insecurity, but I'm genuinely kind of a mentality where if people don't like it, they don't have to stay. You know what I mean? But obviously, I'm hoping people fucking like it, of course, you know what I mean? But at the same time, I'm not fucking holding a gun to anyone's head and saying, hey, you're going to fucking stay and enjoy this. I'm quite easy fucking going, you know what I mean? I don't try and make a big fucking deal about things, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, I certainly have had good feedback, of course, about the bingo stuff over the years, and I'm always trying to improve it as well. And it's thanks to people like yourself, of course, as well. You know, it's just I'm always talking to people as well, trying to kind of think of things that they would like to see or have or whatever, you know what I mean? So yeah, I do appreciate the support and the feedback as well I get from folk, and as long as we're all having a good time as well, that's the main thing. But I do appreciate the kind words. So anyway, can we fucking stop throwing tomatoes now? Please, can we fucking stop throwing tomatoes? Thank you. Anyway, let's get back to the bingo. I feel like we're going to cover, I'll say, this feels like it's going to cover into, you know, SOK territory, which could have been in the card, but the randomizer fucking didn't do it.
Series. The wave of hate towards DSP coalesced into a decentralized group called Kojima World Order, whose intro can be seen in many of the Detractor's videos at the time. Unfortunately, there was also a downside to Phil being faced with all of these criticisms. It gave him the opportunity to play the victim. Despite his decline in viewership having begun all the way back when YouTube's ad revenue system switched to retention, he swiftly shifted the blame to Evil AJ and everyone who was on his side, if that could be said as a side to be on. Finally, in early to mid 2013, DSP did the unthinkable T-Mobile and bought a capture card, presumably his way of caving to the negativity. Also known as listening to reasonable advice your own audience has been giving you for years as to what they want to see, or maybe just like what the industry standard is. However, it was a little too late, and the tide had already turned against him for good. Undeterred, Phil went on to cause even greater controversy within his audience when he started the Hardcore Gaming Season giveaway of 2013, when rather than giving away actual games, he instead gave away empty boxes.
This is Deus Ex Human Revolution Collector's Edition. Comes with this very nifty collector's box on the inside. Comes with a few things. First of all, collector's edition packaging. As you open that up, you're going to see the game's gone because I traded in years ago.
This got him lambasted and unsubscribed from, even by many of his diehard fans. Besides his fans, he was also being ridiculed by his peers. Other YouTubers and gaming-adjacent celebrities anywhere from 2013 to mid-2014 were finding out who DSP was from the clips of him floating around online. PewDiePie and Minecraft's creator Nosh were roped into the DSP phenomenon. Even fellow Blip.tv adjacent lolcow Spoonie was roped in. Perhaps the most notable instance of another YouTuber chiming in with their 2 cents about DSP's situation was Total Biscuit, but not because it was the most aggressive takedown. As a matter of fact, it was quite the opposite. It was one of the most scathing pieces of criticism DSP ever received, precisely because of how generous and understanding it was as far as trying to see it from Phil's point of view. After being mentioned a few times by DSP, Total Biscuit made a comment saying, "If DSP is name dropping me a lot, I don't know why. It's really weird that he's doing that. He's not my friend or colleague. I've barely spoken to him. I dislike DSP's content and his attitude. I've done some terrible things on the internet that I regret, but nothing close to the stuff he does on a very regular basis. He is a really, really bad Let's Player, constantly blaming the game for his own mistakes, and I find that really distasteful. If you make your living playing someone else's work, then the least you can do is respect the work that went into it in the first place. I don't like to see someone harassed online daily. I've experienced it myself, and it's put me in some really dark places. But to say DSP brings it on himself is a massive understatement. His persona is the king of hate. He does it on purpose, and there's a lot of baggage that comes with being super negative. That's like his only defining characteristic. He's not good at the games he plays. He's a controversy machine, and that feeds his channel. Nothing I've seen him do has caused anything positive to happen. Here's the thing. Insulting your fans is often blown out of proportion. DSP is terrible for this, and most of what he says to his viewers is inexcusable, but let's not pretend that viewers are immune to criticism themselves. They often act like assholes, they're entitled, whiny, and provide a lot of subjective criticism with no constructive use. It can drain you emotionally and mentally to be subject to that kind of stuff all the time, and I really feel like part of that is why DSP acts the way he does now. Sometimes viewers do things and should be called out, but let's be frank, DSP has a long history of calling viewers out for no reason. Rather than try to move away from that, he has embraced it. I'd like to see DSP get some help. Therapy. DSP in his current form doesn't help anyone, least of all himself, and incidents like the "I'm giving away boxes" thing make me believe he has some problems that he needs to deal with and get past, because regular people would not consider that a normal, sensible thing to do. I kind of pity him, but there's no smoke without fire, and DSP is a metaphorical arsonist obsessed with burning his house down. Kojima World Order is still hilarious. Phil, upon reading that comment, didn't take kindly to it. The entire comment is incredibly flawed. It's obvious he doesn't watch my content at all, and has only formed an idea of who I am and what I produce from the KWO montages, because watching any playthrough for more than 5 minutes outside of Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, you'd know that my content isn't constantly bashing games, game devs, and blaming the game exclusively. Yes, complaining about the games are part of what I do, but not nearly 100% of the content I put out. The fact he thinks that the king of hate means that I've embraced being negative about everything, and that's my hook, just proves he has no idea whatsoever what he's talking about. Total Biscuit thinks that his videos are some kind of godsend because he's informing people about new games that you might not have heard of, and frequently he rips the sucky ones a new asshole. He thinks his content is better than mine because people don't buy bad games when they see his stuff. Only I've gotten thousands of messages over the years saying the exact same thing about my playthroughs and or reviews. Just because he puts out one highly edited video and I play through an entire game from start to finish doesn't make him better than me. And honestly, one edited video versus playing through an entire game, which is really harder to do. Seeking therapy because I sometimes get upset over / baited by trolls, if I'd let it get that much to me, I'd be in a nut house by now. Little did Phil know he was indeed in a nut house, except it was his condo and only had one inmate, himself. Besides him pretending like Total Biscuit was saying DSP's content was exclusively negative, Phil completely sidesteps the treating fans like shit accusation and the empty box giveaway so that he doesn't have to acknowledge there's at least an inkling of truth to TB's comment. Despite the fast approaching instability due to his plummeting in popularity and YouTube's ad revenue policies not treating his content kindly whatsoever, the financial mastermind that is Phil Burnell decided it was time to once again buy a new condo, this time in Washington. Supposedly, he had no outstanding debt besides his condo, which he was still paying the mortgage for, and decided that Connecticut was too expensive to live in due to its very high taxes. So much so that it was worth it getting a house in another state, despite his outright admission that he had no prospects of selling or renting the Connecticut condo. In early 2014, Phil and Leanna move in together. Phil made it clear from the get-go that he was going to need his audience's money. A lot of it. Again, the issue isn't necessarily that he's asking for support, it's that the reason he needs support in the first place is that he decided to do a very expensive move at the same time his channel was dying. To make matters worse, he tried implying that his lack of money wasn't his fault, but that the slow months he was experiencing was due to the games being released at the time not being good. It even got to the point that he suggested he was going to upgrade his video's quality to 1080p. You know the situation is bad when Darkside Phil is considering doing the bare minimum. But the trolls didn't fall for the pity party. If anything, his pivot to e-begging after his AdSense brute force strategy was no longer functional only earned him even more distaste, since instead of doing the smart thing by admitting this format was outdated and obsolete and changing it radically, he would rather beg for his fans to give him money directly. Before, Phil was just ignoring the requests of people who watched him, but now he was setting himself up to inevitably ignore the requests of people directly putting money in his pocket. But tensions weren't rising exclusively on the YouTube front. Over at his fan forum, because yes, he has a fan forum, the users were beginning to become upset over DSP's tyrannical method of management. Without due justification or warnings, Phil tended to ban users and lock threads without any concern. One infamous quote to come out of this situation was Phil saying, "I can't break the rules, I am the rules." I believe he's actually unknowingly quoting Louis XIV, King of France, who said, "I am the law, I am the state." His own fan base got so sick of it that even the mods of the forum, who were appointed by Phil himself, took issue with it and tried to strike an agreement with Phil so that by establishing clearer rules, he would no longer act as an administrator and let them do their job. Consequently, he made a post announcing it. Effective immediately, all account names, avatars, signatures, etc. related to known internet memes dedicated to negativity regarding myself or my work are considered trolling, and per forum rules are a permanently bannable offense. This includes the Kojima World Order in particular, but is not limited to it. I'm already seeing accounts that, no surprise, are popping up on the site and doing nothing but spreading unfair and unwarranted negativity about me. I'm all for legit criticism, but these anti-DSP movements are not that. They're one-sided bullying campaigns and will not be tolerated on my site in place of business. If you have a problem with that, contact an admin for immediate deactivation of your account. Thanks all for understanding and moving forward positively. Despite this agreement, Phil proceeded to not uphold his end of the bargain by permabanning a user for what he deemed was unwarranted and unproven slander. The mods of the forum, along with many of the Twitch mods, resigned en masse, saying, "For those who read the settled agreement, this was not allowed. It was in direct violation of our agreement. We tried our best to stay, and unfortunately we failed in that regard." All the best, the departing staff. Noticing that even his own mods had left him, or in his eyes, betrayed him, a la Julius Caesar, Phil decided to respond on the forums. Mods did not uphold their end of the bargain first, which is why we've come to this. I refuse to pay thousands of dollars for a website where I get personally attacked with slander on a daily basis by the same people. Getting slaps on the wrist, such as warning points, haven't done anything to change the fact that the forums are a shooting gallery for my head. In the future, I'll either be seeking new forum staff who actually have the time and willingness to properly moderate, or I'll be downgrading the forum altogether to something more manageable for less people. I guess I didn't really need a $3,000 website, and I set myself up for failure when I got it. Thanks for those leaving, and I wish you all well in the future. For those wishing to stay, let me know so we can talk stuff out. I actually don't know what the hell he's talking about here. There are free forum template websites you can use for free, so unless he's an absolute idiot, he's a really bad liar.
Yes, he's an absolute fucking idiot. I thought Tucky Tom had a fucking better understanding of what Phil Burnell is like as a person. If it's in Phil Burnell's mind, if it's free, there's probably a catch. If you want quality, you have to pay for quality. That has always been Phil's kind of mantra. When it comes to fucking buying shit, he fucking will pay over the fucking top, ridiculous amounts, not sure. Yeah, Phil did not need a $3,000 website. That much is absolutely for. Can you think of a YouTuber out there that has their own hyper fucking stylish website? No, their channel, their YouTube channel is their fucking brand. That is their website essentially. Yes, it's on YouTube, but the majority, for big YouTubers, the YouTube channel is where you go to that fucking person's YouTube and them. Oh my god. So yeah, he was delusional as hell thinking he needed a website. It was crazy.
As a matter of fact, there's no reason to even bring up $3,000 in the first place, so I suspect he just said it to brag. Unless he's trying to suggest he was paying for the mods to do their job, in which case we're back to lying because they were unpaid. The situation continued to...
Yeah, money.
Radiator drinker tipped £1. Seriously, we dodged a huge bullet that Phil was not born into a government family. He would be worse than Stalin camps and the Japanese mutilations combined. He's like North Korea on steroids.
Jesus, thank you very much, Radiator Drinker, for a tip. And yeah, you didn't hold back. You did not hold back whatsoever in your thoughts. Can you imagine if he was born into some sort of kind of political family? Like if it was a fucking offspring of a fucking Clinton or something, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ, man. I think it's just bent on me, yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah. If Phil was a powerful politician, it's a scary thought. It really is a scary fucking thought. I mean, a lot of people have compared DSP to Trump. Some people think it's an unfair comparison, you know, and I can kind of understand why to an extent. You know what I mean, but there are certainly similarities as well. I think it cannot be denied. There are a couple of similar character traits in terms of how they both think very highly of themselves, for example, you know, and it's never their own fault, for example. There's a couple of traits there which are quite, you know, similar. So, yeah. it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, imagine if fucking Phil was ever fucking running for government, not sure, god damn. Yeah, bullet dodged there. That country would be fucked.
Paying for the mods to do their job, in which case we're back to lying because they were unpaid. The situation continued to escalate as an administrator ousted Phil and would continue to take over the site, who in turn canceled the giveaway he was doing at the time due to it relying on fan art that was being published on the site. After the site was flooded with not safe for work images and completely wrecked, it went down and stayed down for good. At least until Phil revived it sometime later with a new, less inflammatory name, just the DSP forums. When someone entered DSP's stream as he played Mortal Kombat 10, they successfully got him to lose his temper by bringing up the Leanna Kingdom Hearts incident, prompting Phil to spend the next few minutes just airing out his rage.
He's talking about something that happened 2 fucking years ago on Twitch. I mean, could you be more of a fucking loser? Seriously. The reason this guy joined my match was to do that. Not to play the game, not to have fun. He ruins it for everyone. Delays. People who want to play have to wait now, right? Because we have to listen to this fucking idiot. I mean, what? Ladies and gentlemen, you have found the epitome of a loser on the internet.
The tirade alienated vast swaths of his audience, and he apologized the very next day in a video on his YouTube channel. For once, this was an appropriate response, even if he was pressured into doing it. Every once in a while, Phil does seem to exhibit a sense of clarity. For example, some of his trolls doxed his new location back in the summer of 2014, which wasn't a very difficult task to do considering how careless DSP was about it. It took a long time for someone to do something with that information, but after 5 consecutive days of being DDoS attacked, someone tried to SWAT Phil, saying he either had or was in the process of murdering his girlfriend and her.
Oh, the swatting. Why didn't they include the swatting as a possible thing? I completely forgot about it. Which is bizarre, I know, but yeah, I completely forgot about the fucking swatting thing. And yeah, it wasn't really a swatting, but yeah, I get what you fucking mean, Cadence. But yeah, completely forgot to add that as a possible thing for Ricardo. I'm annoyed at myself for that.
SWAT Phil, saying he either had or was in the process of murdering his girlfriend and her family. I don't have to explain how absolutely unjustified and dangerous this was, but thankfully, Phil had already been in contact with the police because he predicted something like that would happen. Perhaps because something similar already had happened at some point, but that's just speculation. However, Phil took this as an opportunity to conflate the people who tried to SWAT him and falsely accuse him with anyone and everyone who had ever made a "this is how you don't play" video or mocked him on the internet, saying that it was the negative vibe people created around him that almost cost him his life. As bad as swatting is, that's just a silly thing for him to do, especially in the relatively serious situation he found himself in at the time. Obviously, not every hater is responsible for the one nut job that decided to SWAT him. The noise surrounding his name was getting a tad too loud for Phil's liking, but since he was too proud to start paying an editor and putting out decent content to quell the mutiny that the Kojima World Order had created, his strategy to deal with his detractors was to abuse the copyright privileges he had, in part due to being a member of Machinima, to strike the channel of whoever was bad-mouthing him. Once again, Total Biscuit, this time along with Slow Beef, popped up on Twitter to address what Phil was up to with the abusive copyright claims. Ironically, DSP was soon going to suffer the same fate he put many people through at this time, when DSP Gaming began facing various copyright ID takedown notices due to his use of fan art in his pre-streams. The threat that this posed to Phil's livelihood was so immense that drastic action would be taken. Hundreds of playthroughs that featured fan art were deleted and privated in order to prevent further strikes. Consequently, the accumulated views on DSP's channel dropped dramatically, which, according to Phil, lowered his ranking in the YouTube search engine. Not only was his personality pushing people away from his videos and streams, now his privileged spot in the eyes of the algorithm was going away, and the house of cards was very quickly collapsing. Again, this is not something I wish on anyone, not even someone as annoying as Phil. Having your livelihood ravaged is a terrible thing. However, the crux of the issue is despite having actively participated in bringing all of this upon himself, he simply wouldn't stop in blaming exclusively other people for the damage done to his channel. Additionally, he returned to directly asking his viewers for money, this time with a Patreon already set up, which around this period of mid to late 2015 was making a little over $1,000 a month. Like he always did when it came to asking for money, he brought up the topics of his taxes and bills, saying he had to pay off his house. But it was clear to anyone with half a brain that Phil was not exactly living frugally. He had nothing resembling savings to subsist on, and actually depended on things like the hike in revenue in the latter half of the year to keep himself afloat through all of the debt he had incurred. None of which is explained to the viewer, of course, because that would reveal just how financially irresponsible Phil truly was. Due to the declining ad revenue, Machinima once again renegotiated their contract with Phil and lowered his salary. Instead of looking inward to where he could improve on his content, he decided to strike out at people who watch his videos with an ad blocker, calling them thieves among other things. Though he'd previously pledged to never again ask for money online, saying he would rather get a different job than be an e-beggar, he presumably reconsidered this when he realized how good he actually had it in comparison to a real job, and he didn't want to lose his YouTube gig. He'd actually ridiculed the mere concept of asking people for money, saying he would feel morally bad to be in such a situation.
Hey, where's your fucking moral compass now, you begging piece of shit? Phil has become everything he's ever fucking claimed to hate. I haven't said this fucking kind of rant for a while, but everything Phil has fucking derided about other content creators from back in the fucking days. Years and years and years and years ago, Phil fucking ran his fucking mouth about how he's fucking better than all these other live streamers who fucking pause their stream every time to fucking give a shout out, and all these other people that just got LEDs flashing behind them, distracting people and all that shit, and all these highly crafted and highly polished content. Everything that he's ever claimed to fucking hate about content creation, he has now fucking consumed and done himself, even down to him reacting to things now. He's got a little react channel now and that shit where he fucking has other people fucking submit other people's content for him to fucking blandly react to. Everything he's fucking mocked and derided and criticised and said was bad content, he has now adopted himself as part of his own fucking channel, his own fucking content. He has become the very epitome of what he's claimed to fucking hate from over the goddamn years.
Concept of asking people for money, saying he would feel morally bad to be in such a situation.
Everything is a tax write-off. I don't need money, you know, I don't want that. That's ridiculous that I would have people be sending me money and stuff, and I'm still not asking for that, and I would actually morally feel bad if that were the case, if I were to have to do stuff like that, and I really hope that I never will.
Of course, there's nothing wrong with opening up a Patreon per se, but when you try to guilt trip people into paying for debts that you chose to incur, there's definitely a problem at hand. This wasn't the only instance of Phil eating his own words either. He spent years mocking any Let's Player who did Minecraft videos, going as far as to say it was only widely played because it was free.
The reason that people are playing Minecraft is because it is free. Guess what, Notch? You're a f***ing idiot.
Once Patreon time rolled around, he changed his tune to simply having missed the game and set it as one of the tiers. However, much like any of the other obligations Phil made to his patrons during this time, he would fail to fulfill the extent of what was promised, with him only playing 1 of 4 prospective Minecraft sessions due to low viewership. Another incident came when users voted Persona 3 to be that month's Patreon game. After a 4-month playthrough, he reached the final boss, only to rage quit it and not finish, saying it was the worst designed boss fight he'd ever done. He only returned to Persona 3 later, though we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Another tier on the DSP Patreon was yet another reboot of Project 7, which he promised to do if he hit $1,250 a month. The goal was met, and he took some time off of streaming to work on it. Just 2 weeks later, he indefinitely postponed production, saying to do Project 7 at that time would not make sense, all while refusing to refund the money donated for that specific purpose. It was also around this time that Phil decided he would only fulfill his pledge obligations if the pledges surpassed the set goals by several $100s, supposedly to counteract the abundance of false pledges he was receiving on Patreon. In addition to this controversy, the prospect of another Project 7 reboot reignited whatever was left of Phil's deteriorating relationship with Howard and John, who at this point were very mad at Phil for a variety of reasons, including the fact he monetized a video he made talking about their mutual acquaintance, Scott. The entirety of their back and forth adds up to several hours, but the short of it was that ever since his move to Washington, there was no longer a real friendship between Phil, John, and Howard. Since this time, Phil has made clear on multiple occasions how he simply doesn't have the time to invest in a friendship friendships, instead sinking his time into his business, something that apparently continues to this day. Much later on, Phil recognized that during this time period, it wasn't just his professional life that was tumbling down, but also his personal life. His relationship with Leanna was deteriorating, and he'd completely lost touch with his best friends from his peak era, both of which are cited as some of the most negatively impactful moments of his life. He also recalls doing nothing but eating fast food and drinking to such an extreme point that he describes himself as being an alcoholic at the time. Pretty sad, and despite everything, you can't help but feel pretty bad for the guy.
Still no mention of depression, but who knows, we'll see if it comes up soon. Oh, here we go. But so, first 2 chapters, pretty happy with it so far. Don't know how many chapters there are altogether, of course, you know, but we're almost an hour into the fucking documentary so far. I'm quite pleased with how this has been made. I'm a bit concerned. I mean, if we don't get a full house in bingo, I mean, obviously we want to get a full house in bingo. If we don't get it, it's a bit of a shame. But it's hard to imagine. I don't think Supercard's going to get mentioned. Not unless it gets mentioned later on as part of WWE Champions and how he used to be addicted to Supercard as well. Things like that. So yeah, I think there's a couple of things that we're not going to touch on perhaps because we may have gone past that opportunity to get, touch on that. But in Gout as well. The Gout, is Gout going to get mentioned? I don't know, but we'll have to wait and see, I guess. But I'm very impressed overall with the documentary so far, just to stress that, So Turkey Tom has done quite a good job so far from what I've seen. Couple of wee things here and there, very small, minor nitpicks for some details, but for the most part though, this has been very well researched and very well made.
DSP began 2016 with a 3-pronged plan. On his main account, DSP Gaming, he'd continue posting playthroughs like he always did, while his vlogs went to the King of Hate Vlog DSP, and his edited videos and montages were uploaded to a third account called KO Gaming. After a rough 2015 that introduced Phil to the consequences of behaving the way he did, he was angling to outwork his lack of manners and the audience of trolls he had attracted. It was supposed to be his year. Phil would finally become Himothy, until one foolish mistake sapped his momentum right at the very beginning. One of the ways he found to make up for his past shortcomings as a content creator was to return to Persona 3 to beat it, as he was supposed to do a long time before. However, just as his live stream for it was about to begin and the screen was set on a message informing people that it would start shortly, he mistakenly left his webcam on and visible to the viewers. In doing so, he exposed his audience to what appears to be his pre-stream preparation ritual, if we can call it that. I'm pretty sure I can't really show it on screen, even though it's not explicit per se, since you can't see any of it happening, but it's fairly obvious based on the fast-paced jerking motions and his facial expressions that DSP is cranking one out immediately prior to beginning a stream. As soon as he's very visibly done, the live stream starts and he says,
"Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh?"
Almost as if he was knowingly nodding to those who had the displeasure of witnessing the whole thing. As far as live streams go, this comes close to the mother of all of them. It was covered by Keemstar of Drama Alert, and potentially, it's the single most well-known moment of DSP's career to this day, however ironic and depressing that may seem. Phil's first response to the situation was to simply ban anyone in stream chat that questioned him on what exactly he was up to during that pre-stream. Due to the stream only having 20 to 30 people on it at a time, and since a lot of people watch live streams in the background while doing something else, like gaming, he probably thought this moment would simply sink into obscurity and be quickly forgotten about by those who had witnessed it. I wonder, in the hundreds, maybe even thousands of hours of DSP live streaming and unedited videos leading up to this, if that or something equivalent has happened before, and it just got lost, like tears in the rain. His next move was to berate those who suggested he was such a degenerate as to masturbate in front of his YouTube viewers publicly, before proceeding to claim he was simply scratching his leg.
No, that's wrong. That is wrong. Phil never said that he was scratching his leg. That was a fake comment thing. He did say he was doing various stuff. Phil Burnell absolutely said I was doing various things or doing various stuff. But the scratching my leg thing was a Detractor made meme. So, you lose a point for that, Turkey Tom. But then again, a lot of people have fallen for that, so understandable why you think it'd be real.
I don't know one single human on earth that enjoys scratching their leg that much. And honestly, I feel like if he had just acknowledged what happened and made a joke out of it, it probably would have been pretty funny. He just couldn't do that.
He did the following day though. The following day after the incident, Phil Burnell decided to change tack and fucking embrace it and say yes, it happened and all that shit. So at the time, Phil fucking doubled down and said, no, it didn't happen, I'm going to ban everyone that dares to fucking mention it and all that shit, don't you dare. The following day, after advice from one of his fucking dentheads, he actually did do an about turn and tried to embrace it and own up to it.
to his ego was too big. After the immediate shock and embarrassment wore him down to the point where Phil felt comfortable in ceasing his reflexive lying, about a day later, he embraced it and admitted that he was, in fact, not just scratching his leg. Due to how thoroughly he welcomed the mockery this time around, some people thought that Phil either faked it or did it on purpose in order to get attention to his floundering career. However, as misdirected a person as Phil is, I doubt this is the case, not only because it falls outside of the purview of the typical shenanigans he gets up to, but I honestly also think he lacks the imagination one needs to have that sort of move. It's too Andy Kaufman for good old Phil. There are way simpler and less risky ways to boost engagement besides public humiliation, and if we've learned anything, Phil loves to self-aggrandize, not the opposite. To be fair, despite how bad the incident in and of itself is, this is one of Phil's most competent bouts of dealing with backlash, as he just very quickly owned up to it within like a day or two. However, despite dealing with this flub minimally well, Phil couldn't look very optimistically towards the future of his career and was very much past his prime. On the 1st of May 2016, while streaming the new Pokemon game, Pokemon Moon, on Twitch, his fans would incur Phil's wrath as he lashed out at them.
Quite honestly, let me take a look, because I have not looked at stream numbers all day. My God, the stream numbers were terrible. Wow, what happened? Here's the bottom line, and I'm tired of it now. No more excuses, all right? Because the bottom line is people are like, Phil's not engaged in his commentary, and Phil's commentary is boring, and that's why people don't want to watch the playthroughs of the streams. Bullshit. I'm loving this game. I'm voice acting. I'm engaged. I'm commentating on everything that's going on actively. Bullshit. I call massive bullshit on any idiot who says that about either the Watch Dogs 2, which I've been playing recently and really liking, or Pokemon. It's bullshit. I call complete and utter bullshit on anyone who's saying that I'm not engaged and I sound like I'm bored. I'm not. So I've had enough excuses. It just seems to me like people are fucking lazy and don't want to come out to the streams. I don't even know what else to say, you know?
There are few mistakes as easy to avoid as openly complaining you don't get more viewers. And while it's not a particularly grave one, it shines a light on Phil's perennial state of mind. He isn't open to consider that his lack of popularity is due to the lack of quality of his content, or better yet, the consequence of his behavior as an online personality. Phil received backlash from his fan base, which was then compounded by other creators like Review Tech USA, who covered his little tantrum on livestream.
Oh my, we actually do have an RTU ref. I was not expecting that.
Burger.
There we go, we actually have an RTU reference as well. I'm a bit more optimistic about the things that could get ticked off in the card.
Phil apologized for calling his viewers lazy, but remained steadfast in his belief that the viewership drop-off has nothing to do with the content itself. At this point in time, the How You Don't Play videos made with clips from Phil's content had completely eclipsed Phil's actual content as far as views and engagement, and Phil thought to capitalize on the community source content. He allowed other people to submit videos to be uploaded to the KO Gaming channel and promised to pay them with, you guessed it, exposure, by having their channel's name in the description. I have to make a small note here by saying that he still hasn't tried hiring an editor to work for him to help make his Let's Play content watchable. It's actually mesmerizing. Anyway, the success of posting community source content on KO Gaming was short-lived, as in 2016 the channel was demonetized for reasons unclear. His situation was already dire as far as channel growth was concerned, but soon things took a turn for the worse. As the adpocalypse hit in early 2017, much of Phil's backlog on his other two channels got demonetized, meaning he could no longer profit off of them and depended even more on his immediate income. However, the potential for AdSense revenue was stripped away from Phil when his content was deemed advertiser unfriendly, mostly because of the years of content on each channel loaded with every offensive expletive known to man. Because of this quick succession of unfortunate events, Phil found himself unable to pay for the immense amounts of credit card debt he had accrued, the mortgage for his new home, potentially even the mortgage for his old home as well, since it's not clear that he stopped paying it, and last but not least, the medication he needed for his chronic back pain. This panic over his future led to even greater tensions with Machinima, who advised DSP to start uploading shorter edited content to try and amend the declining rates of viewership. However, at this point, DSP is almost a decade into phoning it in, and especially now that he's tight on money, there's no way he's paying for someone competent to edit his slop. Incapable of understanding how the business model of his own business operates, Phil thinks that Machinima, along with Google, is shafting him out of money after years of his loyal servitude. In his mind, they owe him something, even if the content simply is not working out. Strangely, he seems to believe that the changes in algorithm were somehow malicious in nature, and that they owed him an explanation as to why he was being treated unfairly. He released a video airing out his grievances and basically saying that he'll get to the bottom of it, as if there was something to get to the bottom of. There's no deeper explanation to it, other than his low quality standards put his channel in a bad situation, and once the apocalypse hit, he was too exposed and got the worst of it. Phil obviously didn't see it that way and wanted to get a satisfactory answer as to why he was making so little money, and primarily he wanted an answer to why it wasn't his fault. His tirade heightened the friction between him and Machinima, and finally their partnership came to an end as Phil was fired from the network. Probably one of the only people to ever be fired from the Machinima network. By March 2017, views had never been lower, despite how frequently content was being pumped out. Phil's merch on Teespring wasn't bringing in enough revenue to keep things afloat, so he went on the search for a new MCN to be a part of so that he could continue his work. Keep in mind, by 2017, MCNs were basically phased out from YouTube. Most people saw them as scams, or, in other words, companies that take all of your money, give you a portion of it, and don't really do anything for you as a result. But here, Phil was still looking for an MCN. Eventually, he found one called Curse, which was willing to take him in. This was a bit foolish on their part, I should say, since he promptly abandoned them to sign with another MCN, Laveria Media, who offered him content ID protection, with the bonus of allowing him to copyright claim the derivative videos of his detractors. Soon after, Phil noticed Laveria's inability to commit to any of their promises to him on writing, and sussed out that they probably weren't going to be able to meet his expectations. So he returned to Curse, which, while less lucrative, allowed Phil to continue his work. However, just as one negative feedback loop is looking like it might stop, another one begins. Phil's domestic life with Leanna became turbulent. Leanna, by this time, had recently gotten herself a job, and as the breadwinner of the family, was often out working. Probably because of the life experience she was accruing while at work, surrounded by adults with expectations of responsibility and maturity, she began maturing herself, and naturally, muted tensions rose between her and Phil. In early 2017, she tweeted a photo of a fake engagement ring saying, "My co-workers keep asking me when Phil and I are getting married, even though we aren't engaged. Gotta fake it." While seemingly small, it communicated a lot about how their relationship was going. She wanted more out of it. She wanted commitment, expecting Phil to take it to the next level, while he was comfortably inert. While he acted very confused on stream when it was brought up, it appears he quickly took the hint and got engaged to her, though he admitted there was no hope of having an actual marriage take place due to Phil's unstable finances. Despite the proposal, there were various signs that they were adrift and on a fast track to separation. A little while later, Leanna suffered an anxiety attack that was so intense it landed her in the hospital. This flare-up of her condition compounded on top of their already bad situation, since they had to pay for her 3-hour stay in the emergency room, despite her receiving nothing resembling treatment besides a pill, according to Phil. The reason for her anxiety attack is unknown. It could just be from the stress of having a job, but many people speculate it had to do with her relationship with Phil. Soon enough, Leanna did break up with Phil and moved out. While he denied it for a brief period, he eventually did speak out on it, saying the following: "Since there's been tons of speculation and it makes sense to clear it up, yes, it's true that Leanna and I have broken up. We actually broke up a while ago and she moved out 2 weeks ago. We purposefully agreed to keep quiet to prevent any unnecessary drama on either side, being that we both have public personas and social media presence and we're still on good speaking terms. This is a personal matter between us dealing with behind the scenes occurrences and feelings that, quite frankly, are nobody's businesses but our own. I wish Leanna the best, I still talk with her regularly, and we'd both appreciate it if you'd respect our privacy on this matter. As in, don't bother asking for details because you won't get them. In fact, this is probably the only time I'll really address it, as I'd prefer to move on positively and focus on the future. There will not be any videos made on this subject. Thanks for understanding." Meanwhile, the trolls took this opportunity to make a phone call to the radio station 897 KACC and requested the song "Baby Come Back" on Phil's behalf.
89.7 KACC, we got a dedication in. These kids and their names, I swear. So, Darkside Phil wants to dedicate a song to Panda Lee. He wants to dedicate "Baby Come Back" by Player.
Regardless, it was clear that Leanna leaving hit Phil like a ton of bricks, perhaps even worse than his financial issues. He began sleeping poorly and began struggling to eat as well, as he used to eat after Leanna made him dinner. Along with the ending of his friendship with John and Howard, Phil has described his breakup with Leanna as one of the most negatively impactful things to have happened to him in his life. At this point, he was more of a Twitch streamer than a YouTuber, since he was getting increasingly less results from his uploads, and still, the requests for donations to his Patreon kept becoming more frequent. His trolls found themselves at a crossroads. Like a dog chasing a car, they didn't know whether to celebrate Phil finally approaching rock bottom or to mourn how low he'd come. By November 2017, Phil got into another relationship, one that he publicly announced in early 2018 by posting a picture of a red-haired woman tending to his Christmas tree, though her identity was concealed. The trolls' response to this was to quickly start a thread on Kiwi Farms, claiming to be a lady of the night who was hired to pretend to be DSP's girlfriend. And what is perhaps the strangest twist to this entire story, it turns out the people behind this particular troll campaign were Patrick and Brenda Bronsgeist, a pair of professional scammers who used pictures of young women without their consent to swindle victims of their money. After a decade of their grift, it was their attempt at defaming Phil that caused their undoing. The woman whose picture they used to pretend to be Phil's fake girlfriend was contacted and promptly refuted their story, and just like that, the thread was gone. The account that made this thread was soon linked to another pseudonym, Angelina Capri, who had registered a domain in the name of none other than Patrick Bronsgeist. By the time they changed the registry information to the domain providers, it was too late. Kiwi Farms had already gotten to them. Scouring the internet for any information they could find about them, they came up with various indecent images of Brenda, among other things. Another account.
So, yeah, I think this important thing to think about there is, if you're going to try and trick and scam people on Kiwi Farms, you better make sure it's water fucking tight. Because that escort saga got fucking, I got fucking torn apart eventually. It was started by a scammer, but Kiwi Farms are not to be fucked with, as you guys may fucking know. They uncovered the whole hell of that situation, like, in record time. Like, they really fucking done a massive deep dive, and they found, all this evidence. So, it was Kiwi Farms that technically proved that it wasn't an escort, even though people in Kiwi Farms, including the owner of the website, seen an NDA which seemed to verify the original story of the escort. This was a very believable story, because, the actual fucking people running the goddamn site had seen evidence of an NDA from the supposed escort. But it was the Kiwi Farms as well themselves that actually ended up uncovering the truth of the situation, and it was actually a pair of professional scammers that were trying to capitalise on Phil and everything else, and it was the Kiwi Farms that fucking uncovered the truth. And Phil has never truly ever thanked them for that, because he knows he's not got it in him to show that kind of gratitude. Because it was Kiwi Farms as well, it was fucking, running for it as well in the first place, but they were also getting scammed essentially. People were buying into this shit. And it was quite believable. These scammers were offered money, a 4-figure sum of money. They were offered that for the full story, flat out, and they said no to it. They held out and held out and held out, these scammers, because they were hoping for more and more and more money. From Phil or whatever, but fucking hell, it was crazy. It was mental.
Account linked to Patrick was recorded attempting to provoke Phil during Twitch streams, claiming to be a patron who would rescind his pledge if Phil didn't address the rumors directly. Whether this was a botched attempt to extort Phil, or just a way to kick him when he was already down for entertainment, is still unknown. Owner of Kiwi Farms, Null, would personally email Phil seeking to clear the air around the situation. I love drama. I also really hate being lied to. The escort story had steam to it because the escort identity had tweets mentioning you going back 4 years before the first "This is how you don't play." The escort profile itself had its identity verified by a third party. Every single thing they said was impossible to disprove, but it fell apart in January when she claimed, and no one believed, you had raped someone. That threw her entire story off balance, and people began looking for what was going on. The truth? They were professional catfishers, a Dutch couple using random girls' pics to get money and Amazon wishlist items. They were genuine fans of yours in 2014, but turned Detractor, then decided to use their extensive catfishing profile against you. I know you don't want to visit my site, so this is an archive of the full details on a third-party site. It totally exonerates you. Cheers, big ears. Following this fiasco, Phil introduced his new girlfriend, Kat. Compared to Leanna, who was outgoing and often outspoken to the point of being jarring for Phil's following, Kat was more shy. Refusing to participate in Phil's playthroughs and seemingly being averse to having her photo shared, she appeared so uncomfortable in front of a camera that it quickly became a gag that Phil had kidnapped her as a hostage. Regardless of what was being said by the detractors, this was a good sign for their relationship, since Kat wanted nothing to do with Phil's online presence and what it came packaged with. In 2018, Phil tried to replicate the virality of his original DSP Tries It Axe Body Detailer video, but it was quickly overshadowed by another controversy he involved himself in. At the time, prominent streamers and influencers received copies of the newly released State of Decay 2, common practice for companies who want to promote their products. Upon realizing he was simply too irrelevant to be viable as a recipient of a free copy, Phil took to Twitter to rant. Those playing State of Decay 2 a full week early are paid shills. They are walking advertisements, not true gamers, and are doing so solely for a paycheck. I'll be paying for the game and playing it this Friday, just like so many of you, and my reactions will be legit, as always. Within a day, Phil retracted the statement once he realized he himself had received free copies of games such as Fallout 4 and Dark Souls 3, and that would obviously make him look like a hypocrite, so he retracted the statement, presumably because he himself had received free copies. Not only did he acknowledge the hypocrisy, he also suggested using Twitter for business purposes exclusively to prevent similar situations in the future. Despite his promising relationship with Kat at this point in time, Phil opened up to his audience about his struggles with depression, pointing to the times when
we have depression with our first bingo again.
Burger. 5 in a row. That's concerning.
I know it's kind of weird for me to be fucking just cheering depression. I know it kind of sounds quite like a fucking contradiction right there, but you get what I'm saying. I'm cheering because we got in the bingo. I'm not fucking cheering about fucking depression. Okay, right, just let's make that fucking perfectly fucking clear. I'm not celebrating depression.
when he acted extremely stupid and self-destructive as times that he had underlying issues. Years later, it seems he was at least partially admitting that Total Biscuit was right in assessing him as someone, quote-unquote, obsessed with burning his own house down. In July 2018, YouTube guidelines for MCNs changed, and now every report on a client of theirs had to be manually reviewed. This proved a very big problem for Curse, since for every stream Phil did, there were dozens of trolls willing to mass report him, creating a massive backlog of reports that someone at Curse had to be burdened with. Because of this, along with Phil's low numbers, they decided to drop him, meaning Phil was once again a free agent. This was particularly impactful on his finances, since the month prior, he maxed out his credit cards to pay off the total sum of state taxes he owed, and without an MCN, his main channel, DSP Gaming, apparently couldn't be monetized. He did find a brief period of relief thanks to one troll, who spent a hefty sum on donations to him, planning to eventually charge Phil back for all of it, but ultimately the chargeback didn't work and Phil got to keep the money. Since he no longer had the MCN's AdSense linked to his main account, Phil had to appeal his original ban on DSP Gaming from 2010 in order to make a living. He started uploading his new content into his long dormant KO Gaming account, but that wasn't much of a fix considering the channel was dead from the lack of uploads and engagement. Phil truly was between a rock and a hard place here. On Twitch, he aired out his frustrations in regards to his dwindling income and a lack of financial support from his YouTube viewers, saying, "I'm gonna make a video about it tonight, asking those who watch on YouTube to pledge on Patreon for real this time. If people watch on YouTube, that's no excuse anymore. You guys on stream, I cannot really ask for more. You guys give me so much already. But those YouTube viewers at this point are just taking shit for granted, and it has to stop. Those who have watched me on YouTube for 10 years and just take it for granted that I'll always be there need a wake-up call. How am I getting thousands of views on my video and having less than 200 patrons?" In the video, he announces that from now on KO Gaming, he will be heeding to people's requests and uploading long-form content, almost as an archive to his streams, instead of hundreds of 10-minute or shorter clips that he used to do. Though this is a concession, it's done very begrudgingly, and it's not timely whatsoever. It would have been significant had he done this 5 years prior, but now it's just too little too late. I should make a note here that he's more than willing to press his YouTube viewers for wanting to watch something without paying for it. Meanwhile, he's not very eager to press himself to get a real job if his financial situation is as dire as he claims it is. It's almost like he's completely sidestepping his monetary burdens and placing them squarely on his viewers, like they're the ones in debt to him. Luckily for Phil, DSP Gaming did eventually regain monetization. During that year's Halloween stream, after participating on the stream for a couple of games, Kat abruptly left the stream to go out with her friends. Later on, Phil revealed that the real reason she left was because of the excess of trolls in chat that were upsetting her. One troll in particular got the brunt of Phil's ire, the almighty Tevin.
Why does everyone want me to give Tevin a birthday shout out? You guys are f***ing lame trolls. What? Who cares if I say happy birthday to Tevin or not? Happy birthday to my number one f***ing thief who deserves jail time for the amount of f***ing stuff that he steals illegally, except that YouTube won't do anything about it and he knows that I can't afford to stop him. Happy birthday, shithead.
Tevin's claim to fame, besides beating Phil in Street Fighter on one occasion, is having tried out the Wings of Redemption playbook on DSP, deliberately calling him Dave instead of Phil to get a rise out of him. Although it didn't catch on as much as Wings' Richard Samuel routine, it was an admirable effort. Besides being responsible for restreaming many of Phil's streams, Tevin had been around for quite some time, knowing of DSP since before 2010. What's interesting is that many of Phil's most prominent detractors at one point were actually fans of him. Quite the Batman dynamic he has going on. Due to all the DSP derivative content Tevin had uploaded, Phil began frequently accusing Tevin of stealing his content, comparing him to a bank robber, among other things. For a brief period, he was the primary recipient of DSP's ire, to the point where the phrase "it's Tevin's fault" became one of the rallying cries for the detractors, especially during that period. But no matter how much Phil accused others, ultimately, he was his own worst enemy. Despite being a very meek person in real life, according to everyone who's actually encountered him, online, Phil just had conflict in his nature. Some were less personal, such as his brief friction with low-tier God, as the two were often compared to each other due to both being very toxic Street Fighter players. As a matter of fact, they even fought a match in-game once.
Come on, you f***ing scrub. Starts off the match with a scrub cycle pressure, praying that it f***ing works.
Another fighting game adjacent beef Phil was unable to stop himself from entering was when Alpha Omega Sin used him as an example of people who rage quit matches, to which Phil replied by qualifying that when he purposefully throws a match, it's not rage quitting because he doesn't actually quit. A highlight of Phil's response is when his audience outright tells him that to make a response and address it is just going to create more negativity and he should let it go, to which he responds that he's been the bigger man for a very long time, meaning it's okay for him to engage with someone saying something bad about him just this once. I guess that's sort of Phil's general sin as a content creator, he's unwilling to not engage with negativity, which makes for a very depreciated viewing experience for people who actually want to watch his streams. He also got in some trouble in 2019 when talking about the passing of Twitch streamer Etika. While he does express sympathy for Etika, he makes the mistake of pontificating about his own situation in 2017, leading many people to claim he was making what happened about himself.
Oh, please include the title of the fucking YouTube video. Please include the title of this fucking YouTube video as well that Phil uploaded. It's a fucking unfortunate coincidence, put it that way.
The video also attracted some negative attention due to it briefly being monetized after it being uploaded, with the first line in the description being a Streamlabs link to give Phil a tip. Honestly, I think this one's not that big of a deal, but obviously someone was mad. In a similar instance...
So, in case people are wondering, I think I can't mind what the first part of the fucking thing. It basically covers, like, you know, Etika passes away, and the immediate thing he says afterwards in the title is "Judgment begins." The game was called Judgment, okay, but basically you can fucking tie the two sentences together as meaning one thing. Etika passes, Judgment begins, and it's like, what the fuck, Phil? You're not thinking about how it sounds. You know, phrase that fucking better in doing that shit. Oh my god, yeah, and of course, Phil, it's not the first time Phil has monetized the deaths of others on his channel.
Since about a year later, Phil got himself in hot water again, this time regarding Kobe Bryant's passing.
Today's just a bad day. Kobe Bryant passes away in a tragic helicopter crash. My slaves get corrupted and deleted from friggin' nights. What else could happen? I hope nothing else. I hope that's it.
DSP had a history of conflating other people's circumstances with irrelevant or petty things. For example, when Toby Turner was facing some very serious allegations in April 2016, Phil posted a video covering his personal story with Toby. The only problem was, his gripes with Toby were over things like Phil's opinions on his content or Toby having been disruptive and cringy during E3 2011, when the topic at hand was Toby potentially being a sex offender. Another example of Phil's pettiness knowing no boundaries involved fellow YouTuber Pro Jared. In 2016, Jared made an innocuous tweet saying, "I took a wrong turn on in the internet and ended up reading DSP hilarity, haha, whoops." A whole 3 years later, when Jared was faced with accusations that he cheated on his wife and was exchanging salacious DMs with minors, Phil actually remembered this microscopic dig and spoofed it, saying, "Took a day off from the entire internet, but hashtag pro Jared hilarity was at the top of everyone's Twitter feed, haha, whoops." In an unrelated video,
I just can't say right there, Phil denied remembering this. Phil claims that someone told him about the tweet, and so Phil looked up the old tweet and then decided to do his amazing viral tweet to clap back at Pro Jared. But yeah, Phil claims that he didn't actually remember, but somebody else reminded him. Believe that if you want. I don't know, it's up for debate, I guess.
he outright brags about biding his time and keeping his eye on the bigger YouTuber who had punched down on him, but he made no comment when Jared addressed the accusations himself and largely disproved them. This tweet went viral and got positive reactions from a few other prominent content creators, and Phil had a mind to capitalize on the first morsel of positive online attention he got in the entire decade. How did he do this? Not by pushing out some content to capture people's attention and keep them coming back for more. No, of course not, okay? Instead, Phil deferred back to his standard operating procedure, going over every negative thing ever said about him for the 1000th time in an almost 2-hour-long video. One of the claims he makes in this very long video is that he had less haters now than he used to in proportion to how many genuine viewers he has. Phil was right, but he had no idea why this was and presumably chalked it up to trolls getting tired of his shtick and moving on to something else. Unbeknownst to him and many of the casual followers of the DSP phenomenon, the main group of DSP detractors was about to implode. Wings had Sean Ranklin, Chris Chan had Liquid Chris, and Darkside Phil had the Sons of Kojima. Sons of Kojima was a group dedicated to discussing, reacting to, and memeing on DSP. Their name being an intentionally purposeful nod to Phil's complaints about Hideo Kojima's game design decisions in the Metal Gear game he was playing in the first This Is How You Don't Play episode. The first proper group with this purpose was the aforementioned Kojima World Order, who focused primarily on troll compilations. However, Sons of Kojima took it to the next level and added their own commentary and spins on the contents to the DSP moments that they compiled. Even the original creator of the This Is How You Don't Play series, Evil AJ 2010, was a member. Quickly, the Sons of Kojima became the largest group of detractors online, with one man in its helm, Fred Fox.
Wait, who's this? Fred Fox? Fred Fox? Fred Fox?
Deriving his name from the AVGN clip you just saw, Fred sought to keep his real identity a close-kept secret, and tried to establish a strict code of conduct in other members of the SOC, and even the general DSP trolling community at large. Many former members cited the group as an enjoyable pastime that was gradually ruined by Fred, who took it significantly more serious than everybody else. His number one rule was that no one under any circumstance could profit off of DSP, supposedly because it would affect their capability of neutral and fair judgment of his actions. Anyone who attempted to monetize their DSP trolling begat a campaign of intimidation and sabotage from the Sons of Kojima, the most notorious example being with the then up-and-coming YouTuber, Ardnas. Ardnas was a rising star in the niche DSP Detractor scene, uploading daily summaries of Phil's shenanigans. The one mistake she made was making money off of her work, something Fred and the SOK were quick to confront her with on Twitter when their content was used. The content in question was screenshots taken by Fred and images of DSP's content with an SOK watermark plastered on it. Ardnas claimed that her videos had ads placed on them by YouTube's copyright system against her will since they were DSP re-uploads. The incident split the Detractor community, as people were either subscribed to Fred's ethos or casuals who thought it was stupid to treat it with much more importance. And I would...
Yeah, so I remember this happening back in the fucking day as well. And, to be fair, at first I was kind of, while I wasn't, you know, big on taking things as massively seriously as like Fred was, for example, I was more leaning towards that kind of mentality where at the time I think I was kind of, you know, thinking, yeah, maybe profiting off of Phil's own content and just basically, you know, for the sake of it, you know, I wasn't sure about it. I'm pretty sure I was kind of more on the SOK side than profiting off a Phil side, you know what I mean? Because it depends what the content is, of course, you know what I mean? Like, is it fucking transformative or whatever as well? But I think at the time I was more along that line of thinking where it was like, you know, should we profit off of DSP or whatever, you know what I mean? It's one of those kind of things. It was like, yeah. But looking back on the SOK, it was an extremely kind of, it was a bizarre thing, you know what I mean? Where it was like, it was the one central fucking focus point for detractors. These days it's far different, okay? You can argue there's some detractors that are bigger than other detractors, you know what I mean, in terms of size or how popular, like, you know, the SOK was basically the one big fucking gathering of detractors. Like, they did like a fucking stream, they like once a week or something, they did a stream, you know, and to covering Phil's antics or whatever. Actually, it may be more than that. I think it was more than once a week, but yeah. But there was no one really else that kind of fucking size in terms of like fucking, there was no other place to go. These days, there's plenty of fucking options for detractors to consume the detractor content. You know, there's so many different clippers, there's so many different streamers and live streamers and all that shit. They got their own gimmicks and shticks, whatever. Back then, it wasn't. It was basically the SOK, and then, you know, Tevin done his own thing. He kind of kept himself, for the most part, out of the SOK stuff, because I don't think he was that big on them. And but yeah, it was when the SOK imploded and fucking found out just how fucking psychotic Fred was. It was like, wow, like what the fuck was going on? And put it this way, I am far happier with how the community has evolved and grown nowadays compared to how it was back then, because I feel like it's far better for everyone. You know what I mean? And people can decide who they fucking want to fucking follow, for example. There's no one centralised focus point. Nah. People are just doing their own thing, getting on with things and enjoying themselves, and it's up to people. If other people want to enjoy what they're doing as well and everything else, that's all good. But it's not just one fucking thing, their way or the highway. Like, it kind of felt like back in the day, it was the only fucking place you could fucking go. You know, like, and it was kind of weird, you know. And I never really understood the fucking hatred the SOK had for Ardnas, you know, which is backwards for Sandra, you know. But yeah, it was kind of strange, and yeah, whatever the fuck's happening these days with Fred Fox, you know what I mean? They've managed to fucking maintain their anonymous details. You know what I mean? No one knows who the fuck Fred Fox was, and as far as we're aware, they might be long gone. They could still be around, just fucking quietly. Who knows?
Would probably agree with the casuals. Ultimately, Ardnas got her account copyright struck into oblivion after her intro song, which was in multiple videos, was claimed in all of them. Ardnas and another former SOK member had a few exchanges about how Fred was worse than DSP. The particulars around who was responsible for the claims are very murky, but what matters was that this marked a tide change against Fred. For the roughly 3 years that the Sons of Kojima was around, it was involved in more internal drama than DSP himself. In 2015, Phil's main gaming channel, DSP Gaming, had been plagued by various copyright copyright strikes over the use of fan art and pre-streams. Leaks from a former Sons of Kojima member, Kaz, revealed that it was an associate of the SOC, Be Awesome One, who had not only created the fan art for Phil, but revoked permission for its use in his pre-streams, with the Sons of Kojima giving him the authorization. The Sons of Kojima had gone from idly compiling and reviewing Phil's content for fame and ridicule to actively seeking to destroy his career. One user, the King of Divas, saw Fred leading the group as the direct cause of everyone in it becoming distrustful of each other, but he was pushed out of the community and punished for his betrayal after the fact with a feature-length expose. His private messages, recorded calls, and personal information leaked, all for his non-adherence to the cult of Fred. Another user, Doper, made probably the best assessment of what the group was becoming in a twit longer. Let's be real here, Phil is not Hitler. He's an overweight, careerless 35-year-old man who spends his days walking from one end of his house to another while complaining about how hard his life is. I've seen way too many people act as if they're on some kind of mission to defeat DSP. Why? What's the end goal here? Get him off YouTube? Get his Patreon shut down? Why is this something that people would want? What exactly has Phil done to you personally that would justify that in your eyes? He blocked you? He banned you from his shitty-ass forum? He called you names on the internet? Take a second look and think about how little that matters in the grand scheme of things. If he wants to run the forums into his own little safe space bubble with extreme hostility to newcomers or folks that don't kiss his ass, well, he has the right to do that since he's footing the bill for its costs. He has no career future, no friends, no stable income. He spends whatever free time he has going to hotels in his own area instead of actually seeing the world and gaining new experiences. His health and lifestyle is nothing short of abhorrent. We'll find out soon enough how badly he screwed his life up. There's no need to try and hasten that process, and neither should you feel happiness about it happening. This isn't good. It's sad. It's sad that a grown man is wasting his own life by acting like a petulant child, crying about how everyone else is wrong and he's right, while banning or blocking anyone who challenges him in any sort of way. If you want to laugh at how shitty his life is or what an asshole he's been, go ahead. But don't pretend you're on some kind of internet crusade against him. Is going on and on about Phil really getting anyone anywhere? Is bitching about him for 75% of a podcast really helping anyone? Phil isn't changing from anything being said on them, and neither are his airheaded fans gonna stop pledging their money to him. What's there to even talk about at this point? Phil says something stupid about something he doesn't know anything about. Phil gets criticized and responds by blocking and then writing another wallow text. Phil whines about a video game not letting him win easily. At what point does it become obvious that it's just the same old boring crap from him? Fred did address this twit longer in the 96th episode of the SOK podcast, but removed it due to the backlash it received. Fred at this point wasn't just after DSP, but openly talked about his plans to dox DSP defenders, which more and more just meant anyone who wasn't as dedicated as he was to wrecking Phil's life. An audio leaked of him mocking his own friends from SOK, and it was becoming extremely clear their operations were nothing beyond a platform for Fred to deify himself and his unhealthy obsession with DSP. Some people claimed he'd spend over 19 hours a day in calls, attempting to manage the increasingly murky Sons of Kojima. The details of this are extensive and documented, but get to the point of redundancy and how ultimately irrelevant they are. Basically, everybody was under Fred's suspicion of being out to destroy SOK. This is what happens when you don't have better things in your life to worry about. When the previously mentioned almighty Tevin had to pull out from participating in the podcast, Fred became paranoid about him to the point that he decided to release Tevin's docs. In an unexpected cameo, Mr. Medicare tried to intervene in the situation and give Fred some advice on how to avoid the implosion of his group and reputation. Medicare accurately concluded the group had become A-loggers, a term which originated with Chris Chan to describe haters who become so obsessive they end up significantly worse than the people they dislike. Beginning in late July of 2017, a series of leaks regarding the Sons of Kojima, and specifically his leader, Fred F***, began to circulate on forums. Fred continued his relentless campaign of enemy making in his own community, this time by persecuting a detractor called TXT for having a monetized Twitch emoji of DSP's face.
They call me TXT. Been a while since I spoke to them, for sure, but yeah, me and them got a lot of good history as well, on, you know, especially on Twitter or whatever. I mean, fun fact, it was me and TXT which found Phil's playlists, Derek's playlists, Derek's creepy YouTube playlists. Me and TXT that I was like fucking going over his fucking shit back in the fucking day, and we found all his creepy ass fucking YouTube playlists from Derek and making fun of him on Twitter about it, you know what I mean? It's like, it was weird as fuck, man, yeah. TXT is still around, I believe. I don't think they called themselves, they call me TXT anymore, but it's probably something different. You know, it's bizarre as hell. Like, you know, when it comes to like fucking Fred Fox, I actually have like old. Let me look for him. Let me look for him specifically. I still have my conversation history with fucking with Fred Fox. You know, if I scroll down, I can fucking find it. Hold on, where is it? Where is this bastard? There is a Freddy boy. Fucking Freddy boy. But a long fucking time. This is my last message to him like fucking like 5 years ago or something, and I was basically just seeing if he still like fucking existed or whatever. But yeah, it's fucking. So yeah, sometimes I fell across fucking Fred's wrath. Like he was pissed off at me because I said something on Twitter about trying to calm people down, and Fred thought it made him look like a fucking bad guy about it or whatever. You know, it was mental. I'm just trying to think here. Like I'm trying to find this part of the conversation. Like what the fuck here? Blah, 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 blah. I'm just kind of trying to quickly after reading this here. Here we go. I think I found like something here. Hold on, let me see. So let me see. So just drag us over here. Here we go. So got a message on the 19th of July 2016 from Freddy Boy. Fred Fox. I'm kind of confused. I see you kind of taking part in the celebration of Hardcore Parkour, who is a big, massive DSP fan on the forums, deleting his account because of the way he was doxxed by TXT. But if I call out someone like Jerkstore, who's on a Detractor on Twitter, who has been shitting on the community, I'm in the wrong. And I explained, I've not seen Jerkstore do that much. Maybe there's stuff I missed. I only asked if there were better ways of handling it. That was all. Kurt got a big dose of karma, but as far as I know, nothing is actually public with them. So Fred's like, gotcha, so if you're annoying enough, you can get docs off the internet. And I asked, did they have to leave though, but he's like, if you just shut in the community in a subtle way, then big bad Fred needs to be shamed for just addressing someone. I was like, who shamed you? And he says, I did. With a patronising question, is that the best possible way of handling it? Well, I explained it didn't fucking mean to come across as patronising. You know what I mean? And I was genuinely fucking asking. And I was like, meanwhile, everyone wants to celebrate a guy getting doxxed off the internet, So I do apologise if you thought I came across as patronising. Honestly, it wasn't my intention. And he just fucking went after him, and he's like, it did. And it completely established me as a bad guy in that conversation. Jerkstore hates me, and I wanted to show everyone how small and trivial it was. He's willing to shit on Phil, but then wants to shit on the community as well. And instead of getting an answer out of him, have you ask me if I was too hard on the guy. And I was like, what the fuck? I thought I never intended to step on toes. And I'm sorry for causing you such anxiety, I was like, what the fuck, man? He's like, personally, I am sick of this demand of me to be such a good guy. Handle everything perfect. It may not have been what you intended, but that is how it turned out. People expect so much out of me, and then when I can't meet these unrealistic expectations, people get to celebrate as if I failed. And I just fucking said, I'd rather have someone be themselves personally. I'm sorry once again, honestly, and I hope any misunderstandings can be cleared up. If there's anything to help the situation, just say. And he's like, it's cool, I'm just venting. I was like, aye, no worries, don't put so much pressure on yourself, you know what I mean? I was like, what the? It keeps going on. It's like, I see everyone is celebrating hardcore this morning, and I think about how I get a negative reaction for just calling it a person. And I just said, personally, I don't have any expectations. It'd be unfair to demand anything. My query earlier was generally inquiring if you had tried talking to Jerkstore more privately first. For example, it seemed a bit out of the blue. Did not intend to be patronising. I tried to fucking make that perfectly clear. You can see how fucking wound up Fred was with some things. It's any challenge to his potential authority or status or whatever. He would fucking go to that person and be very direct about trying to fucking get answers to that. Is quite mental. But yeah, it fucking went on. My crew was asking if he'd tried talking to him, you know what I mean? Then but he's like, he was talking with Trig, who's fucking I know, a nutter apparently, and shitting on us, calling us stalkers. I noticed for months he had been shitty toward me and okay with people like Dragon Killer was a detractor who used to clip all the DSP quotes. But still shitting the community as a whole whenever Trig said something. So I looked back to see if I ever talked to him. And just said this may be something I'm not aware about. Sorry again for sounding patronising, not my intention. Just kind of making it fucking clear that he needs to calm the fuck down. There's that one convo we had where he almost ruined our episode of Aggie. In case you're wondering who Aggie was a German Let's Player who had encouraged Phil to have a cameo voice role in one of her machinimas. DSP was actually in an episode of a video that Aggie Plays made of a machinima. And so the SOK invited Aggie on to their show to talk about her experience with Phil. There you go. So Phil's Fred's like, I had it with him, I wanted to show how petty and insignificant. we're fine, I guess. So he said, we're fine. I guess he just sort of became... Right, so I guess he sort of became the face of what I was frustrated about for a while now. I feel like people want me to be perfect or something. I said, well, there's an obvious spotlight of pressure on you, undoubtedly. My last tweet I'd recommend reading. So I went and sent another tweet just to fucking try and calm him down, and he's like, yeah, fucking, he apologised for coming off strong. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? It's crazy. So yeah, as you can see, he was fucking losing his goddamn mind or whatever, and blah 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 blah. But as an example though of that shit, you know, where he fucking just lost his fucking mind about it, you know. Most of the fucking conversation I had with him was okay, going back and forth, and it was like quite amicable, you know. And also, so the very last tweet, towards the end here, you know, very end, you know, August 24th, 2017 was the last message I got from him. Says, I don't, and it was like, I went and suggested to fucking Fred back in the fucking day. You know, interested if there's a Soulcast covering the Kiwi Farm stuff that was discovered about what Phil's paying for his Comcast, utility bills, cost of engagement ring, and the Brazzers account. And like, so there's these Kiwi Farms leaks from back in the fucking day about this kind of shit. You know what I mean? From back in 2017. There's a kind of leak of fucking information. Sorry for the microphone disconnecting, by the way, hopefully it's okay now. So that was my last time I talked to Fred or whatever, and Fred's like, I don't know if I want to cover it since we don't know for sure what's true or not, and obviously showing evidence, blah 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 blah. And so I sent a couple of messages, you know, after Fred vanished. Fred vanished off the fucking face of the planet, but his fucking Twitter account maintained, and still to this day, his Twitter account is still active technically, because after, it's like, apparently you're meant to log into it every once in a while to keep it active and not have it deleted. I don't know. But his account still exists. So the last time I fucking sent a message was fucking November 17th, 2018. Like well over a year after he fucking vanished. I just asked him, how you doing? No response. But if you go to his fucking like Twitter or whatever, it still exists. It's still here. It's all still here. And that's it's bizarre, you know what I mean? But there you go. So Fred was quite the control freak, put it that way. Quite the fucking control freak. And yeah, I will be looking into getting a new microphone, by the way. The connection thing, I don't mean, if it was to do with the microphone itself, I do apologise for that, but I thought it was my keyboard, for example, because I've seen the freaking, yeah. I'll try and look into getting my connection sorted okay. And I am also looking into getting a new microphone when it comes to the Black Friday sales. So yeah, there we go. Let's get back to the bingo and all that shit, but I just thought I would share my take on the Fred Fuck stuff as well, because obviously I was around, not as a content creator, but as a detractor, I was around that kind of stuff. So you guys, just to let you guys know my own, you know, experiences of that sort of fucking thing from my own perspective anyway.
He provided someone with information to use against TXT, who attempted to retaliate by doing the same to one of Fred's underlings before leaving the community. Surprisingly, this was the last straw that broke the camel's back and made people in Kiwi Farms turn against the SOK for good. Fred resented the whole situation and was still pushing for an expose to be made on TXT, but at this point, people within Sons of Kojima were turning against him. Soon, a massive prolonged leak began with the intent of exposing Fred, including recordings of him intimidating, blackmailing, and pitting members of SOK against one another. In a very strange turn of events, it turned out that in one of his random endeavors to terrorize anyone Fred suspected was a DSP fan, he used a voice changer to stalk and have cyber sex with an autistic man. If I had $1 for every time a lolcow hater manipulated an autistic person into cyber relations via a fake voice, I'd have $2, which isn't that much, but it is kind of odd that it happened twice. Unsung Hero Bot decided to leak a barrage of incriminating conversations between Fred and another primary member of the Sons of Kojima. On the 6th of September 2016, a former member of the SOK, Renegade Operative, posted a video called Responding to the Sons of Kojima and Conspiracies, revealing that not only had Fred tried to dox TXT and Tevin, but even Renegade's ex-girlfriend after she decided to join him on a competing podcast. A day later, Fred's closest acquaintance from the Sons of Kojima also came out with his story, and given their proximity, this was one of the most damning accounts. Che abandoned the Sons of Kojima due to the group's toxic atmosphere, but in his absence, he had largely taken up caring for his then-girlfriend.
Okay, I'm going to make this pretty clear. I was always fucking weird. So, if anyone remembers fucking some of the SOK stuff back in the fucking day, Fred would always have a kind of segment where he would compete with Che over, like, intellect. Like, how do you spell this fucking word and all that shit? It was a bizarre fucking part of the fucking show, and I always felt it was a bit kind of weird, where, you know, Fred would like to make a big fucking public show of how intelligent he was compared to some other people around him, especially the people he's doing the fucking show with. But he would always fucking pick on Che for that fucking shit, which was kind of, I thought it was kind of strange to me, you know? But aye, it's a weird fucking thing for sure.
Friend and fellow member of the SOK, Alice. Alice suffered from leukemia, and in 2016, she sadly passed away due to her illness. This is relevant because Fred thought her death was faked, and in scouring through a ton of obituary sites, he only succeeded in doxing Alice along with her parents. This obviously made Che very upset, and in the last episode of the SOK podcast, which was hosted by a member Fred was jealous of, no less, Che chimed in to air out years of abusive behavior from Fred. Null of the Farms would confirm a massive amount of attention being brought to the thread as users flocked to see the collapse of the SOK, as the thread about it hit 23 pages in just 3 days. But in the most cathartic moment of this entire ordeal, the man himself, Darkside Phil, caught wind of the situation. He addressed it in a pretty long twit longer, saying the following. Tons of people are now messaging me to say that Sons of Kojima is being exposed for doing horrible things to me that they denied for years, and the like via a series of leaks. It was obvious the vast majority of the shit was always them, as they are the only group who delve that deep into my personal stuff. I would not be surprised if they performed the vast majority of negative things against me, including the doxing, DDoS attacks, false copyright strikes, prank calls, pizza deliveries, signing up my emails to hundreds of spam mail sites, signing up my physical mail to dozens of catalogs and magazines I don't want, sending me feces in the mail, yes, all that happened, and even swatting me. And remember, Leanna's father also got swatted. We knew nobody was safe. When it came time to start making preparations to attend Leanna's brother's wedding in late 2015, we came to the conclusion that, ultimately, if we attended, there would be a strongly increased chance that someone would try to with us and ruin the event. That would have been incredibly messed up. Having someone else's once-in-a-lifetime event get ruined by a swatting, we all collectively agreed to stay home and not attend the event. What did Sons of Kojima do? Well, first they decided to find out the address and date of the wedding. They, on their own, and without my mentioning to it for months, researched and found the event, and then spread that info all over the internet. They then decided to spin it that the reason we weren't attending was because I had forced Leanna to skip it so that I could stay home and play Fallout 4 to make money. So not only were they the reason we missed the wedding, they then turned their own vile actions into a way to make me look bad after the fact. It's mind-numbing, isn't it? It's stereotypical stalker behavior, and when it happens to celebrities, they get restraining orders. This is a textbook case of a bunch of sick-headed, mentally ill, yes, if you try to ruin someone's life you don't know, you are mentally ill, individuals trying to destroy someone they've never met and have zero personal relationship with. It's disgusting and disturbing. For those who are finally seeing the light, they need to look back over the last several years, all the shit they did to me since I moved to Washington, and seriously see if they can live with themselves. I feel bad even when I inadvertently hurt someone, but these people deliberately tried to destroy me for literally nothing. No logical reason. That's wrong on so many levels. My life is already destroyed in a lot of ways, and I'll probably never recover from the financial situation I'm in that they created. Therefore, why dwell on it? So please, don't keep contacting me with juicy new info, as I don't care. Just let me do my daily thing and be who I've always been since day one, and let's keep stuff positive moving forward. Everything else is just white noise that we can block out. Well, Phil is correct.
So let me quickly fucking tell you again. For all we know, Fred Fox could have been responsible for a few of those fucking things that happened to Phil, of course. I'm pretty sure, though, going by how Fred reacted to the swatting, he was pissed off. Most detractors are pissed off at the swatting because it fucking painted the detractors as this fucking evil person that tried to fucking get someone killed on the internet. The swatting did not make anyone look good on the detractor side whatsoever, and Phil capitalised on that to the best of his fucking abilities to fucking push that narrative down that we try to fucking kill him. So yeah, not a single detractor I fucking know was actually pleased with the fucking swatting incident because it made us all look crazy. Other than that though, yeah, it's just fucking Phil of course. Phil needs a boogeyman. He needs a fucking big bad fucking scary monster under the fucking bed to fucking say, oh, this evil fucking entity is coming after us and they're gonna fucking try and dox everyone and ruin all our fucking lives, not shit. So he can fucking paint this us versus them mentality. We saw it the other fucking day with his cult talk. We actually did. Where he's fucking saying, guys, ignore all the fucking white noise outside and just pay attention to us in our own community. I'll look after you guys. We'll be okay. Just don't pay attention to what everyone else is saying. It's absolutely insanity, but that's what Phil is like. He's always been about fucking painting this sort of narrative. It's just bizarre.
correct about many of the things said here, to blame the financial situation he's in on the Sons of Kojima takes a big chunk of credibility away from his twit longer. During the previously mentioned final episode of the SOK podcast, Null asked the present members if anyone had any knowledge of these swatting attempts, and they said it wasn't their doing. While Phil seemed to accurately assess his haters turned stalkers, it didn't mean that he was necessarily right in pinning his assessment to the members of SOK, many of which weren't half as deranged and deserving of that kind of framing as their leader, Fred, was. Speaking of Fred, he soon spoke out himself about the leaks. The things I've said and done in the past were disgusting, embarrassing, and inexcusable. I'm not going to make excuses or say that anyone else influenced me to do them. I take full responsibility for what I did and what went on in that group at the time. When I look at the pictures, I feel ashamed, not even just because they're public now, but because I acted that way. It's stuff I allowed myself to forget about and move on from that I have to now reflect on. One positive thing I can say is that the things leaking out from 2 years ago are not what the group is today. That is why none of the leaks are recent. A number of things have changed and the vibe is completely different. I want to thank you for your support and your friendship. I have no hard feelings, I can only blame myself. Whenever things like this happen, I try to learn from it. This is no different. We'll see what happens. For now, I'm going to focus on my friends and family. The reaction to Fred's apology was, at best, indifferent. At worst, people, including Almighty Tevin, who represented many of the members of the Detractor community, saw it as generic and simply put damage control with no actual repentance to back it up. Speculations as to how the group would fare varied. Some thought there's no way it could survive in any shape and suggested that some of the members of SOK were gladly having Fred be the scapegoat for their misdeeds. However, others saw value in what the Sons of Kojima did, but thought it should be limited to the fun commentary part without any of the officializing and secret keeping Fred brought with him. Many people discussed whether Fred should be doxxed, which led others to suspect that a vicious cycle was at hand. By hating DSP obsessively, Fred became like him. In fact, he became worse than him. And so if people were to hate Fred obsessively, they'd also become like Fred, and so forth. Regardless, the leaks continued relentlessly, and after years of ridiculing lolcows, Fred became one himself and received his very own thread on Kiwi Farms. With his detractors leaping headfirst into a shredder, Phil felt a burden lift from his back. Because of the void left by the Sons of Kojima's collapse, it meant that DSP had less judicious eyes trained on him at all times, and consequently he knew he could get away with more stuff than usual. Besides things like his old condo still bleeding his wallet every month due to the real estate market in Connecticut apparently being on a continuous downturn, Phil admits not only to have taken on more credit card debt, but also loans and borrowing money from his parents to pay the costs of running his business. He says he doesn't talk about it because he doesn't want to bother people with his problems, but this is evidently not really the case since he has no problem in asking for money and constantly talking about his problems every day. More likely, he doesn't want to speak on where exactly that money is going because it will invite every dormant troll to scrutinize how financially irresponsible he actually is. Notwithstanding, he revealed that ever since his move to Washington, he'd been paying for a ridiculously expensive leased BMW. He talks about having been roped into it by the dealership so as not to pay penalty fees for the car he was previously leasing, but he explains this very poorly, so it's difficult to even pick it apart. The most egregious part of the story is that when asked about why he didn't just get a used car, he tries to make it seem like it would somehow be more expensive and inconvenient than just getting the BMW, which is obviously impossible to be true. Just get a Civic, okay? But Phil's financial situation became exponentially worse when apparently someone, presumably one of his detractors, tipped off the state of Washington that Phil was an unregistered business operating in the area. Phil hadn't paid taxes for his business operations for the previous 3 years, and all of that was about to come down on his head at full speed. To pay off all of the back taxes Phil had accumulated, he did back-to-back livestream fundraisers on Christmas 2017 and February 2018. But despite having a minimum goal of $2,000, Phil only raised a little over $300. Undeterred, he tried doing even more special events, such as starting the annual tradition of having the entire week of his birthday having celebratory streams. Coincidentally, his birthday is in April, right around the same time taxes are due in the US. During this time, he held an impromptu fundraiser, again to the tune of $2,000, and this time getting a little over $400. By this time, Phil promised to not bring up his taxes anymore due to the amount of ridicule he was getting from both his fans and haters. Later, Phil confirmed he managed to pay off his taxes for the state of Washington, with only his federal taxes remaining. Only problem is his federal taxes amounted to $17,000. So during winter 2018, Phil ran 4 different fundraisers to scratch together some money to keep it afloat. Though his YouTube was simply doomed, as we've previously discussed, his Twitch account wasn't. During this period, he went from 517 subs to over 1,800, most of which is thanks to one user who gifted over $1,000 2,000 subs during his streams. The total amount donated through gifted subscriptions amounted to a little over $5,000, which Phil got half of, as his standard operating procedure on Twitch. This, plus Twitch bits, his Patreon money, what was left of the YouTube ad revenue, and the odd tip, actually made things look slightly hopeful. The only stain on this relatively positive moment was that Phil, despite his previous claims that he used to be an alcoholic, decided to spend the Christmas fundraiser of 2018 indulging in hefty amounts of alcohol, which prompted him to become noticeably more neurotic the drunker he got. Luckily, he managed to drift by without causing any major havoc online. Later, he announced that the grand total he needed to raise was actually $17,000, as to cover the expenses for his tax attorney. April 2018 rolled around, and during the main event of birthday week, Phil managed to receive a total of $1,300 in tips. For the rest of the amount he owed, he made a deal with his parents. They would pay for his debts, but he would have to set out a 10-year plan to get his finances in order and keep them there. That was just one of many demands made by Phil's parents to teach him some fiscal responsibility. Another fundraiser was done in August of 2019, with the caveat that were Phil to get $1,000, a special positive announcement was going to be made. Once the goal was hit, it turned out he'd just gotten a cat. He alluded to a second goal reward, which was immediately hit when a user donated a whopping entire $1,000 in one tip, only for Phil to then explain that there was actually no second goal and that there'd been some miscommunication. It doesn't seem this was entirely malicious in nature, more so a manifestation of Phil's lack of communication skills. Soon after, Phil did an interview with fellow YouTuber The Quartering, though many felt that it fell short of expectations, since Quartering wasn't pursuing the more pressing questions and more so taking it easy on Phil over the course of it. The more success in getting people to donate Phil was having, the more he was seeing little bits of trouble start to surface again. In another situation, a longtime viewer and supporter of DSP, DJ Runo, donated the $20 that would be necessary for Phil to buy Untitled Goose Game, which Runo wanted to see him play. Phil thanked him very much for his generosity and eventually said he would buy it and play it the following week. However, the very next day, Phil took to his stream to say he didn't have the money to buy the game and was too poor to buy anything, asking for his viewers to donate him shop credits either for Nintendo or PSN. Unsurprisingly, this caused some commotion, and Runo tried to get his money back upon discovering that Phil wasn't going to play what he had gotten paid for. The more generous members of the chat deduced that since his PayPal was connected directly to his extremely overdrafted...
Hey, we have a PayPal mention. Finally, it took that long to fucking get PayPal mentioned.
Burger. 5 in a row. That's concerning.
There we go. We're doing quite well now. We're kind of galloping towards the end. I feel like here we're into like the final half hour of the show. I'm not going to interrupt it too much more. Probably shouldn't need to interrupt it too much more anyway. But yeah, fingers crossed we can get all these things ticked off on the card as we make it towards the end.
Bank account. The money got swallowed up by Phil's debt before he could do anything with it. Confusion was only made even worse when Phil added Untitled Goose Game to his stream schedule for the month of October, following the end of his late stream at about 10 p.m. on the 7th of October. Later that same night, a post was made on Phil's forums titled, "DSP pocketed my $20 for a game." It read, "I need my money back, but he's banning everybody that's bringing it up. I'm just gonna go through PayPal and save the headache of lies I will be told by him. I've long knew about Phil's dishonesty, especially when it comes to money, but I donated anyways because I wanted to see him play the game. I won't be an idiot again." Phil did not take kindly to this thread, changing the subject of it to "Entitled Moron Tries to Fraudulently Report DSP for Something That Didn't Happen. The Thread." Edited title. He also posted in it himself saying, "So you've made an ass of yourself. You never contacted me directly about this, but instead apparently decided to post stuff up here, talk to detractors, complain to Twitch, and act like a general drama-filled dick. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. But you really blew it this time. I was checking my emails an hour ago during my break between streams, and saw that you'd sent me a message on PayPal. In the message, you complained that you'd given me $20 to buy a game, and that I'd now said I wasn't going to buy it, but that if people still wanted me to play it, you'd have to send Nintendo credits, and you didn't want to pay twice, so you were requesting your money back. I immediately returned your funds that I raised in tips on today's Borderlands 3 stream because that's all I have, and apologize that this was the situation I'm in. All money I raise has to go to bills for important stuff, like keeping the electricity and internet on, to say the least. So then I check my Twitter and the forums and I see this. Instead of actually talking to me like, man, you apparently are trying to report to Twitch using video evidence that was ripped from my streams by detractors. Guess what? That's not what a man or a fan does. You had a knee-jerk reaction instead of acting rationally, and now everything you've done was in vain because 1, you have your money back, 2, I haven't violated any rules or anything, 3, you just exposed yourself as a complete asshole. The best part is, I didn't go off when anyone asked about Untitled Goose Game. I didn't see anyone ask at all. I was angry that idiots kept asking for Code Vein / Astral Chain after I'd repeatedly explained I cannot afford any games games right now. The subject literally never came, but you're a gullible idiot who apparently believes what detractors say about me. Congrats, you're today's biggest idiot. So you only contribute to me to get what you want rather than actually caring about me as a person or a content creator. Well, you can keep your money then, and you can say goodbye because I certainly don't need entitled, toxic people trying to ruin my life and my business over 20 bucks because you can't talk to me like a respectful human. During a chill stream where he played Minecraft, Phil would spend over 30 minutes ranting about the situation, including insulting DJ Runo throughout for his insubordination. About 8 hours after the creation of the original thread, the actual DJ Runo, as opposed to the imposter who made the first post about the situation, made a thread titled WTF is even going on, wherein he said, just to clarify what actually happened, I was pissed about Phil because I sure felt cheated. Phil did refund me the money immediately. I did not report Phil to either PayPal or Twitch. I was hoping Phil would realize himself that the account on the forum at least was complete BS, since it was just freshly made, and if that doesn't shout fake, I don't know what does. I hope clearing this up with this forum account that exists for over 4.5 years means something at least. If I thought Phil was as shit as the post I apparently made, why would I have watched him for over 10 years? Why would I cheer or donate frequently? Why would I be subscribed for over 2 years? I can understand Phil's reaction since basically 90% of his life was surrounded by detractor garbage, but come on, Phil, you must admit that you could have figured out yourself that the things I said / did over the years doesn't add up to the stuff I apparently did / said in the past 6 hours over $20. The real DJ Runo attached a print from his PayPal to prove it was actually him. Upon discovering he'd fallen for a strategically executed piece of bait from a troll, Phil apologized and assured Runo he wouldn't be banned anywhere. While this narrative was closed in a relatively satisfactory way, a bag of worms bigger than anything Phil had ever dealt with up until this point was about to open in a fantastic way. In November of 2019, the bank foreclosed Phil's Connecticut condo because he stopped paying for the mortgage, despite it still having $100,000 or so left to pay. Phil did not address this publicly, most likely to not give trolls any ammo. However, when the info made it to his audience, as it always does, trolls began saying that Phil should cash out some of his WWE Champions account to pay.
Hey, WWE Champions, fantastic stuff.
Burger.
Fantastic.
5 in a row. That's concerning.
I'll tell you what's concerning. I don't think this is going to mention Supercard. We might need a free space for Supercard. Just saying.
Is dead off. Now, what could they possibly mean by this? As early as late 2014, Phil made posts on his forum about his addiction to mobile games, such as, I usually don't play any or at all unless I was during a break in my Twitch stream, but I would pick it up again on breaks and in between streams, etc. Quite honestly, I have no idea how much money I've spent as I was alternating between 5 and 10 points frequently. I can tell you it had to be in the hundreds though, and I won't ever be doing that again. Over the course of time, he occasionally dropped on stream that he still played them, but if he had already spent hundreds of dollars on it back in
I feel it's a weird one. This post relates not to WWE Champions, but Supercard. This particular post does tie in with Supercard. So I feel like I should tick this. Even though Supercard wasn't mentioned, I feel like it merits ticking. You guys agree or disagree? I don't just tick things for the sake of ticking things. I want to see what you guys think. Even though Supercard was not mentioned, this particular post that has been read out on this, documentary ties in with Supercard. I think people are saying yes. Okay, no worries. Yeah, count it. People are saying yes. Some are a wee bit unsure, but yeah, I mean, the topic is, this feels like it does cover the topic of Supercard as well, because this it's not just about champions. This actual post was about Supercard.
Burger.
5 in a row. That's concerning.
So there we go. We're going to take that off. There we go.
frequently. I can tell you it had to be in the hundreds though, and I won't ever be doing that again. Over the course of time, he occasionally dropped on stream that he still played them, but if he had already spent hundreds of dollars on it back in 2014, how much money did he spend on it if you take into account the following years? Well, that's exactly what some of his detractors set out to discover. Upon finding an account in the game called They Call Me DSP, the same as Phil's Twitter handle, they began examining when that account was active and when Phil was tweeting. Lo and behold, the times matched up. Given, that's no damning piece of evidence, but it was something. Next up was ascertaining just how much money that account had spent in the game over the years. And the figure they came up with was a gruesome $38,976. He spent just shy of $40,000, which, to put things in perspective, maybe for some younger viewers who don't know how much like things cost, 40 grand can be a down payment on a house. 40 grand is like a new BMW 3 Series, okay? This is serious money. And that's what he spent on a WWE mobile game. He tried to throw a little pity party over trolls annoying him about his absolute lack of concern with his money, but this time, pity was something very difficult to have. Phil was having some serious financial and professional trouble since the very beginning of the decade. There was no justification at any period in time for him to have spent that much on a mobile game. That is, unless some of his detractors, like Tevin, were right all along, and Phil's claims of being poor were to some degree an act. And he wasn't as worried about his money as he appeared on streams. In perhaps one of the best and funniest trolling campaigns done on him for the entirety of his career, trolls began paying for cameos from pro wrestlers to call out Phil on his mobile gaming addiction.
Hey, Phil Burnell, it's your Olympic hero Kurt Angle. And detractors have your number, buddy. I've seen the bank leaks. Jasper showed me your phone. We all know the WWE Champion's addiction is getting worse. Oh, it's true. It's damn true. And Cat deserves more than Burger King. And by the way, I'm watching you.
On top of a few other wrestling-related people and Ricky Berwick, we even get to see a familiar face chime in and give his very valuable 2 cents.
You're filing for bankruptcy, but the only reason you're filing for bankruptcy is because you dumped $40,000 into a game called WWE Champions, you stupid, dumb, ignorant motherfucker.
As you heard Mr. 445 himself say, as of January 2020, it was official. Phil declared bankruptcy due to being a whopping $500,000 in debt. Later on in the month, he made a video addressing it, explaining that $130K of it came from 15 different credit cards he'd maxed out, along with a multitude of loans, some of which dated back to when he was still a professional Street Fighter player. The rest was mostly made up of the mortgages he was failing to pay. As stupid as someone needs to be to put themselves in a situation like this, Phil put his business degree to good use when he decided that he'd rather owe money to credit card companies than owe it to the IRS. However, he wasn't savvy enough to stop himself from lying on his bankruptcy filing. As detractors scoured through it, they were quickly met with the claim that Phil had no pets, personal electronics, or collectibles, all of which were verifiably false. Additionally, his business expenses listed him as spending up to $9,000 a month on his streaming, something that seems unlikely to say the least. The general public immediately deduced that Phil was writing off the money he gambled away on WWE Champions as a business expense. This is why, when someone files for bankruptcy, that's followed by a hearing, which trolls made sure to get access to. While we don't have video of it happening, the audio track is available online for anyone to peruse. During the hearing, Phil misconstrued a question about his purchase of a subscription to the WWE Network channel as if it were related to his purchases in WWE Champions. Soon, a detractor somehow managed to sneak their way in and pose as a creditor, only to press Phil on his business expenses. The unnamed detractor asked for Phil to itemize his business expenses, meaning to lay them out one by one, which was something that Phil couldn't do without revealing his Champions addiction. However, the detractor was caught, as his claim to be a representative of Citibank was scrutinized. Later on, another troll joined the call and began playing clips of DSP playing Dark Souls, which amused everyone present.
Why am I poison? Why am I toxic?
Sheffield, do you have the identification information with you?
Despite attempts to derail Phil's defense, in May of 2020, Phil's bankruptcy went through, and $130,000 of his debt was defaulted as his credit plummeted into non-existence. While talking about his mangled credit score, he mentions that he's waiting until his credit gets better so that he can take out more loans. Again, what he means here is that he wants to transfer his debt from owing taxes to the federal government to owing money to creditors. While this is a smart thing to do in this situation, it's obvious that as soon as he gets his hands on surplus money, it's going to go to one of his addictions or needlessly expensive hobbies. And that's not even mentioning the fact that Phil is approaching his 40s right now, and eventually he'll simply be too old to work and will effectively be thrown into the wood chipper that is the infinite debt cycle he locked himself into. At this point, Phil was entirely financially dependent on the donations of a group of people affectionately dubbed whales by his detractors. Just a few of DSP's watchers were responsible for most of the money donated to him. One man in particular, who went by King Tut, donated thousands by himself. Appearing suddenly in August 2017, Tut wasn't an old-time fan of DSP's, meaning he wasn't one of these stragglers from pre-lolcow DSP era who felt some parasocial affection for the man. So it's really hard to deduce why he decided out of nowhere to dump as much money as he did into Phil's black hole of debt. Being as much of a pay pig as Tut was had his benefits, so he could get away with pretty much anything, from being toxic in chat and insulting other viewers, all the way to trying to control Phil's streams altogether. While the pay pig privilege lasted for a good few months, eventually it did get to the point where the mods decided Tut had to go. Once he was banned, he became furious and demanded that Phil refund all the donations he'd ever made. This attempt at getting a refund was neglected by Phil, and Tut proceeded to file a fraud claim on PayPal to get his money back. The thing is, PayPal is so broken that this attempt actually posed a serious threat to Phil's entire operation. According to Phil, this was Tut's plan all along and he was a secret detractor, so much so that he supposedly made appearances to DSP Hater podcast after the chargeback, claiming that he got all of his money back and screwed Phil over. Phil's story, however, is that he successfully kept all the money and Tut's PayPal shenanigans floundered, but there's no way to know who's telling the truth in this situation. But while Tut's case is a clearer-cut situation, there's another case where Phil took out some of his anger at one of his mods, despite the latter not really deserving it. Swaggins, another one of DSP's whale followers, gave a tip to Phil on how to beat one of the bosses in the Resident Evil 2 remakes, only for Phil to misconstrue it, blame him, and lash out. As a result of this outburst, Swaggins proceeded to deliberately unban a detractor to spite Phil. In a stream of Sekiro that took place soon after, Swaggins found himself extremely annoyed when Phil relapsed back to his old ways of complaining about a game when it wasn't easy enough for him to play it successfully. But DSP, having none of it, said, "I'm at a time in my life where I don't have time to deal with it. Swaggins is just mad that he told me to do something wrong during Resident Evil 2 and got blown up for it. Then that I plain don't like the combat in Sekiro, and he's so hurt by that. So he was a fair weather friend who wanted to mod when I agree with him, but as soon as there's a major disagreement, don't talk about it to me at all, but instead freak out and leave. That is kitty stuff, and I'm far beyond it, to the point where I'm not having a second John Rambo situation, so he can just get out and stay out. That is literally what happened with Rambo all over again. Nope, I'm done with that crap." Swaggins also had a response in order. "Stupid kitty stuff. As you say all the time, the world isn't black and white. To think it's just because of Sekiro is asinine. I've given so much, spent so much time trying to help moderation, only to be shown disrespect from Resident Evil 2 to now. All the excuses, the I did nothing wrong mentality, and general toxicity have driven me away, and I no longer wish to be a part of it. You say all the time that you're open to the opinions of others, but when it doesn't align with yours, you dismiss it and proceed to shit all over it. Sekiro is an example of that. My time is valued elsewhere. Twitch should be a place to escape problems, not listen to someone else's. The amount of money talk has been such a turn-off and will not help with long-term growth. Many have contacted me questioning whether or not you're even telling the truth at this point, and generally say that they're tired of all the taxes talk. I'm talking about actual fans here, not detractors. I tell them that we can only take your word about it at the end of the day." Not much later, Swaggins lost his mod privileges, and as yet another DSP fan died, a detractor was born and took another moderator with him. Eventually, Swaggins did return to DSP streams after a hiatus, but his hefty donations did not come back with him. Despite all of the financial troubles threatening his livelihood, Phil would soon find a new outlet, in a saga so perplexing and coincidental that it inadvertently ushered in a DSP renaissance, all thanks to a vest. While reacting to an old DSP video from October 2011, fans demanded that Phil wear the vest he was wearing in it, and he conceded. Upon a cursory investigation of his wardrobe, he found it and put it on. For a moment, fans and detractors alike united to be perplexed by the vest, to the point that when Phil wasn't wearing it during a stream, they asked where it was. Phil, seeing the success of the vest, along with his cowboy hat, stopped counting Twitch bits and tips towards his goals and instead encouraged users to donate directly to his PayPal, which allowed him to get the money instantly and without splitting the revenue with Twitch. He started monetizing the vest as much as he could, setting it as a reward if he hit a specific amount he wanted to get. The vest became a daily occurrence, and people began counting how many days Phil reached his goal of $100 consecutively in a brief period dubbed the vest streak. This lasted for a strong 29 days. Unfortunately, disaster struck, and Phil came down with an ear infection that made him unable to stream. To notify his fans, he said,
"Oh, hold the fuck up. It was more than 29 days, surely. Because that streak made it to like fucking 178 or some pish, didn't it? And if you're doing 2 streams a fucking day, there's no way it was fucking 29 days. That was like a couple of months or some pish. At least. I'm not buying that shit. That was not a fucking 29 days. It was longer than that.
All bad news. I've come down with a bad ear infection causing excruciating pain. I can't stream when it feels like I have a knife in my ear. I'll update everyone later today on how I'm doing. Sorry. I've had it for days but didn't say a word about it, hoping it would just go away. It did not. It got horribly worse." While this seems inoffensive on its face, the actual disaster came as a consequence of that ear infection. From responding mean-spiritedly to someone on Twitch that presumed that the ear infection had healed a day later, to being extremely defensive and gratuitously engaging in back and forths on Twitter over the authenticity of this infection, Phil was giving people reason to doubt his whole story. Meanwhile, detractors were pointing out that hiding his ailments was something Phil had never done up until now, and that he continued to stream while wearing headphones without ever mentioning that he had an ear infection to his audience, despite having no reason to keep it a secret whatsoever. Regardless, despite the debate as to whether this lack of stream constituted a break in the vest streak, Phil continued to do the vest gimmick, eventually hitting a milestone of 73 days with the vest. This meant DSP...
Oh, so he broke up into 2 different... Okay, there we go. So he himself, you know, also the Turkey Tom, is saying that after 29 days or whatever, Then he fell ill, and okay, so he's basically fucking spun up that way. So technically, streak was still a thing, but okay, anyways. I was confused as hell there for a while, but there you go, he's explained it now, my bad.
He earned at least $100 every day for over 2 months. On the 73rd, he miscalculated the tips by $9 and came dangerously close to not hitting the goal and breaking the streak. But lo and behold, it still stood. The vest streak bravely marched forward onto the 100-day mark, which Phil referred to as the Vestival. He also revealed that if another goal was hit, he would put on yet another hideous vest, this one a shiny silver, which he dubbed Platinum DSP. The streak raged on for another 50 days before finally DSP mentions that it was starting to become a lot harder to hit the tips goal and put on the accursed DSP vest. This was a few weeks after Phil was hit by PayPal with $800 worth of chargebacks, so as you can imagine, he got a little desperate. At this point, Phil's scheme was becoming irkingly transparent. There were times when the vest streak business overtook the stream entirely, with Phil coming close to guilt-tripping his audience about the streak potentially ending. When it started out extremely positive, the vest was being absorbed into the general dark cloud of DSP's debt-mongering and e-begging. More time goes by, and as DSP was approaching the 200 mark, an anonymous user would DMCA strike DSP's Twitch account, suspending him off the platform temporarily and pushing him onto YouTube. Eventually, he resolved the issue with Twitch and returned to celebrate day 200 of the streak. When the time came, Phil said that only now, with the vest's aid, was he able to start sleeping soundly at night without worrying about his unpaid bills. From his point of view, everything was on a turnaround for him. By day 250, he starts talking about buying a PS5 with the money. No matter how much things seem to turn around, Phil continues to be Phil, this time wearing a valet uniform. For some reason, it was only after 276 days that the streak came to an end, as Phil streamed himself playing Paper Mario and the Origami King. Despite preparing for this day for months, it wasn't easy on poor old Phil, who probably made 30.
I might be wrong here, but I don't think it was 276 days. I think it was 276 streams. He does 2 streams a day. So yeah, it's half of that, I think, basically. But it's still a long fucking time. So yeah, there's a wee nitpick there as well for Turkey Tom, but I can understand this confusion about why I might got that wrong, but yeah, there you go.
76 days that the streak came to an end, as Phil streamed himself playing Paper Mario and the Origami King. Despite preparing for this day for months, it wasn't easy on poor old Phil, who probably made 30 grand by playing video games with a vest on for 9 months. He becomes extremely upset at his audience for not keeping the streak alive, but ultimately he accepts that it's over.
Because there was a lot of support tonight, and it was mostly subs and cheers. So I don't know where, why people did that, but that's going to be, this is it. This is literally the end of the stream. I told you guys I couldn't go late tonight. So this vest streak is about to end. Unless we get a tip right now at the very tail end of the stream, and there's no time for a vest, the stream is over. So unless we get something right now, this is it.
However, what wasn't over was his e-begging, which made many of his viewers wonder, what did he do with that nearly 30 grand he made off of the vest streak?
What happened to the vest streak money? It went to pay for stuff, genius. Bills, back taxes. Like, it paid for a tremendous amount of things around here. What do you think it did? Oh my god, people are so dumb.
The nervousness and the vague pivot from bills and back taxes to a tremendous amount of things around here pretty much confirmed for much of his following that he didn't change even a bit in regards to how he handled his money. Phil's online inner circle would be rocked when a mod named Anonymous leaked the logs and chats of his private server uploaded onto YouTube in early 2021. Anonymous, who had worked alongside Phil for years, would concede it was time to join the dark side, removing himself as a moderator of Phil's Twitch midstream, but not without changing the title of the stream to DSP Doxed Pew Dubs before he did so as a parting shot.
Phil doxed PW Dubs? No, I didn't. I've never doxed anyone.
As you heard, Phil claimed he had never doxed anyone. However, documented history tells quite a different story.
Oh, by the way, I have your IP, I have your name, and I have your address. So, congratulations, you fucked up.
Anonymous's leaks didn't do much damage to Phil's reputation, partly because it was already destroyed beyond repair, partly because there wasn't a lot of incriminating stuff in there that the detractors didn't already know about. Anonymous eventually revealed the reason he turned on Phil, saying, "The greatest tactic in Phil's playbook is to characterize his critics as evil, malicious, and mentally ill trolls seeking attention. When he made me a moderator in October of 2017, I was a mod for 1 day before he removed me. A troll started insulting me for being gay, which I don't mind. They escalated it to mocking me for something that happened happened during my childhood, telling me that's why I'm gay, and called me a P-word. I timed them out for the rest of the stream. Phil was bombarded with emails complaining about me being a bad mod. He panicked, threw me under the bus, talked poorly about me behind my back to the troll, and removed me hastily. I emailed him and let him know what happened. His response was that he believed me fully, and I was still absolutely in the wrong. He reprimanded me because he felt I had no reason to ever tell anyone that I was abused, and that I have to keep that to myself. He refused to restore my mod status and gave me the same treatment he tried to give his whales. He tried to dangle it over my head. As it turns out, the mod Discord server was just the tip of the iceberg, as Anonymous released a plethora of information that was previously unknown. The user mentioned in the title that Mouse put on Phil's stream, probably along with many others, was asked by Phil to provide their personal information in order to get unbanned. I'm almost legally obliged to say, no matter how dedicated a troll you are, why on God's green earth would you give your personal information to anybody to get unbanned from a Twitch chat? I mean, unless you're a kid, I can't imagine that being a reasonable decision. Phil went directly to the private moderator Discord server and desperately tried to establish what had happened while he was live streaming. Because of the trolling today, I ventured onto the farms. Someone there has posted us impersonating at Anani, who insists it's not him. They're saying they're going to post definitive proof that is somehow going to incriminate me, but haven't been that specific. They think it will be evidence that this Discord exists, although that doesn't actually prove anything. They are somehow convinced themselves, insanely, that as long as I'm using Discord in some capacity, that somehow everything they've made up about me in the last year and a half is true. They are hinging all this on the belief that I had a falling out with @Anani based on his Twitch suspension, which of course isn't true. They think I demodded and banned him from the channel, lol. So whoever this is apparently impersonating him to get me to think it's him and get rid of him. Soon it dawned on Phil that he was being fooled, and Mouse was indeed the leaker. He proceeded to confront him in the server. @Anonymous, are you still sitting on Detractor streams talking about me? Because they are saying this is your YouTube handle that you just created, and I'd like to know what gives. Like, I'm giving you a huge benefit of the doubt here, but I'm hearing from every possible direction that you're actually trying to cause drama for me. They are also saying that both Anonymous and @KingGoken talk to people behind the scenes and both confirm this Discord exists. Not that it matters, that leaked a year ago, but somehow they think it's news. Is it all an impersonation? And are we actually talking about this Discord server outside of here? I was under the impression we all want this thing kept secret so they can't try to harass us. So why the hell is it becoming public knowledge? Phil tried to defend himself and explain that the information PewDub sent to him was to prove that his account was the real one to ward off impersonators. That would be a convincing defense, were it not for the fact that Phil had previously bragged about having people's doxes multiple times. The one thing that did sap some of the steam off of Mouse's expose were the accusations of heinous stuff, meaning pedophilia and zoophilia. Even in the DSP video, I cannot seem to rid myself of these people. When asked why he was following zoo accounts, Mouse replied that he was doing it to see their tweets and befriend them, the same reason he follows everyone. He added, bruh, I'm a furry, we buy and sell exact replicas of animal genitalia. While I certainly don't F animals, I'm not above speaking with people who do. Members of the Kiwi Farms would not take kindly to the revelations regarding Anonymouse's supposed predilections. Anonymous is into zoo stuff and likes stuff like this. Make fun of this stuff what you lot will. I told you ages ago he should be told to F off. He's an adult and he's following this teenager that claims he wants to F animals. Are we really going to ignore this but poke fun at our Canadian Coomer? Our side really isn't any better than Phil's. We are far worse. Reprobates like this adult man taking pictures of himself in a full diaper wanting to F fur babies and a zoophile are the people that detractors look up to. His attempts to apologize for what he describes as tantamounts to deliberately telling teens that zoophilia is okay weren't heeded by members who believed it totally insufficient for the extent of his actions. People pointed out that first, he lied about knowingly interacting with minors about this kind of stuff on Twitter. Then when an example was brought up, he acted like that was the only time it ever happened.
Okay, let me just stop it right there. There was a very minor reference to Derek there. That's a good point, so I'm going to tick it off.
Burger. 5 in a row. That's concerning.
In case anyone's wondering, that Canadian Coomer reference was about Derek.
Chips were stacking against Anonymous at a very fast rate, and today, he too has his own dedicated page on the Kiwi Farms. Eventually, Mouse reappeared to try and justify his actions, saying the following. I'm sorry for returning. The point of going away for the prior month was to reflect and start getting help. It's hard to make it clear how deeply I regret my actions without fixating on how it'll be perceived. Whether wording it the wrong way will sound disingenuous or make it sound like I'm downplaying everything or turning it into an emotionally manipulative pity party by oversharing my issues, etc. I'm absolutely disgusted with myself. It's pathetic pathetic trying to hang on like this. I'm sorry for everything I've been called out over. I should have done that first and foremost. This false confidence in my return is blatantly motivated by desire to save face. I deleted my other accounts that deprived me of access to my terminally online life and forced me to get help because I knew I couldn't resist coming back to either chase clout or lolcows for cheap ego boosts. Clearly, you can't delete your account on Kiwi Farms. My only other option is changing my password to a randomized string and logging off forever. And so he did, as his account has been inactive since mid-2022. A 55-page leak of a conversation between Anonymous and a user called Pamperchew came out in August of 2022 and quickly was archived by users seeking to preserve evidence of the two's abhorrent conversations with a vast quantity of screenshots provided. And I'll let you guess as to the quality of discourse in such a document. Meanwhile, despite having triumphantly served this upheaval, Phil was facing yet another threat to his livelihood. Twitch terminated his partnership, and soon his entire account was set to be closed permanently. In an emergency video uploaded to YouTube, Phil demanded an apology from Twitch regarding their treatment of him, despite detractors pointing out that the partnership allowed Twitch to ban users for any reason at any time. Honestly, even though that may be the case, I still feel bad for Phil either way. If it was up to me, his Twitch would not be banned. The official reason was that Phil had allegedly said a hateful slur at one point during a stream. While Phil reacted to the partnership termination in a pretty angry way, bringing up US law as if it had any relevance to the situation, Twitch eventually decided to lift his channel suspension and acknowledge that he was wrongfully penalized. However, he had a grudge against Twitch and was already in the process of moving his operation over to YouTube. Funnily enough, in May of 2021, despite refuting the allegations of hateful language in his content, Phil almost certainly dropped the gamer word on accident during another stream. Later that year, over the course of a few weeks in September, hackers were able to socially engineer Bank of America to give them access to Phil's bank statements by using public info of his that was available, and the findings were intriguing to say the least. Over the course of the better part of 2 years, Phil spent approximately $190,485. Of that nearly $200,000, $3,000 went to alcohol, $6,000 was spent on restaurants and takeout, $11,000 on groceries, $26,000 on taxes, $33,000 on mortgage payments, and last but not least, $45,000 on microtransactions, not only including WWE.
That's concerning.
I'm counting DoorDash for that. I'm counting DoorDash. You know, basically reading off, I spent it all. What was I spending all his money on? I'm counting DoorDash for that. We're 2 away.
Not least, $45,000 on microtransactions, not only including WWE champions, but PayPal and iTunes. It appears that the detractors, and most prominently Tevin, were right all along, and Phil aggressively played up his financial tightness to get more donations, while he spent it on stupid garbage constantly. When Phil did address it, he didn't actually. He just claimed he suffered identity theft, which is actually true, and purposefully left the rest of the details as vague as he could, as to not raise attention to the glaring fact that perhaps the most damning piece of information on him ever was now public. Now comes the end of 2021, and Phil decides to make some changes to his content. First and foremost, the biggest change would be dropping the King of Hate moniker that had defined his career, appearing on merchandise, his own forums, and even his vlogging channel that he'd also retired on the 3rd of January in a video titled, "Goodbye, this channel is retired. Head to DSP Gaming and thank you for 10 awesome years of vlogging." Today, the channel does remain online, but only as an archive. However, Phil's attempts at rebranding would do nothing to curb the nearly 2-decade legacy of the moniker, and more widely his online reputation. A critique that underlined this decision of rebranding was that Phil only did it after he got the attention of Moist Critical. Despite Charlie saying the same things many people had said before, that Phil guilt-tripped viewers over money and branded himself on begging, Phil took the opportunity to do a Boogie 2988 and performatively embrace the criticism to look better. Unfortunately, Phil then suffered another series of copyright strikes on his channel, DSP Gaming, after a detractor, Dayglow Hour, posed as a professional video editor, creating various intros and bumpers for Phil to use before his streams, only to then claim them once they were in enough uploads. Just a couple of weeks later, however, the strikes were cleared and his channel was back to its original state. Attempts to mess with Phil's income didn't stop there, however. In September of 2022, a user named MusicMouse7 tweeted to Stream Elements, the company who manages Phil's tips, linking them to a 13-year-old clip where DSP makes a pretty bold statement.
But I hate the
So began the chain of events that ultimately led to Phil's termination from Stream Elements. Phil took to Twitter to message the company, telling them his tips page became a 404 and asked if it's all related to mass reporting that took place regarding the TF2 incident. Following day, Phil opened up a link directly to PayPal for all stream donations, and now he has to manually manage his PayPal account and the donations sent, further unable to have automatic animation pop-ups. He also has to play these himself. Phil also instituted a brand new policy, adding the disclaimer, no refunds, to his account. Despite attempts by trolls to report the account, Phil continues to use it to this day. In addition to taking this L, it seems DSP was breaking his promise to not play WWE champions anymore.
The quality of the video is a little poor. but if you are familiar with the game, you can make out what is on Phil's phone. This is the Brawl feature within the WWE Champions application game.
The rest of Phil's 2022 wasn't anything new. He raged, e-begged, and guilt-tripped his audience over lack of donations while playing Elden Ring, called his audience bigoted when they made fun of a conspicuously feminine Halloween costume of Ken from Street Fighter, among other charismatic and lovable activities. The most recent major situation in Phil's career started with a podcast called Side Scrollers. This particular episode of the show starred online personality Adam Krigler and creator of the Screw Attack video game network, Craig Skitzimus, otherwise known by his online pseudonym Stuttering Craig, and they'd be interviewing the one and only Philip Burnell. As he always does given the opportunity, Phil used this time to defend himself against the accusations of detractors, and like every previous instance of it, it didn't go that well. Some of Phil's shortcomings in the PR department were very familiar, such as him essentially admitting that he gave his viewers no value back for what they donated to him. However, some were novel. During the stream, the topic of WWE champions came up, and Phil instantly became a nervous wreck. The interviewers seemed familiar with it and effectively pressed him on the topic, eventually circling in for the kill and telling Phil that if he wanted to, he could prove that the WWE Champions account that he had spent tens of thousands of dollars on the game wasn't his. All he had to do was show his account to a neutral third party that could verify his claims to fans and detractors alike. But Phil was not open to doing so and preferred to stick with his theory that a detractor of his spent that money just to frame him and incriminate him, which further solidified his guilt.
You have my email, and this is a small ask. It's also a big ask. You can say whatever you want. Will you, and you can say no, and I'm totally fine with this, but just confidentially between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account, of your WWE account, and just so I personally, I will not share your name to anybody, but just between us.
Man, I have to think about
and vouch for you.
Yeah, and I will vouch for you either way.
I have to think about what kind of risk that. I don't want to say. Here's the thing, I'll consider it, but I can't agree to it yet. I have to see exactly what's the risk. You know.
Another topic covered during the podcast was DSP's interactions with Keemstar, the official side character of every lolcow story, apparently. He has to pop up. Keem had recently decided to move past Phil's drama with him over the coverage of the incident from a couple of years prior to make him an offer. A total of $50,000 to join the lolcow podcast alongside Wings of Redemption and Boogie 298.
5 in a row. That's concerning.
Oh my, we're very close to a full house.
8.
I got a brilliant idea. Why don't I take the three of you, put you on a podcast, we will call it the Lolcow Podcast.
In an extremely unfortunate turn of events, Phil turned it down on principle and sought to make his thoughts clear on the matter during the Side Scrollers episode.
This was some kind of like a big project he wanted me involved in. I don't know exactly what. Let me explain. So he says, well, I don't want to talk about it in a DM. We got to have a phone call. I'm like, okay, that's reasonable, right? Let's have a phone call. Here's my number. Here's when to call me. I'm available at these times of the day. Okay? I wait, the call never comes. It's been like 2 days, the call never comes. Maybe he's not serious about it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in this guy's head. All of a sudden, I'm on streams. He starts calling me when I'm on streams. I'm like, is he, I don't know what's going on again. So I DM him after the fact. I'm like, hey, you want to, so basically, it's like stupid telephone phone tag. The guy won't even contact me to talk about what he wants to offer me when I'm available.
Review Tech USA chimed in with a $50 donation to the stream saying, Phil, nobody cares about your history with Keemstar. Why are you above a $50K sign-on bonus for a podcast, but will ask for tips for groceries the next day? It makes no sense. Viewers began to speculate that the real reason was actually that Phil didn't need the money as much as he pretended he did. Eventually, Keem himself joined the podcast and the two went at it for an hour or so, getting very little resolved in the process. The aftermath of the stream resulted in only more derision between Phil and the members of the Side Scrollers. The day after the now infamous interview, the group uploaded a discussion called Dark Side Phil Aftermath, where they went over how the DSP episode went. Due to them being honest about what they thought of Phil's responses to the more pressing questions, such as the WWE Champions fiasco, the discussion prompted him to say they betrayed him and describe the podcast negatively. While he addressed the Aftermath video, he made the mistake of mentioning Keemstar in a negative light, which prompted Keem to chime in again. In a tweet, Keem reiterated that DSP was no longer being considered for the Lolcow podcast due to his inability to answer important emails in a timely manner. In another instance, instance, Keem said, I have set up interviews with DSP's family and friends. We're going to get to the bottom of this. Apparently, unlike him, they like money. Keep in mind, DSP totally unprovoked talks ill about me when I was retiring. I barely even knew him, and he doesn't know me. After that, he was hurting for money, so I offered him $50K for a podcast job, and he disrespected me again. After that, I had a peaceful chat with him on Side Scroller's pod that settled the beef. 24 hours later, he was talking smack about me again. After that, he tried to steal my podcast idea. So I don't want to hear that I'm harassing him. I'm simply responding. When Keemstar announced he'd arranged interviews with members of Phil's family, DSP responded saying he didn't care since he had no contact with any of his family besides his parents. So Keem would get biased information from people only interested in the money. During one of his periodic lamentations, Phil mentions having developed severe trust issues and having an inability to have friends, but he blames trolls for this instead of blaming himself.
It's hard for me to trust anyone. You wanna know why? Because so many people have kind of screwed me over time. People who swear to me, don't worry, we're in it for the best of intentions, and we're here to do this or that, and then what happens, right? And it's like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Well, fool me 77 times, right?
On June 24th, 2023, DSP celebrated his 15th anniversary of being a content creator on YouTube. 15 years, 64,000 videos on the DSP gaming channel alone, countless hours of live streaming, half a lifetime's worth of subpar content. It's hard to even believe it got to this point. Unlike other lolcows who have one or two gigantic character flaws that are like genuinely just making them unfit for society in general, DSP is kind of a different beast. He has no particularly grievous offense towards other people. Instead, he has an unending series of small offenses he has no interest in taking accountability for. He's not extraordinary whatsoever, and that's precisely the appeal. Disliking him isn't a race, it's a fucking marathon. His detractors will willingly sit through his content slop just to bask in how underwhelming it is. Every little self-serving lie, every e-beg, every insult to the audience, it adds up to the phenomenon known as pignosis, the inability to fully stop following what Phil is up to. DSP is like McDonald's, where you know you're getting a bland, kind of soggy experience, but every once in a while, you just find yourself coming back, okay? He's a low-skill, menial job worker who stumbled into being a professional content creator and got addicted to it, and no matter how much negative attention or debt his attachment to his online personality incurs him, he keeps on going. Phil is not destined to be an online personality. He doesn't have the talent, he doesn't put in the effort, he has no skills, and yet every single day, he's struggling against fate itself by not giving up. He's a Let's Player who's bad at games. Took 3 years after it was already the norm for him to start doing direct capture, and has never hired an editor in his life. He doesn't behave responsibly in the face of negative consequences, or his inability to manage his professional life whatsoever. He defaulted on over $100,000 worth of debt that he took out on credit cards so that he could pay his taxes, even though he knew his taxes were just going to continue to accrue, and he truly has no hope of paying them. But he simply does not stop. DSP is like Albert Camus's The Myth of Sisyphus. He doesn't have what it takes to perform his task, but he's going to continue trying regardless. The struggle itself toward being a content creator is enough to fill his heart for the time being. One must imagine that Phil is happy, or at least he thinks he's where he's supposed to be.
Wow, what a video that was. What a video that was. We have come to the end. Let's get some autos going. While we reflect on the end. That was a some podcast. That was some documentary. And there's the autos right there. Good old autos. Apparently we've reached 100 likes, but technically... Oh my fucking god. Am I going to have to be a dick about this? Like, the documentary finished before we hit 100 likes. Oh my god, am I gonna be... I mean, technically we hit 100 likes, but technically the fucking thing is finished. Jesus. Do I want to be a bastard? Do I want to be a mean son of a bitch? Jesus, man. Jesus, man, I don't know, I don't know. We're very close. We were very fucking close. I don't know. It's a strange one. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do about the situation. Do I count? I mean, technically, the thing had finished. But we weren't there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't... You know what? You guys decide. You fucking guys decide. You guys fucking decide, do we count it? Simple yes or no, do we fucking count it? So you guys, you gotta let you guys be the fucking deciding factor, you know, for that fucking shit, you know, there we go. But we need a clear, you know, absolutely conclusive answer, you know. If there's several people that are saying no, we need to respect that as well, you know what I mean? But you guys say, because for me, the documentary had finished and we didn't hit the goal. It happened like 5 seconds afterwards, which is mental. But strictly speaking, going by the way bingos are operated, we missed it barely. But at the same time, it feels very mean to do that. Some people are saying do it, and some people are saying don't do it. It's a weird one. The Watch Prism saying I was not aware it had to be before it ended the count. I said at the start of every fucking bingo stream. If we get 100 likes before we finish playing bingo, it's in the wording of how I fucking word the fucking thing. If we get 100 likes before I finish playing bingo, the fucking documentary had ended, so that was it. You know, as soon as the fucking thing finished playing, that was it. Unsorted Skies is saying before Phil starts recording, that's for his likes as well. That's for his likes. Whenever it's for us and our likes, when we finish playing bingo for us, you know, and usually he's fucking usually recording anyway for gameplay long before I fucking get to it because I'm always fucking pausing. You can get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I feel most people are saying yes, to be fair, you know what I mean? Most people are saying yes. And some people just fucking want marbles for the sake of fucking marbles. I'm gonna count it. I'm counting it.
Burger.
There we go.
Full House. Oh boy, how exciting! Anyway,
there we go. Yeah, I'm counting it. Most people, like 84%, basically 83%, were basically saying yes. So yeah, most people said yes. Count it. So in that regard, guys, please bear with me while I sort out the list. I need to sort out a list for marbles, might be new names to add for this marbles list, so please enjoy Pixar Animation's little intro thing. I'll let that play in the background while I sort out the list and get the game loaded up. Hey guys, give me a second here. We should have bingo, sorry, the marbles ready to go. I'm not sure. I'm trying to pick a track. I'm like random to get different tracks going here. I'm not sure which one looks like this. There's so many that look pretty good, but I'm not sure which one to go for. Mind you, these are all the official ones. We could go to the community maps and pick a random one there as well. There's tons of them there. But Jesus, yeah. I mean, which ones take the longest? Okay, some of these take a ridiculous amounts of time. I mean, if we just randomise this as well. Like, what about random here? And it's like something called this thing here, which is... No, screw it. We'll do a community map. What's the worst that can happen? We'll do a community map. Okay? The most popular community map is a shout, actually. So that'd be what plays. Oh, I'm gonna need to scroll a whole lot. Hold on. Oh, wrong way. There we go. The most popular community map looks like it's this one. So, yeah, I mean, this particular map here, Colourful Rainbow Adventure, is apparently the most popular community map out there. So, let's fucking see, I guess. Let's see how it goes. We're on bots, we've got everything added. Cool, let's race. We're this most popular community map. By the way, while I was away getting names all sorted, big ups to D-Dog, thank you very much for the contribution. Very generous when it was. I'll replay it just because I don't like the animation played.
Money, money, yeah, yeah. Money, money, oh, money, money, yeah, yeah. Money, money.
So yeah, thank you very much to D-Dog for the super chat. It says, Sir Bingo is on me. Very kind of D-Dog indeed to send some funds to help pay off whoever's going to win this particular bingo. Wouldn't it be quite the fucking coincidence if it ended up being him that won? I'm pretty sure he's got a ball in here somewhere, actually. I think so. D-Dog, you've got a ball in here, haven't you, somewhere? Or have you abstained from having a ball? I don't know, but as you see, I've added the most recent names. I've added all the newest names to the list that I had to add. The most recent name from, was 3 hours ago or something. So yeah, and let's take a look at this fucking... Okay, what in the ever-loving fuck is this? Well, I guess we'll just start the fucking thing. Okay, you guys know how all this works. We're trying to win. Someone's ball was going to win. Whoever's ball wins has the best fucking marble in the fucking world. I say balls, marbles, balls, same fucking thing. Let's just start a goddamn race and see what fucking happens. So here we go, we're going down here, we're going to funnel down. Lunar Guardian almost fucking snuck ahead there, but it's Mozgus. Who the fuck is this guy? Mozgus is in here first. Going down here, we're going to filter into 2 different paths here, and one down the left, one down the right. Joker Bunny is fucking gone miles ahead. Palm Solo on the other side here, but Joker Bunny is going miles ahead here. But they're caught up though, they've been caught up. This is so disorientating. Lunar Guardian's doing quite well down the other side, but Joker Bunny is still ahead. Pone trying to catch up. You got Windows 96 as well down the other side here. I thought these balls were going to affect things, but I guess no. Joker Bunny's still ahead. It looks like the Lunar Guardians are catching up though and might overtake. The first one out is Joker Bunny, and then it's Native Mamba. Is anyone going to fall into these that get past here? Oh my god, what's going to happen here? People are going to get fucking smacked about here, perhaps. And so the Skies, King Llama, Kyle, Prophets, I think for some people just fall right through. Oh, this is going to take a while. This is going to take a wee while. So who's in the lead here? We've got King Llama. Oh, someone fell! Neo Judah has been nudged off the edge. With too many people, I guess, filtering through. So we have a casualty. I guess if there's too many balls or marbles in one place, you might fall off the edge. There is a potential risk of that. A lot of people here are vying for first place. We're getting closer to the end here. Down we'll go. We're very nearly there. Lunar Guardians ahead, it looks like. But here we go. I think that's a scientist. No, it's Derbear. It's Derbear. Derbear has won the bingo. The hospitalised Derbear. That's actually quite fucking nice to happen, actually, because he's fucking having a bit of a rough time right now. He's in hospital, and I think he's going to be in hospital for the next 10 days or something. Not sure, you know, there's something up with him, you know what I mean? I don't want to fucking But yeah, Derby, I don't think they're here right now, but I do believe they're in hospital, you know, just getting stuff done, recovering and all that jazz. So yeah, well done to Derby. A fitting winner, in my opinion, of the bingo to hopefully cheer them up, you know, for the... Obviously, nobody likes to be in hospital, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, they have won the bingo. Second was Mr. Differently Abled. Third was Sweet. Winner Guardian 4, Zeta 0 5th. Xenobite Mummy 6, Kyle 7th. Harvest Smashing Day 8th. GH Champ was 9th. And 10th was CE. Jasper's Angels having problems here. They might no finishing time. I think they're actually the final ball as well. They're the final ball to finish the course, but they're not going to. Or they might do after all, right here. In the nick of time, will they get there? No. They perished. But Der Bear has won the bingo. Fantastic stuff indeed. And what a course that was. How many people... Did only one person die or did multiple people die? Jasper's Angels, Ula Pops and Neo Judah all perished in that. How did I do? Did I come close to winning? Or is it a fix? Am I not allowed to win this? There I am, 66th. Almost 69th. Cool up to 69th. Credit to them for having a nice finish. But there we go. So, Der Bear has won the bingo today. They get the prize funds, you know what I mean, for this very special edition of bingo. DSP documentary style bingo made by Turkey Tom. Even though I'm always tempted to do a couple more courses because it is fun. I'm going to do 2 more. I'm going to hit random track, okay? This is not to win anything else, by the way. This is just for the sake of having fun playing fucking marbles, okay? Because these are quite fun to fucking do. I feel doing it once is no enough. Let's just do it like fucking another 2 times or whatever. Just for the hell of it and see who wins the fucking petty prize of, like, you know, oh, well done, you win a marbles. You don't win anything for marbles, but hey, you came first place, you know? That's like almost 4 for evil. Right, let's just fucking start straight away. No messing. BST with an early healthy lead. He'll be annoyed that it doesn't mean anything, but there we go, we're all getting held up here. But he's paddles. BST still almost ahead there, but he's been overtaken now by a bunch of people. Lunar Guardian again. How does Lunar Guardian always get to the front? There is something suspicious about that. Jasper's Angels is ahead. They're almost falling off the edge, but they're holding on. Ian Sorare is now trying to catch up in this native Mamba. Alien is down. Nidhogg is out. Oh, so many people are dying. Steve Dead is down, and I can't even read all his name. Silent Weapons, Jim Snow, Yusuf. Ranger V1. So many people just bit the bullet Tomion as Nidhogg charges forward. And they're taking a shortcut thing. I think it's a shortcut from Nidhogg. It is indeed. Nidhogg is flying here. Oh, it's a very angry... What's this? Does that kill people? Or does it launch them? Jesus, it actually launches them. So, where is Nidhogg? I don't understand where people are. Do I need to go down? Oh! Well, there's that answer. I wasn't sure where they fucking went, but there you go. Nidhogg has won. By a mile. Arcestus is dead. Ian Sorare's coming up for 2nd place. There's a plethora of people dying right now. MRC Midnight, Beamer, BR Joe, Rainin Lemur. There's some people crossing the line here, but it looks like there's a few of the lucky ones. A lot of people have died. Sideshow Bob, Jasper's Angels have snuffed it. The top 10 is Nidhogg, Ian Sorare, Meester, Elaine Walls, Agent Proper, Braden Young, Dorrans, Kel Denson, Barrett Wells, and 10th was Timmy O'Toole. There's a whole bunch of people coming crashing at the end there. So yeah, Nidhogg won that by a very comfortable margin. That was a very impressive victory for Nidhogg. They just managed to get a couple of shortcuts. They managed to, you know, gain the system, whatever. And yeah, it was Nidhogg got the fucking win in the end. Sadly for them, it doesn't mean anything because it's just for the sake of, you know, bragging rights. But that's what it is. There we go. Nidhogg won that particular race. A very interesting map indeed. Got a bit lost there towards the end, but we saw the win though, thankfully. One more, and then we're done. Oh, not this one, not this one. I've seen this one before. It's a straight line. It is literally just a straight. Is this how it ends? Is this how it ends? A straight line in marbles to see which. Oh, for God's sake, fine. Here we go. Literally just a straight line. Zeta Zero's going to win, I think. Let's just hold on. Let's go to 1. No, damn it! Let me press that. So we're going to keep up with the first place here. Zeta Zero's ahead. King Llama as well, though. It looks like they've gained the lead. Why does it say 1? Do I need to, can I stop that? Don't know why it says 1. Don't know what I pressed wrong there, but all the balls, all the marbles say 1 now. Oh, the marbles are getting knocked together. This is legitimately just a straight line. Lord Kuma's in contention here as well. Making the big boom. As bizarre as this is, it's a very simple course, of course, but it is strange how obviously all these balls have physics and they can affect each other. All the balls, all the marbles. But we're coming up to the end. 8. Got 7, for lack of a better term, furlongs to go. That's some horse racing terminology now. 4. We're almost there. The finish line's in sight. Look how close it is between Zeta Zero and King Llama, but Zeta Zero looks like they've got the edge here. Looks like they're going to just about sneak the victory. There we go. Zeta Zero wins, and they've all finished at pretty much the same time. Oh, that's a bizarre way to end things with that. So, that's the end of that, and I'm gonna say that's the end of the bingo. Of course, the main winner, of course, the actual prize winner for the bingo for getting a full house was Derber, who is of course in hospital, and hopefully they get better soon. Hopefully they're not in there for too long. I think 8 more days in hospital for us. It's never a good thing. So them winning the bingo is a fantastic wee thing to perk them up, hopefully, and hopefully it won't be too long before we see them again in chat. But yeah, I'm gonna bring an end to the. Oops, that's the wrong thing. That's just all settings and all that shit. So I was gonna say race menu. There we go, race menu. Just so we can quit the fucking game and end in the best way possible. We're gonna end with otters. Where they'll go. Get back. There you fucking go. We finally have otters. Well, I'm gonna wrap things up, guys. I'm gonna wrap things up. Guys, thank you very much for being here for this bingo. I do hope everyone had a good time. Hope everyone enjoyed themselves. Very special edition kind of bingo because we don't usually cover things like this, whatever. But the documentary was very good. I was quite impressed with it. And yeah, I mean, I'd highly recommend people to check out yourselves, and everything else. And for if you want to kind of watch it at your own leisure, a lot of it is quite impressively put together, including the early days. I felt like it kind of went in speed mode towards the last few years, just because he was like, we're out of time. Yeah, there we go. But guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for the contributions. Thank you for the tips, super chats, and all that. Thank you to D-Dog for gifting 10 memberships as well. So very kind of him to do that as well. And remember, guys, I do have a special members only Discord. For people, you can actually tell Discord or YouTube details, and that means you'll have access to my Discord for members as well. So there we go. I'm always trying to do kind of members only kind of thing. And so yeah, so people are interested in that, of course, that is there as well for members to talk to me as well for Discord. And, but yeah, I think that's covered everything. Yeah, and yeah, D-Dogs, don't worry. I added the new members. I remembered during the bingo to add the new members, so there we go. I've got them all added already. It's all good stuff. So guys, I think I'm going to wrap things up there. I'm going to end how I always end by playing notorious PIG contributions made by the supremely talented Pixar Animations. But guys, until tomorrow, we'll get back to some normality with normal bingo content. I'm going to wrap things up there. So guys, hope you all enjoy the rest of your weekend, however you spend it, and I'll catch you all later. Peace out.
On September 14th, a pre-authorized payment of $16.51 from PayPal.
All right, Luna Mills has tipped me $1.30. It says, I'm back. What's your favorite type of shower? When you're showered in money, when you go outside and all of a sudden greenbacks start falling from the sky and you raise your face up, you're like, oh, you start dancing, you go, oh, money, money, yeah, yeah. All right, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but thank you for the first tip of the day. Money, money, yeah, yeah. Money, money, oh, money, money, yeah, yeah. Money, 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 yeah, yeah. Money, yeah. These contributions are mandatory.
Money, money, yeah, yeah. Money, money. Oh, money, money, yeah, yeah. Money, money. Money, money, yeah, yeah. Money, money. Oh, money, money, yeah, yeah.
These contributions are mandatory.
Show me the money. Money, money, yeah, yeah. Money, money. Oh, money, money, yeah, yeah. Money, money. Money, money, yeah, yeah. Money, money. Oh, money, money, yeah, yeah.
These contributions are mandatory. And it's gone, just gone like that, in an instant.